Good afternoon, League of Legends, Wild Rift, esports fans all around. This is day 2 of the Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational, specifically for Wild Rift. But honestly, if you're an esports fan, if you love gaming, you better be tuning into the broadcast because we're jumping into some high-octane action here. Smax and I have returned once again to capture all of the entertainment here in one convenient spot. We are broadcasting from twitch.tv/AVGL, so if you're watching it from another feed, whether you're on the boom.tv, come join us in the chat. We're vibing. We're giving away some sweet stuff, all thanks to Verizon. And Smax, I know we are in for quite a treat today.
Yeah, we got a lot of those colleges that we saw yesterday going to be playing again today. If not all of them, as all 16 teams move on into the bracket. The way this works is we have all of those first seed teams out of their group playing up against a fourth seed team and then moving on throughout the bracket. And we've got a few best of ones in the first rounds of these. So these are going to go by very, very quickly until we get to the very end as just best of ones. So whatever team is better and brings the better strategy right off the bat will be victorious. And there's also a double elimination, so you have an extra chance later against another team.
A lot of these teams have come in. Some have experience playing League of Legends. In fact, a lot of the collegiate teams that have never played or picked up Wild Rift and just downloaded the game either yesterday or, just a little recently ago, they've learned that, you know what? We're trying to coordinate a bunch of people into a new game for them. Team fighting champions are pretty damn strong. Malphite has been seen a huge premium. Jarvan as well, great for locking people down into the Cataclysm whenever they don't have Flash or any other mobility dashes set up. Ziggs has also seen a lot of play as well, just because Mega Inferno Bomb covers a huge area amount of damage. We're going to see if the meta changes up, because talking with a few of the junglers that we saw come out victorious, they have been piloting things that are a little bit more mechanically intensive, but they do work if you can pilot them well. Lee Sin, one of the best early game junglers that we have. I know some junglers have been even talking about, I might pull out some Kha'Zix today, and Kha'Zix is one of those champions that can really snowball and warp the game.
Not quite as good as Jhin, though, right? Like we saw yesterday. Jhin, the best jungler?
No. We're not talking about Jhin. No more Jhin jungle. That's a Leche special. That was for a Twitter bet, and we don't need to give it any more credit. Stop it, Smacks.
I think we need to give it endless credit. I think this is the new wave, the new meta coming in on patch 2.6.
Remember, chat, Smacks is being sarcastic. If you do not genuinely believe that Jhin jungle is something good, because if you go into ranked, you are going to make all of your teammates upset at you. I guarantee it.
Because you're carrying too hard and they have no chance to actually do anything in the team fights, because you are just that good playing Jhin jungle.
Oh, man.
Right?
We have Angel over here, and we have Devil over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
The horns.
Yeah, we have the voice of reason, and we have the voice of chaos on to my... Well, technically, this is my...
Jhin hasn't lost in the jungle in all the games that we've casted.
It's because it's a one-game sample size, Max. It's... You can't... All right, I have one game on Lux Jungle, therefore Lux is OP, right?
Sounds broken, yeah.
Oh my god, you are... We are getting into our first round. Just to give everyone a heads up on how the elimination bracket will be working for day 2. Yesterday, we had our group stage and the round robins where everyone played 3 games against the other 4 teams within their groups. All of them will emerge victorious, though, because there's only 4 teams per group. And so we've all seeded a bracket. All the top seeds are on one side of the bracket, and all the number 1 seeds are on the other side. And so one of the first rounds that we are covering is going to be Clemson University from Group A, as well as Knoxville, also representing Group D as the 4th seed. But before we get into that, we have our draft. We're not quite yet. The rosters, we're going to have True William, Justin Juiceman, Phoenix Star, Bob Joey 122, and the Lumbermen, all representing on the red side of the map for Knoxville.
And then for Clemson University, the team that went 6-0 in their group just yesterday, we have Linux, we have Otter King, What the Fatch, Dabo, and Etherealist. So these guys are the players to watch out for in this match. Like we said before, the 1st seed teams will be playing up against 4th seed teams. And while University of Tennessee Knoxville did struggle in their group, they now have to play against an undefeated team from another. So a little bit of a tough draw here. You have to watch out for Clemson, which we didn't get to see yesterday, but we know just off of the results that these guys are Titans.
Clemson University, we didn't get a chance to see or catch up with them on what champions they've been prioritizing, but we do have a little bit of a perspective on what the draft is going to be. So far, yesterday we did blind pick for all the teams, but now that things are getting serious, this is the double elimination bracket round. That means, Max, that we actually get bans, and we're going to get 5 bans with the new update courtesy of Riot Wild Rift. Now all the tournament draft games, we have over half of the roster, or just barely over half of the roster of League of Legends now in Wild Rift. So there's plenty of champions, which means we're going to be seeing people really tested on champion pools.
That's true. The 5 bans really do make it quite difficult to have a very focused champion pool, because if you go into a game and you can only play 5 total champions, guess what? All of those can be banned away from you, and then you can't do a whole lot about it. So, like you can see here for Knoxville, they're trying desperately to take out some of these support champions. Nami, Lulu, and Seraphine all gone. Luckily for Etherealist, there is this Leona still picked, and that is first picked as well. However, the Enchanter playstyle has been heavily attacked here.
We're going to see if Etherealist can swap around and adapt to more of a heavy engage playstyle. And it's if you've only been playing one playstyle, it's not the easiest thing in the world to just switch the mindset to be like, okay, you know what? Your job is to continue buffing, stay in the back lines, making sure that you are providing shields and other utility. Now they're sending him to the front lines. They've called him up. They promoted him. You are now a sergeant, maybe a major in this case. You're the one leading the charge. If you have an eye for an engage opportunity, you're the ones that you have to throw yourself into the fray first. You might be dying for the cause, but if you find advantageous engagements for our squad, then it's always a winning fight.
Look at this, Rafa. We have a Jax counter pick into the Fiora and the Master Yi. I really like this option here. Whether it's going jungle for Otter King or up in the Baron lane for Taramina, that is a ton of extra power that you're providing in that side lane. With the counter strike, you can't be taken out very easily by the likes of Fiora and Master Yi. And it's a champion that we saw put to great use in the most recent international tournament as well. Now, it's a different patch, but Jax left relatively untouched. And by relatively, I mean entirely untouched. He even potentially got a new tool to play with in the Edge of Night. If you want to have a spell shield, that's super advised, but it is an option. So Jax still the king of the jungle and probably of Baron lane as well, if you can see him sent up there. I'm excited to see what this champion is all about here. Speaking of flex picks, the Lux is the last pick here in the first round for Star Guardian or for Lumberman, as it is a support or a mid flex.
Well, it looks like we're going to be having Lux mid. Now, if they are feeling really spicy, I mean, we know that we get to see if Lumberman actually locks in this Blitzcrank or not, as it's currently a hover. That's what they're thinking about. Vi and Annie taken off the table, not willing to buy into that Otter King is going to be the one piloting the Jax. They want to take away single target lockdown, knowing that they have champions like the Master Yi. If left uncontrolled and unrestrained, then he will single-handedly tear through an entire team, and it has the ability to dodge out on a lot of skill shots thanks to that Alpha Strike. They've already gotten rid of powerful tools, but there's still some that are available. Let's see if Clemson University can figure out some other junglers that are great at applying single target lockdown, whether it's through the dragon lane or not the jungle or the mid lane as well.
Sin hovered here. This would put Jax up in Baron lane. It is locked in. Otter King showing us more Lee Sin gameplay. We saw a lot of our players in yesterday's matches pilot this champion. Very, very fun stuff. I know it's one of your favorites, Rafa. So much early game pressure. And then with the added benefit of the freeform dash of Safeguard in this game, the plays you can make with Dragon's Rage Kick are just completely out of this world. You can go for just about anything as Katarina locked in. This is just a ton of playmaking champions all around.
Katarina, very much in the same vein of Master Yi. If you don't have lockdown for this character, they will also single-handedly rip through an entire team. So now both teams have one kind of star of the show, one carry that is great for team fighting, can massively do insane amount of AoE damage and just clean up through after the initial engagement spells have been already used. But you also have two powerful split pushers, Jax and Fiora. And this is kind of a volatile matchup, and it's really reliant on whether the Counter-Strike can be parried by the riposte or a patient game, whether you can wait out the spell, either or, right? Now, I'm really looking at Clemson University because the one advantage that you have towards the split pusher is that you have an early game jungler in this Lee Sin that is very, very adept at setting up soul balls, right? And if you can accelerate the pace of this Jax before the Master Yi can get even out on the field, Master Yi won't be able to deal with the Jax. The Fiora won't be able to deal with the Jax, and And then you're kind of in a bad spot if you're Knoxville.
I mean, Knoxville already sort of in a bad spot going into this match. Like we said before, they did not win any games in their match, or they didn't win any series, I should say. This is the downside of coming in as that bottom seed. You have to play against one of these Titans. And for Clemson, like we were saying before with this Jax, they clearly have done some research. This Jax pick is really, really good. You can put him in multiple spots, and it has a really nice matchup into the Master Yi and the Fiora. So I'm pretty pumped to see what they've got in store for us. Maybe some wacky new builds. We didn't get to see any of the new support items yesterday, Rafa, and I want to see at least one of them at some point today.
No Xtal seeds quite yet, Smacks, but it's okay. And, eventually we'll see it. Both junglers starting on the red side. You can see that True William giving Justin Juiceman just a little bit of extra help. Juiceman also opting into the Ghost instead of the Flash, knowing that once he's in a situation, if it's already a bad one, usually the best way to fight out of it as Master Yi is to just try and run around and buy time for Alpha Strike cooldowns, as we already have First Blood.
Man, the Lumberman Blitzcrank, we saw it on our minimap before that he was really trying to get some advantage in the lane before, but once the Leona hits level 2, it's really, really difficult to survive thanks to all that crowd control that Etherealist will have. And you can see even the Zenith Blade trying to pop in the lane before as well. It is really, really scary. We see a gank attempt up there by Justin Juiceman trying to pressure Terramina. Forced the Honey Fruit, so that's a really nice pressure play being made, but doesn't have the backup of anyone right now and is being cornered in the jungle.
We already have What the Fatch also rotating in hot. It's going to be a 3-on-1. Neither True William or Star Guardian can safely get to the scene of the play before their counterparts can. And Justin Juiceman, while it could have been a great invade, much like League of Legends, you need a lane priority in order to make it work. You need to make sure that your teammates are kind of in the know that, hey, I want to invade, I want to get myself some resources ahead. It requires teamwork and sacrifice from your laners to collapse in first.
Definitely want to have that backup, especially as a champion like Master Yi, who doesn't have any crowd control of his own. He's really just there for damage. So you want to bring your teammates there. You want to make sure that they have things like the Ashe ultimate before you actually go over and make a play. Now, on the other side, True William is under fire of all this crowd control. He has the parry, but it's not quite enough. Otter King, level 5, donating another kill over to Terramina's Jax.
Yeah, True William did play that out as best as he could, riposted the Counter-Strike, but you also have another champion to deal with in the Lee Sin, who is also just whacking you with punches and kicks and all that jazz. Spells as well. Pretty solid stuff from Otter King. Already making a huge influence, and Terramina going to be 2-0 on this Jax. We talked about how this is a very volatile matchup, very snowbally. Once one champion gets the lead over the other, it can be pretty brutal for the person that didn't get the lead to try and survive in that 1v1.
Such is the way of a split pusher, Rafa. If you end up getting solo killed up there, and you really do need your jungler to come bail you out, because you're probably not going to be able to get any more headway in that matchup afterward. You can already see that the Trinity Force is going to be coming online before True William now for Terramina with the extra gold. As long as there's a really nice recall timer, that is surely going to occur. Meanwhile, in Dragon Lane, bullet time is gigantic. And while there is some damage off the Aftershock pop, it looks like Bob Joey's going to be able to survive.
Well, already, we can start to see why Clemson University were 3-0 in their group. Very solid lead. Very solid early game control as well. It's a 2,000 gold lead before the objectives spawn in the Rift Herald and our first dragon of the game. And when you have a composition that's very scaling reliant in the side of Knoxville, falling behind is going to be expected. But you don't want to fall too far behind. You want to mitigate a lot of the sacrifices and the losses that you might expect it to take. And Star Guardian, a little bit of a fish out of water, even though despite being in the river, this is a little too far away from help.
Now underneath this turret, True William. This is a really difficult champion to dive, especially without the use of that Counter-Strike before the Terramina popped. likely are just going to want to go into this jungle and try to get some pressure onto Justin Juiceman. And hey, wouldn't you know it, Rafa? That is a kill onto Master Yi. Now you have so much time to go and take whatever objective that you want, as both of those are up. And Otter King chooses to take the Rift Herald.
True William might just go down here.
Oh, man. Ignites? Nope. Not quite
You
enough.
know, respect to True William. He opted in for the 1v1. He still had Flash. Terramina still had Flash. He was willing to take that risk. Fortunately for him, even through both Ignites, Terramina just has a little bit more stats in his favor. 8-0 now for Clemson University. This is looking pretty brutal in the early game.
Brutal is definitely one word for it. And it's true, but it doesn't feel as intense as this actually is. It is a 4,000 gold lead at this moment. Trying to look for some more scaling advantages. There is that Mountain Drake that could be taken, but 4 kills are also fun. What the Fatch making a way down to the bottom lane.
There it is. Spin to win. What the Fatch with the Blade of Death, aka the Death Lotus. Justin Juiceman. In a 1v3, I would not opt into it either. Don't worry. You made the correct decision. If Justin Juiceman were to arrive to the scene just a few seconds earlier, maybe could have turned things around. And as you already spotted out, Smacks, Termina also getting another kill onto True William. This is... We already said it. Brutal? What's more than brutal at this point, Smacks?
I don't know. It's very brutal.
just add very to it.
Just add 11 varies as we're at 11 kills. And then we just... Alright, we're going to add one more. Yep, there's one. Alright. Do I hear 13?
We're at an auctioneer now. Do I hear 13 varies? Can I get 14 varies? Any 14 varies in the chat? Oh. What the Fatch
like
for 14 varies?
Ooh.
Etherealist for 15 varies. Oh. Star Guardian gonna get up. Oh! And sold to Etherealist and What the Fatch for 15 very brutals at 6.5 minutes into the game.
Oh boy, yeah, and that's gonna be a Rift Herald pop here too. I don't think this is able to take out the full turret. The Otter King is more interested in killing Master Yi. Justin Juiceman not gonna survive this one. And there's the turret anyway.
He was just trying to sell some juice. We got the reinforcements, though. Lumberman, beautiful hook on the Otter King, forcing the flash. What the Fatch, though? He's doing Katarina things. He's pressing buttons. Uh-oh, but Star Guardian is there. That's their first kill of the game for Knoxville. It's a huge shutdown, but now the rest of the crew from Clemson has arrived to the party, and suddenly Knoxville are feeling very out of place. They feel like they are not welcome here to the party anymore. It is a Clemson crew squad roll down.
Counter-Strike is available, yeah. Justin Juiceman, you do not want to dive into a fight like that. You can't deal any damage to this Jax when he has that Counter-Strike up. So, what we're learning here, Terramina. Oh, more Counter-Strike available. You can't do anything to him, man. Final Spark. Oh, nice dodge for Terramina.
Max, I think Lumberman realized he did not want to pull the Jax in.
No.
You've just eliminated the need for him to use Leap Strike to gap close onto the back line. And already, Clemson, they are putting on quite the show. You know, maybe Knoxville can get some shutdown goals, but it is a 13,000 gold lead at this point. Clemson right now, they're in a stage of, you know what, we can't necessarily end the game quite yet because it's very dependent on our minion waves, but we can flex a little bit. We can show off our muscles and show why we were the first seed in our group.
And as we mentioned before, this is a best one, so a win here just immediately advances you on to the next round, trying to make their way over to the top of the bracket. I believe this is a 16-team bracket, so once you get up and win 3 of those matchups here in the winners finals, all of a sudden, as Otter King takes one down. Oh my god!
All right, that was... I mean, wait.
How many varies is that?
Yeah, I think we've shot up into the 20s now. Well, if we're rolling into the roaring 20s, then it's time to bust out the jazz music.
Oh, yeah? Give us some acapella performance.
Trying to think of a good jazz song.
It's not about a specific jazz song. Jazz lives within you, Rafa. You have to come up with it yourself.
What's the... Oh, there's that one jazz singer that has the iconic voice, the... Miles Davis? No, he's a trumpet player. What? Oh, Louis Armstrong. Louis Armstrong. I see a rift herald of purple. Through Williams dead. What the fetch be spitting? A fearless is in for people. And here comes the rest of Clemson University.
Well done.
Thank you. I feel like I didn't get the growl. You gotta really...
I feel like that's a tough thing to ask of a caster. You know, we gotta we gotta preserve our voice. It's only the first game of the day. Speaking of the first game of the day, it's over. We now have our winner of this first round. It is Clemson University. Unless the minions die. All right.
You know what? Credits to Knoxville. They are not going down without a fight. They are almost 20,000 gold down. There's no Infernal Dragon quite yet, so there's not the ultimate comeback mechanic of the game to exist. And Clemson University are trying to mitigate any throws that they are at risk of doing. Oh, but he's still out. Get in there.
You can do it, Lumberman. I believe. And another hook. Oh no. That's a slaughter. Oh, it's another spin. What the
They're spanking him with the wallet smacks.
Okay, wait. It's a shutdown. True William. Picks one up. There's a parry. The parry's now down. You can't get over the wall. And there are super minions in the base.
Oh, no.
We delayed it by 40 seconds, Rafa. But this is now the end of the game. Everyone's stacking up in the base.
7 seconds.
There it is.
Okay, no, mind. All right, they got it.
No.
You know what this looked like, Smacks? Do you remember? So, do you remember you could, like, load money onto, like, a card, or you had, a meal plan if you were a student in college, right? And so you would just go to the cafeteria and just like, what's your student number? And then they would just take it down. This looked like a difference between the students who never used their money and had a lot of it by the end of the semester to those students who are like, oh, I only have $10 on my student account. What do I do? I'm broke. I can't buy that much stuff. What do I do? And this is what we call a wallet diff right here.
Well, you know what you do, Rafa? You get into the chat and you check out the Verizon giveaways that we're going to be doing all throughout the day. We have a bunch of them that we're doing. We did 5 yesterday. We're doing 5 again today. And I personally think that it's time that we get into another one of those. So if you are in the chat right now, make sure to start that one up. We got the Verizon 5G, the giveaway. And like we said yesterday, we're giving away 5Gs, $5,000 all throughout yesterday and today. You get in that chat and type out Verizon 5G. You'll be entered to win this round, which is another $500 so that you can add some more money to your college meal card and you can afford more than just a Subway sandwich.
Twitch.tv/AGL. Here's the chat. Verizon 5G. Oh, my message won't go through. No!
Well,
no, please.
You'll have to beat Rafa to the punch.
I feel like everyone else is going to beat me. My chat function won't work. What is this? No, it was not meant to be. Well, don't worry. If you're like me and can't get to the chat function, if you're just not available for this one, as Smack said, we're giving a total of $5,000 throughout the day, which means we're going to be doing this at least 4 more times for our Verizon 5G giveaway. So, best of luck to those who do cash out on the 500s. And something that Smacks also made me realize yesterday as well. The reason why it's Verizon 5G is because we are giving 5Gs away. And
Indeed.
I kind of blew my mind. I didn't realize the connection there.
There are jokesters over there at Verizon, Rafa. They're hilarious. And they are very generous.
They are very witty as well. We're getting ready for
our friends at Verizon. We've got 2 more at least best of ones going on after this one. So if you want some more Wild Rift action, fret not. There's more. And then after that, we have all of the best of threes in the winter final, the lower final, and then the grand final. We'll be going through all of that today. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
And just to give you a little bit of an update on what the rest of the bracket is going to be looking like, just because Clemson and Knoxville had their match finished so quickly, Clemson will be moving on into the winners bracket round 2, where their opponent has not been decided yet. Colorado University Black as well as Drexel University are playing out their best of 1 at the moment. Looks like MNSU Purple already took a automatic win. I'm not sure if Florida International could not field the roster today or did not make it, but that's what I have in the bracket as well. Illinois Esports as well, taking an automatic victory over UC Riverside. They are awaiting their opponents in UC Berkeley and Northwood University. And from what we saw from UC Berkeley and Northwood University, those are some of our 2 seeds from groups, I want to say D and C, respectively.
They looked really solid. I think that was the one where it was really, really close between them, right?
UC Berkeley and UW. Yeah, UC Berkeley and UW.
That was a really fun. That was very, very cool.
It's our only 3-game series as well.
Yeah.
That was the best part. We had Aurelia Jungle in game 2, and we went the full distance. We went super late game in game 2 as well.
That's true. That was a lot of fun. I'm hoping that we get to see some of those teams again soon. Yeah, like you said, Rafa, we just had a really fast game. So we're likely going to need to wait for just a little bit before we see any more of these teams. So we're going to go to a quick break, but fret not. We'll be back in just a little bit with some more Wild Rift. See you then.
Max, I don't know why you don't have sunglasses on. I feel like if you
I don't
just
know why
came...
you do have sunglasses on. You didn't tell
Well,
me about it.
Smacks, I will tell you why. Because that game 1 was so blindingly destructive and damaging to those around that saw it, especially the ones that fell to Clemson University. You gotta protect your eyes, man. I'm just doing this for the sake of my visual health, my optic health. You should too, Smack.
Probably why I couldn't find them. I couldn't see them where they were.
Ah,
Oh, dear.
well, you know, for me, while I was blinded, I had my sunglasses at the ready on my left-hand side.
That's
But it's okay, Smacks. It is. We're gonna be visually adjusting to potentially a more tame and evenly skilled matchup between Winthrop University and University of Washington. Now, University of Washington is coming in as the 2nd seed of Group D, and Winthrop University are coming in as the 3rd seed of Group A. However, I feel like there's more to the story of Winthrop University because most of these players actually do play and have performed at some of the highest levels in Collegiate or League of Legends. And from what we got told, they could not participate in the very first game because only 2 of their players were there at the beginning of the day. So they kind of had to just forfeit the first game. Now, and it could have been a different story. They might have ended up at the 2nd seed. So this could be a very intense game that we get. And remember, it's only best of 1, Smack, so they better come out with their best strategies on the Rift.
Yeah, we know these guys over at Winthrop. They are all challenger level League of Legends players, and they have won entire tournaments in Collegiate. Winthrop did just win the most recent CLOL championship, so pretty huge stuff for Winthrop earlier in the year. And yeah, some of these players even playing in the amateur space. I know Frost Forest was on TSM Amateur for the League of Legends scene. Now, League of Legends, very different game. These guys, they can be good with mouse and keyboard, but when you're playing with your thumbs, it's entirely different. You may know the champions, you may know what they do, but it's a different zone, different controls, and different speed of the game. So we got to make sure that these guys are playing up to snuff. Now, I believe they did win their first match, both of these guys. So they have already won today. They've gotten their warm-up out of the way. Now the real test is here. We saw University of Washington play just yesterday. They've got WLS, Dobby, Dongbi, Mango, Neko, and Hammer. And then for Winthrop University, they got Mabud, Frost Forest, Koskinen, Grim, and Sir Kenji.
The way you said that, I thought you were saying Frost Forest is a bud. Like, yeah. I mean, Frost, honestly,
got some buds on
we've
Frost
got
Forest.
some homies here. This Winthrop University roster, I am not only excited to see what strategies they have kind of locked in as their go-to comforts. I know, talking extensively to Frost Forest, has been practicing a variety of junglers, but he can only settle on a couple, and in fact, potentially only one, depending on how many champions the side of UC Berkeley want to ban out here.
There are bans now. We're in the realm of draft picks, so University of Washington can bring those to the table. Hopefully, for the sake of Winthrop, they didn't hear our talk about it before, where we mentioned a certain Kazakhs champion that they could possibly ban. But you know what? We're just going to have to find out if they got that insider information. But you know what, everybody? We have some insider information for you about our friends over at Verizon.
Oh, what's that? Hang on. I'm getting a I'm getting a call on my Verizon 5G network right now. What's that? All right. Okay. You want me to tell them?
I do.
Okay. I'm not talking to you, Smacks. Relax. I'm talking to my homies at Verizon.
I'll just
5G.
sit back.
Yeah. Okay. That's 5Gs. Okay. Well, check this out, Smacks. There's 5G, and there's 5G built for gamers. So Verizon built its ultra-wideband network to deliver an at-home gaming experience on the go, less lag, more pentakills. And you know what that means, Smacks? I think it's only right that we go back to giving another $500 giveaway from our friends at Verizon. So if you're in chat right now, go ahead and type in Verizon 5G. We'll be looking to give away more of our total $5,000 that we are giving away total today. Now, Verizon 5G, remember, in the chat. I want to see you spamming it. Unfortunately, I cannot access my chat right now, so I need one of you guys to vicariously live through me. Or I vicariously live through you. Get the 5Gs. Collect the bag. Celebrate it. At me on Twitter at RafaCasts. Or at Smacks at SmacksCast as well. Let us know if you won some of the bag. And we're also going to be having other giveaways as well. It's not just cash. There's potentially gears and gift cards available as well. So just make sure you stick around for the entire show, as we'll be letting you know and getting more insider information from our friends at Verizon.
That we will. Shout out to Verizon. Great guys and gals and other pals over there. And yeah, just so generous for them putting on this event and giving out a bunch of stuff to all of our students out here. Yeah, and like Rafa said, please let us know if you won. We're gonna get just as excited as you are, and except you will be $500 richer. So congratulations if you are the one who won. And with that, I believe we're almost getting ready to get into the second game of the stream today. Another best of one. We're in the second round of the bracket, round of 8. If you're keeping up at home, that is the quarterfinals. We're still on the upper side. There are some teams that have been knocked down to the lower bracket already. They will be fighting for their lives, trying to get back up to that top 4, where the total prize pool starts to take shape. As I don't know if we mentioned it today quite yet, but there is a $10,000 prize pool on the line for everybody playing today. If you get into that top 4, you're going to break in to that one. And if you get into the top 3, you're going to be invited to the Code Red tournament that's happening in about a week's time.
In fact, less than a week's time. It's this Thursday.
Ooh.
It's going to be on the 9th. So it's just coming right up, Smacks. So any of these teams that make it to the top 3, if they're itching for more competition, they get to that top 3 spot, well, congratulations. You're going to get invited to another Verizon tournament this Thursday. Not sure who the other invited team is going to be, but, you know, rumors could be. If you are one of these 3 teams that makes it, you could also be playing against some of the very best here in North America, as we are in the draft phase now for both Winthrop University and UC Berkeley. And Smacks, we were talking about it before. We didn't want to spoil it on stream quite yet, but Frost Forest has been putting in a lot of time on this Kha'Zix. And look at this. We're actually getting Ivano in as one of our subs as well. He is also from the starting roster for the Winthrop Collegiate University League of Legends team. So you already know. Synergy between Sir Kenji, Frost Forest, Ivano, all being from that starting roster. And then having Grimm and Koskinen, also other Winthrop University players. This is a formidable team. So UC Berkeley, they're going to have to keep their wits about them.
Yeah, I guess now that we have this roster, and it does kind of just look like I was calling Frost Forest my bud. Because he is, in fact, my bud. But, yeah, it looks like my bud will have to be playing later on into the day. Ivano stepping in. It does mean Sir Kenji's playing Baron lane, which is pretty exciting. We have the brand locked in, and it feels like a... Oh, no, we're into the second band. So I was thinking that they were hovering this Fizz to lock in as well. That'd be 2 potential mid laners locked in back-to-back, but brand can be a support.
Brand support does a ton of damage. I don't know if you know, Smacks. Actually, I think you should know, because you've experienced it yourself.
Yes, I've played a bunch of brand myself. I've played against some brand also. And yeah, he definitely hurts. He burns you to a crisp, and it's not the most fun thing when you're on the receiving end of that. So you gotta dodge out on his skill shots. Most of them are skill shots. If you get hit by the stun, then yeah, that's where his big damage starts to activate. So you gotta be very careful for that one and try to douse the fires, or, you know, fight fire with fire, as Annie has also been selected. So we have both just champions set ablaze.
Couple Pyromaniacs on the Rift here, looking to turn Wild Rift from a peaceful river forest into just the post-scene of an apocalypse.
You're gonna need
Or
Smoky
like...
Bear up in here. No, I'm not talking about Tibbers.
Yeah, only you can protect. What is it?
You don't even
Runeterra.
know the Smoky Bear? He says
Yes.
only you can prevent forest fire.
Oh, it's prevent. See, I know there's a P word in there, but I was saying protect, and I was like, wait, that doesn't.
I know
sound
you.
right.
I know you live in Utah and you don't have any forests there, but you know you got to get your Smoky Bear.
Okay, that's cap.
quote correct.
That's cap. We have some foliage up in the mountains.
I think I saw a shrub yesterday.
Oh my god. All right. Well, Big Dog Ness is being locked in for Dobby. Actually, or well, now I don't think this is the actual lineup in terms of who's going where, because we saw Dobby play jungle last time. Dongbi was our Baron laner from yesterday. Or in fact, Dongbi and WLS would switch solo lanes every now and then. So, but we're getting our lock-ins here for our Dragon lane. Grim on the Vayne, Koskinen potentially looking at that Leona. That would be a lot of engage power between Annie, Flash Tibbers, Malphite, Unstoppable Force, and now Solar Flare on top of it. This is going to be very hard to stop a fight from if you are UC Berkeley.
The engage threat is huge, but their range is not. Winthrop does not have nearly as much range as you would expect some teams to be drafting here for Wild Rift, so that could potentially be an issue if they don't find the jump onto this brand. Or this Lulu, now that that's been locked in as well, it's not going to be super fun. You do want to make sure that you're punishing these immobile threats that have just so much damage. And even the mobile ones as well. Lucian and Lee Sin, you're going to want to find some ways to lock down. But if any champions are going to do it, it's going to be that Leona and the Malphite. You just got to land that crowd control, start those fights off right.
I'm really looking at this Lee Sin from UC Berkeley. Dobby has to really accelerate the game within the first couple of minutes. It's not that huge of a window, but because with Frost Forest on Kha'Zix, you have decent skirmishing potential, but you until you are level 5 and you can evolve your claws and you get your first item power spike in that Duskblade Drakthar, Lee Sin does have more damage than you in the early game, and it has a slightly more mobility. So Dobby's got to capitalize on that advantage, and he can't be lazy with it, can't be hesitant on it. As soon as there's a play available, you gotta throw out your spells. You gotta be willing to commit flash as well. Anything that can guarantee an advantage so that you set Winthrop behind. Because otherwise, I'm looking at this composition that Winthrop have built, and there's some powerful scaling advantages. And if they can just bypass the first few minutes of the game, once everyone gets at least 1 or 2 items online, you have more than enough tools to just start a fight whenever you want as soon as targets are in sight.
Vayne can be really terrifying, so you do need to start the fight off on that champion. I assume that's what you're talking about when you mentioned the scaling threat of this team for Winthrop here. Grim is going to have a lot of that power built up into his own champion as we load up onto the Rift. The Kha'Zix does scale pretty well, but it's the Vayne Silverbolts that are really scary.
Absolutely. And you definitely don't want to be walking by yourself in a forest. Oh, someone might be caught out here in the river. Frost Force running for his life. WLS and Dobby on the run. Sonic Wave has already connected. Frost Force not going to burn the flash quite yet. WLS wanted to, though, but Frost Force maintaining his cool, knowing that there is no other spells that they could commit unless Dobby were to burn flash as well.
Delay the jungle clear just a tad. You got to take that recall before you can go right back to farming up. This does potentially mean that Dobby can go and start to take away these camps. No, does not want to start on blue buff, even though it's the opposition. Just want to go over to his own camps. That leaves Frost Forest with a bunch of time left over. Just take his own red buff and take his own camps. There was definitely a possibility there, but not taken.
He actually might look to invade just off of Raptors, because this will give you level 2, and red buff just takes slightly too long. Dobby wants to get onto the map ASAP, try to take advantage. Okay, never mind. I take that back. Looks like he's going to full clear through his Baron side of the map. This will put him strongly in the favor of WLS, so maybe he might look for a gank afterwards once he hits level 3. Try to put Sir Kenji behind. Sir Kenji, oh boy. This is getting a little intense between Malphite and Nasus.
Yeah, it definitely is. Sir Kenji going to need to go pick up those honey fruit and be very careful of the Lee Sin that is on this top side of the map, as you mentioned before. Raptors and red. Give you that level 3. You can move around and try to pressure these lanes. Sir Kenji is still sticking around and playing very aggressively, I might add. So this is a perfect opportunity for a Lee Sin gank.
Definitely should see it right now. Sir Kenji's going to have to burn the flash. Super low on the HP bar. And no ignite necessary. It's just first blood picked up here for UC Berkeley. The rest of the members, though, trying to see if they can find another kill onto Ivano. This is one of the things that Winthrop, we already talked about. You have to accelerate the game pace. The fact that Frost Force's first initial clear was delayed a bit. He's trying to full clear, get to level 5. You already have Dobby as well, invading once again.
It's really easy to go for when you don't have to worry about the enemy top laner, but unfortunately, death timers are really, really short, so that is a Malphite in his face. Level 5 on the Lee Sin is more than enough damage to take out Frost Forest and Sir Kenji, but, you know, it was Winthrop cutting off the entrance path of Dongbi, so that's at least one kill they traded back.
Winthrop slightly stemmed the bleeding a little bit with that kill on the mid laner, but this is, once again, another successful attempt from UC Berkeley, getting in the face of Winthrop, trying to slow them down, knowing that the later the game goes on, the more they are favored. And so the fact that they are snowballing very aggressively this early on into the game puts UC Berkeley in the right spot.
I do believe that it is University of Washington.
Oh my gosh, I've been saying the wrong name this entire time.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. It's... We were talking about UW and UC Berkeley, how they fought against each other, and it was really close. Oh. My apologies to UW. Didn't mean to disrespect y'all. UW, though, on the front, they have been performing immaculately in this early game, and they're just going to continue doing so. Culling comes out, forcing Ivano and Frost Force back, already picking up Koskinen. Next two objectives in this first Dragon and the Rift Herald are going to be spawning in less than 20 seconds. And I can imagine the UW are already in a powerful spot. Oh no, Grim.
Oh man.
Oh no, Grim.
Yeah. Just now respecting the roam potential in this river. Stealth is really solid, but the exhaust comes out before that happens. Mango Neko has a lot of extra HP thanks to the wild growth and is able to secure the kill even underneath that turret. Very nice, just roam around trying to find all of these kills. University of Washington ruthless with this Lee Sin play.
Winthrop are definitely in a very low trench at the moment. It's about 4,000 gold advantage for University of Washington. They're not completely out of the game, but they need to find ways to mitigate a lot of these losses and kind of the deaths that are happening on the map, or at least making sure that they can trade valuable resources. They're committing a lot of people towards this Baron side of the map, though.
They absolutely are. Koskinen in a really bad spot right now on this Leona. Polymorphed. I don't think he can get over this wall. Mango Neko can. It's another kill picked up. That's Frost Forest dead, Koskinen dead, and Sir Kenji worse for wear as well. Likely a Rift Herald now picked up, and that's just a complete overhaul all of these objectives here for University of Washington. Again, the way that Dobby is playing this Lee Sin is very impressive.
With this, Rift Herald will be picked up here. Dragon is the next objective that UW could look at. Winthrop, they're trying to beat them to the punch here. However, I think Frost Force is going to realize that it is not that easy to take Dragon this fast. They could jump on this Lucian, but the rest of the reinforcements of UW are going to be here very quickly. This is a smaller map than League of Legends here. Wild Rift, very fast gameplay, which means that the rest of the reinforcements are here to stay. And Winthrop now, they are on the run. They are not able to find any counteracting plays. Beautiful Sonic Wave from Dobby. Does go down to Frost Forest, but Mango cleans it up.
Yeah, really nice job from Mango. Doesn't even need to use the flash because it's not up, so we'll just have all this mobility, and like you said, the movement that you can provide as a team is just so accessible in Wild Rift. You can really just get anywhere on the map in the blink of an eye. Taking this Dragon, it does hurt, so you're going to want Mango Neko to arrive to tank this one up, and I think that is going to be enough now. Finally, that objective is taken. I believe they even get the mid lane turret thanks to a split by WLS.
Pops the Ghost. There's a lot of people on top of him. Frost Force has the isolated damage. I think Duskblade of Drakthar is available on him, which is why he's able to burst out WLS so effectively. But Dobby now in the middle of a 1v2. Ivana stuns him up. Koskinen locks him down. Frost Force picks up another. It's a double. Winthrop are starting to catch back up, but they're going to have to do a lot more to make sure that they can overcome this deficit that they're at right now.
That CC train was really nice from Koskinen as the flash forward in the Dragon Lane for Mango Neko. Exhaust once more onto Grim. Ulling underneath the turret. The range is gigantic.
Wait,
and
he's taking
there
the
is one more shot.
Oh!
Mango Neko with the help pick survives in mid lane. Avano gets a solo kill.
Avano's starting to turn up a bit. The heat is on.
Literally.
You know, I said that unironically, and then I thought about it. I was like, oh my gosh, I just made a pun. I did not intend to do that. 4,000. Still ahead for the side of University of Washington. The game has been accelerated effectively well. Some of the members like Dobby and WLS, having given up slight shutdowns, has allowed members like Frost Force to catch back up in gold. He's pretty much even with his counterpart in Dobby. The only person that still has a huge lead is Mango Neko. 1.5 items on this Lucian. Should be picking up that Solari Charge Blade very soon. And it's so good for spellcasters. As we're gonna have another kill. Koskinen's dead.
Down this bottom lane, Dongbeak gets a double kill. Now Avano under heavy fire again. A nice fire pun. Bad myself in the back there. Dobby. Oh, Sonic Wave. Not quite connecting. Still a 1v1.
Yeah, Dobby is experiencing a little bit of difficulty trying to take down Annie because Avano can just use his bear to block any Sonic Wave attempts. And Dobby's going to safeguard in. Does he find the kill? Oh, Sonic Wave still. He flashes away, and now Frost Force is here. Safeguard should be available soon. Flashing out. Dobby running to the safety of WLS, but it looks like WLS is also on the run. Threatening Sir Kenji up in the Baron lane. Frost Force jumping in. Wither's huge. Dobby and WLS turn it around. Oh no, the Rift Herald's coming in as well. Dobby can't protect it though.
That was real sneaky from WLS outside of the vision range. And then Frost Force thought that he had Dobby isolated. Was unfortunately wrong. No isolation damage to come through with the claws. Dobby gets to survive now, trying to attack another Rift Herald. Just popped that one in that Baron lane. And here we go, Rafa. This is just another objective. I don't think they're going to respond to this at all.
They can't. I think Winthrop are starting to realize that by the time an objective has started, yes, you are fast, but you know that there's oh man, do it. He's got stunned. Okay. I respect the attempt, Dobby. But just like Frost Force learned when he chased you into WLS, you have to be aware that sometimes Avano might have a friend, and that friend could be a giant praying mantis in this from the void.
WLS just got a kill picked up by onto Grim. Rather low now in a 1v2. Yeah, will get responded. And that's Frost Force with 6 kills on the Kazakhs. Still figuring out the limits of where he can actually be in this game. It feels like, you know, there's a lot of accessibility, like we keep on mentioning, of just teammates, just every single which way. Now this Ocean Drake is up. Probably not going to see a contest at all here for Winthrop, even though they're still finding these kills. It's just so hard to stack up as a team and really get in here, especially with a composition like this. Playing from behind with a champion like Leona and Malphite, it's really tough to find really solid engages. You can't confidently go into a 5v5 with something like an Unstoppable Force, because even if you knock them up, you might still lose the fight. You're still down 7,000.
Yeah. The tanks being behind is not the huge issue. The huge issue is your damage dealers being primarily behind. Avano and Frost Force are starting to get there, but Grim is still catching up in terms of gold. And relative to the other two teammates, 2,000 down, still working on that second item. Grim can't really output that much damage in a team fight or an extended skirmish compared to the likes of Mango Neko, who is almost at the 10k gold point. This Lucian is very powerful. And the only way for Winthrop to really find a huge shutdown or a huge comeback, they have to catch out Mango Neko in rotation. They have to be able to have either Sir Kenji and or Koskinen linked up with Frost Force. You catch Mango by himself, maybe it's an opportunity.
Man, that was a nice engage attempt there from Ravano, but ended up whiffing just about everything. Now Frost Force on the run to Sonic Wave, hitting a minion. The slows are onto everybody thanks to the Wither and the Void Spikes, but it is still a 1v2 in the end. Now Sir Kenji on the run, pulling into his back. There's no ultimate, there's no flash anymore. Wither on top. There's a Sonic Wave, and that's 4 clean kills for University of Washington.
10 seconds on Ivano, 5 on Koskinen. The rest of University of Washington have popped the Rift Herald. It's going to get this charge. Actually, they're not going to even need it. It can charge into this Nexus. They can look to do some damage to the game. Or the Nexus, they might be able to end. Koskinen onto the backline. Solar Flare, setting up 4 members. Ivano getting a lot of AoE damage with Tibbers. It's not going to take down anyone, though, but it's forcing them to run. But just as I say that, they take out Ivano. Now it's up to Frost Force and Grim. Sir Kenji's available. Unstoppable Force is there. You have to imagine that University of Washington, they have to respect this just a little bit, even if they want to end the game right now. Unstoppable Force onto Dongbi. Dongbi trying to do his best to bodyguard, split up the fight. Grim is going after the jungler, can hit Mango Neko, can get that shutdown. They take out Mango, but can they deal with the rest of the members? No! Frost Force is the only one left. Specs!
Ivano spawning. I don't know if they can actually end it, but they're certainly going to try 15k. Oh!
In there!
34, and they did it! University of Washington make it onto the upper semifinals.
UW in a nail-biting finish. The game wasn't necessarily nail-bitingly close, as University of Washington proved that an early game composition snowballed like that can definitely close out a game effectively well, but I won't lie, there's a couple moments it's like, oh, if University of Washington don't play out this push correctly, it's going to be a lot of kills and a lot of shutdown gold to the members of Winthrop. Had Winthrop been able to defend that and stabilize, maybe, just maybe, it could have been a comeback, but unfortunately for Winthrop, they were not able to deal with the amount of pressure that Dobby was able to influence on this match. My goodness, absolutely incredible stuff from UW.
Comeback would have been really, really impressive if they managed it, but in the end, that lead was just too big, and I just want to see some more Lee Sin play from Dobby. They're probably going to have this champion banned in most of the games remaining in this tournament. But this player is just so exciting. I always just love solid Lee Sin play when you can make those team plays work out. It's just so impressive because, I mean, look at the highlight starts off with immediately one of them. I really like the way he's linking up with his solo laners in the early game and then with the whole team later on as well, taking all the ganks, the objectives, everything was solid.
Yeah, I think just great early game plan from University of Washington, already forcing Frost Force to start behind and slow on the initial clear. Frost Force trying to go for a full clear, and Dobby knowing that he would want to appear through his blue side jungle, keeping blue buff warded. Goes for the invade, had priority thanks to the gank onto Sir Kenji and burning his flash as well. Slight priority from Dongbi over Ivano. Just gives Dobby the advantage that they need to be able to just really stop Frost Forest from being able to farm up and hit that power spike point. It was pretty much kind of what we wanted to see from the game one where Jungle Juice Man was trying to go for that invade, but he didn't have the lane priority, right? So it's, you know, it's a clear stark difference how much when your laners are the first ones to collapse that you can make those invades work. As we close out this round, folks, we're going to be sending it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be going into round 3. So stick around, folks. We'll be back with more Wild Rift gameplay on the Verizon Collegiate Esports Invitation. welcome back. It's time, man.
Yes.
You know what? I realized, I was doing something little, how should I put this? I'm at a loss for words, Max. I wasn't respecting University of Washington because I kept saying UC Berkeley a lot. But I think that resulted in manifestation because we are now going to winners round 3, where University of Washington are taking on none other than UC Berkeley, who they beat in their best of 3 in the round robin yesterday. It was our last match on stream, and now they're here for a rematch, Smags, and it's only a best of 1. Winner will move on to winners round 4. Person that gets knocked out will go down to the lower bracket.
And these are 2 teams that we just saw play yesterday against each other in a very, very fun best of 3. Today they have a best of 2 against each other, or best of 1. Numbers are kind of hard sometimes. And they are in the upper semis. So if they win this one, then they're already in that upper finals and will be playing in the first best of 3 of the tournament. And if they lose, there's still a chance. They can go make a lower bracket run, and it'll all be great. So yeah. I'm excited to see which one of these teams, did their homework from yesterday, came into today with a stronger game plan, and can take the win to get into that upper final.
Smax, we did see University of Washington just beat Winthrop on stream.
That's
so
true.
we have some returning cast members here, but for our new opponents, it is UC Berkeley. For those that didn't get to catch the stream yesterday, it's going to be Apollo, Chickle Bums, J Royal, Crystal, and Jamie. Now, yesterday, we actually saw a little bit of a switch up from what we have on screen. Chickle Bums was playing support a majority of the time. J Royal was playing jungle. I think we had Crystal up in the mid lane. Sometimes it would swap around with Apollo. Jamie was our dragon laner. And we can actually get a chance to look at the bracket as well, Smack. See how all the teams have panned out so far throughout the day. I know that Clemson Esports and Miami University of Ohio also having a little bit of a rematch as well. They're in the winners semifinals of the upper bracket. So between that match that is going on and this one between UC Berkeley and University of Washington, 2 of those will automatically have a top 3. So these 4 teams, 2 of them are going to be in our top 3 that will get an invitation to the Verizon Code Red tournament this Thursday. So for all these teams, these 4 teams, just think, 1 best of 1. You win this 1 best of 1, you are already going to be snagging some of that cash prize from the top 3 as well, and you're getting invited to another tournament provided by Verizon.
Not bad. Definitely not bad. And like you said, that is coming up this Thursday on the 9th. So these teams definitely want to make it all the way up there. And they want to win this last best of 1 in their tournament to get there. And like you said before, the teams that we've got on our stream right now are University of Washington and UC Berkeley. And while we did have that roster for UC Berkeley a little shaken up, they could still just go for the same roster lineup that they had yesterday. But something that's really cool is that they could have found out, hey, we played a lot yesterday. We learned a lot. I think this is just a better lineup for us. I want to play jungle. I want to play mid. They're switching it around. They find out what their playstyle actually is as a team. And, they already won 2 matchups to get to this point. So it seems to be working out for them if that is indeed their lineup. As we are getting into the pick ban, I want to remind everybody before we talk about these champions about our partners over at Verizon. Did you know that Verizon offers students discounts? You can lag less, pay less, and play more. Exclusive student discounts on unlimited plans. Save your farm for what you really want and head over to verizon.com/students. That is verizon.com/students.
Just entering it up now as I'm looking up. Even though I'm no longer a university student, I'm just keeping it bookmarked in case I decide to go back, maybe enroll in another major. Maybe
your master's degree in Wild Rift.
Well, if they had a master's degree for that, I would definitely take it. I think the closest thing would be... Really?
Yeah, you can come over to my university.
What's your university?
Smacks University. I'll teach you about Jarvan support.
Okay. Is it accredited by the National Collegiate Association?
It's accredited by me.
Oh, I see. So, well, I guess that's all the credit we need. Speaking of credit, we can credit to the fact that Apollo's Lucian is definitely one to be feared and one that they got a W on in the Game 2 banger that we saw where Dobby had the Aurelia jungle and we had almost 28 minutes of Wild Rift gameplay, super late game. For those that are coming from League of Legends, 28 minutes is like the equivalent of like past the 50-minute mark. It is extreme late game territory.
Definitely is. So if we get another one of those in this best of one, then you know that something's crazy. I think the thing that I said yesterday was if that wasn't the longest game of the entire tournament, then I will be very upset. Or on the other side, very excited because we get even more bangers. But that was just like a complete anomaly. Something else that's sort of an anomaly, Rafa, is that we get Jace in this game. Back and ready to go. Jace from Arcane hasn't been performing super well in the games before it, but that's why they buffed him on this patch, Rafa. New and improved Jace has a lot more power in his extended Shock Blast, or accelerated Shock Blast, I should say, and some melee form power as well. So this champion quite a bit stronger, and that is why we're seeing it picked today.
Now, I would be advocating for Jace jungle, but Dobby has already locked in Wukong, and more than likely, as we already saw Dobby use that champion to great success in their best of 3 series against UC Berkeley last time, I imagine that they are not going to be switching it up. Dobby will be taking this Jace into the mid lane, WLS piloting the Kennen into the Baron lane, and if you remember, Smacks, some of those slicing maelstroms were so defining in that game, it pretty much allowed University of Washington to take the dub.
And in the wombo combo potential of this Malphite as well. Oh, wow. All right, so we're getting the big Venn diagram compositions, as our good friend Riku would call them. The circles of the Wukong, the Cannon, the Malphite, and potentially another one also are all coming in strong for University of Washington as they're on this red side trying to make that composition work. They will need to do so against the double marksman and this potential really strong front line of the Darius as well. These champions are a little tricky to operate against, but you do still have not a lot of mobility to worry about. So the Malphite ultimate will likely find its mark.
You know, if you just wanted to add on top of AoE damage, you technically could make a case for having enough physical damage between Wukong and Jace. Slam Ziggs bot lane here, man.
Ooh.
Okay.
That is not Ziggs, but that is pretty cool.
I do like Draven. We saw Mango's Draven yesterday, and it was...
It exposed our poor math.
Yeah. We were like, oh yeah, he's gonna be hitting 800 damage crits, maybe 1,000. It was just 500.
Like 500. Yeah. But there's still time. There's still time, Rafa, for Mango Neko to show us what a 1,000 damage Draven crit can really do. Probably not, though. Probably we won't get to that stage of the game where it's possible. But, you know, never say never.
Justin Bieber, Canada. You remember that song from back in the day?
I do remember.
With Jaden Smith.
Yeah. He goes by Jaden now. He dropped the Smith.
Oh. Well, you know what? I can understand that. Wanting to make a name for yourself and not have it associated with, you know, your family.
I think it's just a power move like Beyonce. I think that's actually But either way.
Makes sense. Well, for UC Berkeley, the name and the power stance that they need to take is getting the upset over University of Washington. Currently are down in overall series record being 1-0. But this could be a change of tides. And in a best of one, anything can happen, right? As if you get the right foot off the ground in the early game and you accelerate it to the point where the other team cannot recover, it is one way to take the game into your own hands. And Jay Royal taking the Xin Zhao. We kind of brushed over this pick, but even though it's not Lee Sin, Xin Zhao did get buffs in this patch. And it's one of those champions. Oh, okay. You know what? We're gonna have a fight.
Hold on just 1 second. Jin is not here, so this is a 5v4, and it starts off correctly for University of Washington. That's 1 kill. Do we see a second one? Apollo flashing out. Dongbi is burning to a crisp with the ignite, but it's still just a double kill, completely clean for University of Washington. Almost as if it was scripted, and it walked right into the death bush.
Mortal Kombat!
Get over here!
Yeah, we had a bloodbath over on Isle Baron jungle side, and we got to clean up on that.
Bring my mop over. Start mopping that up.
Hey, you better do it quick, otherwise it just seeps into the river and it'll just turn red. And that's not a pretty look. I know Verizon's main color is red, but you know we gotta keep it clean.
Yeah, I mean you can't just have it splotchy, right? If we're going red, then we're going all the way. We're gonna make the entire rift bloody.
Oh well, okay. Well then, in that case, we need UW and UC Berkeley to constantly have fights in the river. then you can really live up to Vladimir's fantasy, which is that the rivers will run red.
Not in this game yet.
not yet. Could be there maybe next year or in a few months. We don't know where a Wild Rift is going, what champions they are prioritizing, but I can tell you one thing, Smacks, where we are going right now. It is in a world where Mango is getting a lot of stacks on this Adoration, and if no one attacks him like J Royal, might be able to stop the stacks from being cashed out.
Have that stand aside at the ready, so gank was really easy and to force the flash right away. And a barrier. Mango Neko out of defensive tools. We'll need to be a lot more careful, I should say. But he's still sticking around in that lane. Meanwhile, Apollo getting hit with the hammer. Man, not going to feel great. And Dobby getting the smite steal away too. Really nice jungle moves. Again, it's not the Lee Sin that we saw in the last game, but Dobby still finding ways to play aggressive in the early game on Wukong.
Yeah, just as soon as you see J Royal on the other side of the map making a gank move, you know you have enough time to be able to move on over, take it a buff away. J Royal, not necessarily going to be sad that he doesn't have a blue buff to go to, as he can always still farm up camps, but blue buff does give strong health regeneration whenever you're in the jungle, so if you ever make a gank, whether it succeeds or fails, you can always go back, let your HP go back to full, and then you don't have to recall. You can just look for another gank, for another skirmish.
Boy, oh boy, do I love skirmishes. Love to see some more of these fights. WLS now has access to the Slicing Maelstrom, so perfect time to try to get this cannon into a team fight. Or just, try to go for a solo kill. It seems like that's exactly what's going to happen. Barrier popped for Crystal. That's the lightning rush, but underneath the turret, it's a little difficult. The Shuriken lands. Flash out for WLS, not even needed. Clean solo kill right there, and more across the map.
Yeah, stacks were cashed out for Mango before he goes down. Dobby is here to arrive at the scene of the party. Hammer looks like he's the one that gets the killing blow on to... Actually, it's not quite the killing blow. Run, Hammer! Unfortunately for Jamie, almost had the potential to turn that one around. Was critically low on HP, but the curtain call not a wide enough arc to catch out Hammer for a kill.
Ooh.
You can never look away too long, Smacks, because someone is always going to go down. It's Dongbi that takes out Apollo.
Base damage is pretty big on this new patch, Rafa. We're seeing Dongbi very far ahead now on this new pick. New and improved, I should say. With the objective spawning, it definitely feels like University of Washington can go wherever they please. They don't have their ultimates yet. But the extra power that they're getting off of these kills, they've got a nice, sizable lead. They're going to be starting that one up right away, and it is the Rift Herald for Dobby.
I have to take a chance to see where items power spikes are for most of these members here. Because I imagine that Mango, if he has his Bloodthirster online, it's already feeling very, very oppressive in that Dragon Lane duo. Because you don't have enough burst damage between Jin and Lux at the moment to overcome that Bloodthirster shield and the life sustain. Or the life steal, I should say.
You know, Rafa, I think this is the first time in yesterday and today that we saw an objective trade as soon as they were spawned. So, nice job there. Nice job for Mango Neko also with the ultimate. Finding a whirling death mark onto Jamie. Another cash out, another kill for this Draven.
Yeah, this Malphite just becomes a powerful kill lane facilitator once you hit level 5. Jamie walks too far forward, no flash. That means it's an easy unstoppable force to land, and Mango Neko is able to clean it up. Rotating on over to the middle of the jungle, Apollo in the 1v1 with Dongbi, but Dongbi's got friends. So it's going to be an easy cleanup here. Now 8-3, 3,000 gold ahead.
When we're getting to look at these items, that is almost 6,000 for Mango Neko. It feels like we've been in this position before, Rafa. This Draven seems to be doing very, very well in these games. Lots of early power, scaling up to be a menace with the critical strike. And with Rift Herald getting 2 charges as well, University of Washington are well set on their path. They've got the treasure map directly to the Nexus. X marks the spot. They're still digging away, but they're making a lot of movement over to that side of the map. And it definitely feels like they just have a solid lead on this.
For the rest of UC Berkeley, item power spikes are coming online, but this isn't necessarily a team that scales just as hard or just as well. Thankfully, you're not dealing with champions from University of Washington that are like late game monsters like Vayne or Kale, but going up against a Draven that's very accelerated, it's very difficult. And you can see why when especially the rest of the squad comes through.
Again, we're seeing the University of Washington just understands how to play as a team. They know where to be when they can make these plays together. Mango Neko needs some backup so that he doesn't die to the curtain call. Another shot, the 4th one, will whiff. The flash is there for Mango Neko, and nobody falls in this play. But by nobody, I also am including the turret that is still standing.
Creative kills in the Baron lane. Crystal and it looks like Dobby went for a gank 2v1 onto Crystal, but Crystal is able to get one back.
Oh,
nice dodge from Apollo. Dongbi still on the pursuit. Oh god, Jace is so fast.
Definitely quite quick when you've got the extra boots movement speed there. I believe he did pop that extra speed when engaging that fight. Boots pretty important, as it turns out. You don't really think of it all that much, but you get the active item on top of the extra movement speed. And in the case of plated steel caps also, it's just a bunch of stats too. It's a really good item.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things you guys don't know from coming over from League of Legends, you're watching Wild Rift for the first time. Whenever you buy boots or tier 2 boots, you get a small active, and it's just a burst of movement speed. It's just like a very small mini ghost. Just think of it that way until you're in combat. Now, Mango and Hammer just showing how strong this lane is, and unfortunately for Jamie and Chickle Bums, they don't really have any strong ways of disengaging from a fight once Mango and Hammer started up.
A bunch of turret damage about to land from Mango Neko. The axes do indeed work on the turrets. Your eyes are not deceiving you, League of Legends fans. Raven has a lot of siege damage at his disposal. And speaking of damage, that is the Infinity Orb purchased by WLS, and it helps him get another solo kill. Apollo falls in the 1v1.
Infinity Orb is a very cool item in Wild Rift because it's spell crit. You basically get spell crit once your enemies that are caught up in the spell damage get to a certain HP threshold. So it's like an execute. This dragon easily secured for UW, turning their eyes on the Rift Herald. J-Roll tried to start it up, but he already knows, like, oh no, I'm not going to be able to finish this in time.
Yeah. Acceleration gate popped just to make sure everybody gets that extra movement speed to get over. And now, because the Rift Herald isn't under fire, they can take their time with it here, University of Washington. Again, I'm really impressed with this team, man. They seem to have a really solid understanding of what they want to do at any given moment. They're really the team so far that has understood Wild Rift's tempo the best. And I know what you're thinking out there. Oh, the caster just said tempo. It's important in this case because the game is so much faster than Wild Rift or than League of Legends, the PC counterpart. You do need to understand where you're actually capable of being and what you can do to make those plays happen.
Yeah.
Apollo having a tough time with that.
I think Jamie is also about to learn that same pain as well. when the map is significantly smaller in size and most of the champions are just faster at traversing compared to the League of Legends PC counterpart, you have less time to make decisions, less time to execute those decisions. And so it rewards those who are quick thinking and who are quick to commit. And I think there's an actual benefit to those that even if your decision is not the best decision, it's better than just being too passive. Because if you let the enemy team always be the proactive team making the moves and your reactions are too slow or not the greatest in hindsight, then you're going to fall extremely far behind.
4 kills everywhere. I believe that was another one picked up by Mango Neko on this Draven. Dragon Lane just seems to be a Thunderdome of death. Whenever we look somewhere else, somebody is dying up there. And usually it has been WLS, but this time Mango Neko taking that post in the Coliseum of Death. Drake not up for a while, so we're seeing UC Berkeley stack up on this side of the map for not a whole lot, unless they can spring a trap for somebody to walk into a bush. But doesn't look like University of Washington really care about that too much. They're instead moving in mid.
Just pushing further and further into enemy territory. It's no longer enemy territory when you control it. You're just taking everything away from UC Berkeley. WLS picks up a solo kill onto Apollo. Catching this wave will be pushing it on through and crashing it into this tier 2 turret through the Baron lane. Already Mango Neko making his way through. The rest of the members of UW just controlling this mid-wave push, and they can rotate on over and potentially crash and take down this tier 2 turret through the Baron lane.
They're all just stacking up in this quadrant together. They could start taking the turrets, like you said, Rafa. They could also just start jumping on these guys and starting up a fight. It's like there aren't enough members aligned on the side of UC Berkeley to even consider it quite yet, because they want to go for the big money. They want to hit the slot machine 777 with the Malphite ultimate into the Cannon ultimate, the Cyclone on Wukong. I mean, you might as well roll big when you're rolling this high on your gold. 10k in the lead. Another turret falls. We're 30 seconds away from this Drake. You got to get corralling into this pit. And then we can start to see the fireworks.
Sometimes the threat of the ability being up is greater than the actual uses of the ability itself. So for University of California and Berkeley, they always have to keep in mind if they're trying to rotate through the jungle just to kind of collapse and support a turret from falling, and they have to fear, oh god, you know, what part is warded? What part am I about to face check into a Malphite cannon, right? And so these moves from University of Washington have been so calculated, so well timed. They're coordinating their wave crashes in these rotations so that UC Berkeley always are losing something wherever they go.
Drake pickup is a bunch of extra damage. They don't feel satisfied with this quite yet. Nobody tried to contest that Drake. I think it's a good call for UC Berkeley to not go for that one. They don't necessarily need to try to fight this, but the Baron is an entirely different story. You do definitely want to have some vision on this play. Thunderdome continues. Another 1v1 claims the life of Apollo up in the top lane. Oh.
I mean, Apollo is trying super hard to just find resources wherever he can. And unfortunately, when the mid lane is already being taken up by your Dragon Laner and support, then you have to go somewhere else to a side lane to get resources for yourself. Because if Lucian can hit 3 items and dodge out on a lot of the crowd control from UW, Lucian can pop on these team fights. And we've seen from Apollo before, when he's been ahead, a lot easier to navigate those fights. But this time around, 13,000 gold ahead. UW, they are just a couple steps away from being able to close out this game and locking themselves in for the top 3.
Teleporting into this fight, it's a nice light binding. Some damage can pop onto those members, but Chicklebum's not looking for the ultimate with the final spark quite yet. Inhibitor turret falling. Here it is!
Boom! Unstoppable force right onto the front line. Jamie is gone. We got Wukong Cyclone slicing Maelstrom right on top of it. You said it before, it's the Venn diagram of death into an ace. And University of Washington, congratulations to you guys. You'll be moving on to the winners finals. and also cementing yourselves into the top 3.
Huge congratulations right there. They don't have to worry about any more best of ones in this tournament anymore. Only best of 3s for here on out. And speaking of, I believe that was the last best of 1 that we're showing on the stream right now, Rafa. We're going to be jumping into those upper finals and lower finals and grand finals very soon. So, yeah, that fast-paced series action of the best of 1, we're going to have to say goodbye there. But that doesn't mean that we won't see any more fast-paced action in the games. We've already had some really solid best of 3s just yesterday, so getting right back into the swing of that.
Just taking a look back at this stat page once again. Dongbi was deathless. Hammer, deathless as well. Everyone on this roster performed insanely well. Mango also showing us the power of their Draven once again. I mean, if you cannot shut down the Draven in the early game, then this Draven just becomes a giant snowball that morphs into like the ones you see from the Indiana Jones film series, Max. It just, you can't stop him.
Have you ever played the game Inside?
Yeah. You're right. That's also another one. I mean, I figured that Inside kind of took inspiration from the Indiana Jones films, but you know, it achieves the same message. The analogy still gets there. Now, we are going to be going to a quick break. However, before we do that, chat, we are actually... You know what, Max? I think it's time. I think we got to do it for the chat. They just saw a banger best of 1, and now we gotta give them a chance to win some cash. It is time for the Verizon 5G giveaway. Another $500 going to one lucky person in chat as long as you type Verizon 5G. I want to see for only nothing but Verizon 5Gs in the chat for the next 30 seconds to a minute. One lucky person. Smacks, are you participating?
No, I'm not. I gotta get ready for the next game, man. I gotta get my preparation down.
Understandable.
Also,
Fair enough.
Gotta give these students a chance to win that $500. After this one, I believe this is number 8 on the giveaway, so we only have 2 more afterward. We're gonna be spreading those out in the next best of 3 series. Yeah, like you said, Rafa, make sure you're in the chat. Type in Verizon 5G. You'll be entered to win. You only have to type it once, and you'll be in.
That's
once
right.
That window opens up, and it should be open right now, so definitely give that a go. And yeah, let's take a look down memory lane on these Draven plays.
I'm just letting the moment soak in right now, Smacks, because sometimes, you know, as much as commentary can provide hype and just excitement and over-amplifying an already high play, I think this is one of the moments where UW plays speak for themselves.
Like looking out on top of a large horizon view, seeing it all off in the distance, all the mountains and plains and everything. You can just see it all and just bask in the glow.
Yeah, just want to take it in. And what we're going to be taking in, we need a chance to recharge our batteries as we're getting ready for our best of 3s for the rest of the broadcast today. Starting with our winners finals, is going to be Clemson University taking on University of Washington. Stick around, chat. We'll be right back. Oh, what's up, Smacks? You know what I'm doing right now? I was getting in a quick little Wild Rift ARAM on my Verizon 5G LTE phone. Or Verizon 5G. Yeah. LTE is the older. Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational, brought to you by myself, Rafa, and Smacks. We're getting into our winners finals. This is going to be Clemson University taking on University of Washington, representing Group A and D, respectively. They have come all the way here. They're already in the top 3, Smacks, because even if they lose the winners finals, they'll go to the losers finals. And whether they win or lose there, or the worst case scenario, they're coming out 3rd place. They will get an invitation to the Verizon Code Red tournament this Thursday. So, already massive celebrations in order for both Clemson and UW.
Mm-hmm. And we have been watching these teams all throughout the day. At least one of them has been in every match that we've seen. University of Washington do have a substitution, so that's something that we're going to have to keep in mind. But I believe we're going to be taking a look at the bracket. I believe I heard that correctly. We're going to be looking at the journey that these teams took to get here.
From the side of the winners bracket, Clemson coming all the way through Group A, and then through CU Black, Miami University, Ohio, who they already fought in the round robin. Now cement their spot in the top 3 in this winners finals. University of Washington in a similar path, going through Winthrop, UC Berkeley in their rematch. Now here. And we also have our lower bracket, just to give you an idea of who could come in as our 3rd seed, because there's still one more spot for the invitation to the Code Red tournament later this Thursday, and there's also a 4th seed spot. They will not get an invitation to the Code Red tournament, but they will receive some cash of the $10,000 prize pool, $1,000 to be exact. Be $2,000 to the 3rd place team, $3,000 to the 2nd place team, and $4,000 to the 1st place team. Already, you see Miami University, Ohio, waiting for their expected opponent between Winthrop University and Illinois Esports, Northwood and University and Colorado University of Black. The winner of those will take on the UC Berkeley team.
I believe, yeah.
That's right.
Yep. So we have some of these teams that we're going to be watching later on. I believe eventually we're going to get the lower finals. By eventually I mean probably after this.
Yeah.
Is when we're going to be getting that. But this is a best of 3. So we're going to be taking a look at these 2 teams that we've already watched. I mentioned before that University of Washington has a substitution, and that is in the support role. Hammer is out for right now, and Chapagetti is here. It's a new type of pasta, I presume.
Chapagetti. I think if you say it and you move your fingers and your hands in that way, you get the essence of it. No, I'm just kidding. Chapagetti. I wonder if this is a type of spaghetti that literally chops through people. Or a choppa. With like the New York accent. If you're calling in a choppa. But for the side of blue, aka Clemson University, no substitutions. They're rocking with the same starting roster that we saw at the beginning of the day. I'm sorry, Smack.
That's all right. You
Always.
know what? What better way to get into talking about our good friends over at Verizon? So there is 5G, and then there's 5G built for gamers. Verizon built its ultra-wideband network to deliver an at-home gaming experience on the go. Less lag and more pentakills. And I, for one, am a pretty big fan of pentakills. I like getting pentakills, and I hope that we get to see some of those today. Although the queen of pentakills herself, Katarina, was banned out. So none from that champion, unfortunately. But it looks like it very well could be a Jack's first pick. This is a pick that we got to see from Clemson University in their first match of the day. It looked so good. I can't believe that it's not being banned away. But this is best of 3, so they very well could ban it in the next one.
We also saw Otter King pull out the Lee Sin as well. But this time around, they are respecting that Dobby also has a pretty damn good Lee Sin as well. They don't want to take it to chance that they would be able to rotate it off or pick it off of their first rotation. And go with this Misfortune. Misfortune did receive a buff this patch, and if you were watching the Horizon Cup, Roaster Y from Korea kind of innovated this build with a Serelda's Grudge Rush from Misfortune, where you get that item, and then every time you cast your ulti, you're going to be covering an entire field, an entire arc, and it's slowing, and it's doing a lot of damage. Now, if you don't want to invest into utility first, she does still pack a punch if you get some crit early on.
The Winter Wonderland build, where you make it rain, and you deck the halls with Boughs of Holland, getting in the spirit of the festivities here in December. That is the Serelda's Grudge build. But it is very nicely counteracted by the Braum. You have the Unbreakable Shield there to make sure that the bullet time can't reach your backline. I really like this counter pick for Etherealist. And you have the extra poke damage from Varus too. This composition is really, really solid. They'll have to make sure to deal with this Wukong well. And now another Assassin. This is the first Fizz that we're seeing of this tournament, but another very fun champion.
WLS is hovering that Ahri. It's a little bit of kind of a flex in terms of playstyle between Control Mage and Assassin. Probably the key word for it was mobile. This is also mobile, but also has high single target kill threat power. You land Chum the Waters onto one poor unsuspecting foe. You can get it from Fog of War as well. Then there's almost no way for them to outplay it apart from a instantaneous reaction using Flash or some type of mobility spell. And right now, it's kind of limited to the members of the team Clemson have locked in so far, because either they're really dependent on Flash or their mobility relies on jumping to a specific target.
Targets need to be careful, as if Braum does jump to you or Jax jumps to you to get out of the Fizz range, then you very well could be bringing that Jump the Water over. So
all about timing.
Can get a little scary. Yeah, I've definitely been there with Rakan. Rakan's Battle Dance. Oh, hey, look, it's Rakan. Rakan can sometimes have that problem where you're trying to dash out, you have to dash to your teammate. I've definitely snared some teammates by bringing over a Senna snare over to them. But regardless, it is still a fun support champion, and it pairs really well with things like the Wukong and the Fizz, because you get the extra dive buddies to bounce off of with your Battle Dance to get everybody charmed up. And I really want to see the new Mega Drive item on this champion. I feel like it's so strong on Rakan, because it lets you use your active item a lot more in a team fight. So maybe that's something that we can see from the new sub in player Chapagetti. But if not, I understand. You know, it's a new item. I'll just be sad about it.
Otter King might be showing us a Riven performance in this first game of our best of 3 for the winners finals. Now up to University of Washington. What is going to be their last pick? They have a Baron laner to secure for Chapagetti here, as we
This is looking like a Fizz jungle, Rob. I'm feeling it in my bones. I'm feeling that this is a throwback patch of old. I believe this is 2.3.
You know what? I can buy into that. That's definitely in the cards here, because if you look at Wukong, Twisted Fate, and Fizz, I don't know if you want to send Fizz into Jax. You definitely don't want to send Twisted Fate into Jax either.
Definitely
because not. Gold card immediately countered by Counter-Strike, literally in the name. Wukong has... I mean, to be honest, none of these matchups are really great into Jax, because all their damage is really reliant on auto attacks, at least during the laning phase. But, you know, maybe the Fizz can get away through the jungle, because Riven is not a champion that will be putting... Actually, depending on how much practice Otter King has, Riven has a lot of mobility, access to level 1. So if you can get lane priority, you can evade this Fizz, and you can make him very, very sad.
Sad little fish boy. Oh, that would just break my heart. Although Fizz is kind of just the most annoying champion in Wild Rift. So.
I was about to say, I don't feel like you actually have that much sympathy for Fizz here. I feel
like Fizz. Fizz is cool.
Well, I almost feel like you would be the recipient of multiple Fizz dives, especially in solo queue, where your Dragon Laner then starts spamming, pinging you for like, bro, support me, help me, and you're just like, I don't know what I can do here. And we're not getting Fizz jungle smacks. Dobby is still taking the Wukong. I'm guessing this is just a straight up Baron lane Fizz.
Yeah. Feels that way to me. I am a little surprised by this because the Fizz matchup into that Jax, like we were saying, doesn't seem amazing. But it's also one that we haven't explored all that much, in our games that we've covered or played ourselves. Perhaps Fizz is just a fully competent Baron laner, already getting a pretty nice trade-off. So, it's looking good already.
Well, that was kind of sick. He autoed immediately into Tidal Trickster, so by the time he comes back down for the second cast of that, the auto reset timer is already back up. So he can get a almost undeniable electrocute proc on those trades. Terramina probably doesn't have access to Counter-Strike quite yet, but once he does, that matchup should be much easier for him to navigate.
I believe we did just see that was popped, and the trade was a lot easier. WLS forced a little bit low. Dabo makes some nice chunk from the grand entrance on the Rakan from Chapaghetti. See the battle dance really helping out the mobility of this champion from the support role. Always so fun to see just Rakan players bouncing around in this lane trying to get some priority. But Mango Neko, not so lucky. Does need to go and take that honey fruit just to survive in this lane and potentially receive a jungle gank. Stabby on this bottom side of the map. More interested in Scuttle Crab for now. There's a possibility of a gank afterward. See where this monkey decides to go.
Definitely not a bed. You've heard the story about monkeys jumping on a bed and they fall off and they
I have.
bump their head. Dobby wants to bump heads with the enemy, and mainly with the Cyclone. Make them go bounce and then, and send them to the Nexus.
I feel like that monkey story was only told just so that little children would not jump on beds.
I think, yeah, I think that's the whole purpose of any nursery rhymes that you hear or any type of children's story. It's all supposed to be quote unquote lessons or things that parents just don't want their kids to do. So that way it's like, hey, don't do this, or boogeyman's gonna get you. Now, I don't know if scary stories always translate well.
Maybe
dramatic.
Like the old lady that swallowed a fly.
Oh yeah,
remember that one?
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
That one was kind of morbid. You remember?
Mm-hmm.
It was like little old lady swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die.
Yeah, it's like,
whoa.
We're introducing that kind of vocabulary already.
Perhaps what?
You're telling these to kids? So far, 3.5 minutes into the game, Smacks, and there was a potential for action, but as soon as Dongbi popped Destiny, the rest of Clemson University backed off. However, what the fetch is going on here? Dongbi and Dobby, the dynamic Hawkcell duo, pick up first blood.
Oh, wait, check up in the Baron lane here, Rafa. Terramina getting the better end of this 1v1, now trying to push out. There's a Wukong on the way, full HP. I don't think Terramina can live this one. Nope, no leap strike, no counter strike. Strike out, actually.
Yeah, Dobby just paying a little visit, and Terramina is terminated.
Hey. WLS, not before going down, will be a solo kill over to Terramina, so there's still some scaling opportunities to be had in the side lane, which they will need, because as of right now, University of Washington are very far ahead. They haven't started taking out these objectives, but the lane leads in terms of the gold are really big.
So far, still somewhat an even game, but the slight pull ahead from University of Washington. You already gave us a little bit of your predictions, Max. You have been looking at UW's gameplay and their macro understanding, calling them out as one of the best in the tournament. Could be the best today. And if they are able to take this winners finals into their own hands and they go on to grand finals, not allow for a reset. And look at that, WLS this time gets the upper hand in the 1v1 against Terramina. Another kill over on the board of UW.
Consider your waters chummed, fool. WLS strikes again. Doesn't have a lot of priority on the other side of the map. Actually,
that was close.
Oh man, that's Drake secured. So they actually just had two plays happen at the same time there, Roth. A solo kill in the Baron lane means that you can't actually go for a Rift Herald. And you can't go for anything mid lane either. Because University of Washington just run around the Rift like it's their own home.
Like kids at a Chuck E. Cheese party, man.
Collect those tickets.
They're collecting more than tickets. They're cashing them out for objectives. Already, Dobby's probably got like 3,000 tickets already. Looks like he's going to give the Rift Herald plushie over to Dongbi. What he will do with that Rift Herald, who knows? Could look to unlock the mid lane turret. Could look to pay a visit over to the other side of the map. Ethereal says, no more tickets for you. That's enough pizza, my kid. Dongbi gonna have to back away.
And this reminds me of a story that my uncle Bruno once told me, where he was in a relationship and she brought all of her kids around and they were running around the crib like it was Chuck E. Cheese. It was crazy.
I think my Uncle Pack also told me about that. We've got the fight in the river. And just like that, it's over. Or Debo wants it to be over. It's definitely lights out for him. A triple kill picked up by Dobby. University of Washington. Their plays are so smooth, you could call it Silk Sonic.
It's like that time that Uncle Andy was in a jam with his lover's ex-man who was in the UFC. It was ridiculous. Can't believe it. I am in disbelief at what we're seeing right now.
Well, we could have a potential comeback around. Otter King expending full amount of damage. However, there's not enough backup. Two-man taunt from What the Fatch is only just going to stop the rest of UW in their tracks. A lot of damage with the Gusts of Wind, or Winds of War, I should say. But Mango quick on the barrier. Gonna save his life, not give up another death over to Clemson. They
Another
are
fight up in the Baron lane. Twisted
Destiny.
Fate arrives. Well, looks like Jax has Counter-Strike up because we can't actually get that gank off. This is what we were talking about. Terramina is going to be really hard to take down, even from a gigantic lead like this, because this Jax will scale up and just have that Counter-Strike available for everything. Can't be stunned up by the Twisted Fate. Can be attacked very easily by champions like this Wukong and the Fizz. And we're seeing that that is a turret taken already by this Jax. Although it might be a revenge kill here for WLS.
I don't know. WLS is still low on HP. Already used to chum the waters. Terramina buys his way out of that 1v1. Mango Neko, it's a lot of damage. However, when you've got a monkey waiting in the wings to just turn things around, Cyclone does go burr. And down goes Debo and Etherealist. You have Otter King in the wings. You also have What the Fatch. A flash away. You know, I would flash away too.
Yeah, you do not want to be in the mix with that Braum and that Ribbon. Although, perhaps Mango Neko is more daring than us, as he's sticking around, trying to push in this wave.
He's not afraid of anything.
No, definitely not. The whole team has his back here, as has been true of this entire tournament. Now, in this upper finals, feels like University of Washington can do no wrong. They're trying desperately to win this one and make it immediately into that top two, into that grand finals. As a reminder to everybody, first prize is $4,000 for your team. Not bad at all.
4K, baby. That means if you split it among 5 teammates, everyone is getting $800. Not bad.
Math.
Yeah, especially for a college student, it's really nice too.
Oh boy.
It's not an easy time financially being a college student. It's not an easy time for Terramina as well when you got 3 people all running you down in the river.
Strike up. The Rift Herald spawning soon. There's also an Ocean Dragon, so wherever University of Washington want to go, they will find some objective to take, or some fight to take, rather, as a Etherealist falls to the second Cyclone,
oh, no.
and the Savior, What the Fatch, trying to save everybody, will end up falling as well. There's another turret. This is getting a little bit one-sided, might I say. Dare I say it, Rafa?
The snowballs that we have seen in these games are very indicative of whenever a team secures a lead, they understand how to continue accelerating it. And it's very difficult for the enemy team to come back. There are definitely ways to do it, but they have not been able to execute or find windows where they catch the winning team off guard. Because usually either the winning team has just grouped everyone together and been very secure about not giving over any leads, right?
Oh boy. Aramina, this is not where you want to be. Even with the Counter-Strike, dodging out on the gold card, there's nowhere to go. No possible target to leap strike out to. Oh, wait. That's kind of big. That's a nice pickoff onto WLS.
I wonder how much shutdown gold that Clemson University get off that. This is still a best of 3, so game 1, not looking too hot for Clemson University, but if you are a Clemson fan, then do not fret. You can always make a statement in game 2 to come back to game 3. Whereas for UW, they are in a winning position right now. 12,000 gold, Rift Herald. The second one has already been secured. If they win another fight, and there are no members left on the field from Clemson, they can take that Rift Herald and look to end the game in one last push.
Oh! Cyclone on multiple members. There's still a Guardian Angel available for this Wukong, so even if that Chains of Corruption pops, it's going to be okay, but Chapagetti, the substitute support, arrives with the gigantic play. Triple kill for Mango, make it a quadra kill. And Rafa, everybody's dead. The death timers are long. This could be game 1.
Yeah, and Rift Herald is available from Dongbi. We said it before. They can just drop it. They'll be able to use the Rift Herald to take up turret aggro, so all 5 members can push in. And just one last time, 3 seconds on Etherealist, 3 seconds on Otter King, but I don't know if they're going to be enough smacks. This Rift Herald is going to crash into the turret. They might not even get a chance to end the game. There it is. Bam! Game 1 goes over to UW.
And if this was League of Legends PC, that Rift Herald would be dancing away right now, because that was a clean end of this game. We have not even seen a Baron here for University of Washington quite yet. They have been winning so fast in these games. A lot of props to these guys. They are really showing up when it matters most in this upper final. They want that prize, Rob.
$4,000 split among 5 college students. I mean, whether it's split or not, 4th K is a lot of money. And the difference of 4,000 to potentially being only 3,000 or 2,000 is a lot. So you can already see that UW, they are trying to push forward to make sure that they're the ones that secure the #1 prize. Clemson University, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They have to take a look. They already banned the Lee Sin because they knew that Dobby was performing exceptionally well on an early game powerhouse like that champion. But this Wukong has been a huge comfort pick for Dobby, so I wonder if side of Clemson will look to respect it and ban it away as well.
No, you mentioned that University of Washington will have their prize split between 5 members. I feel like Chapagetti just earned his cut on this one.
True.
That was a crazy play to explode that entire team fight from the Rakan. Chef's kiss right there. That was beautiful. I really love the triple knock-up right there. And we're going to have to keep seeing what's going on with University of Washington. Do they stick with this lineup? Do they bring back in Hammer? I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on here, but either way, Clemson have a lot that they need to offer for us if they want to get this reverse sweep underway.
Yeah, Clemson probably going back to the drawing board, taking some time to themselves. In the meantime, we're going to be sending it to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Clemson and University of Washington. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're casters, but in a way, we are also observers because we are watching the game unfold. And we got to tell you what's going on. But shout outs to our production and observers. They have been doing a great job. And it's always a team effort here, Smacks, because when we first started as casters, we had to do the observing and the production ourselves sometimes. We would even have to do the streaming as well. Can you imagine a world where we still have to manage our OBS scenes and like figuring out, okay, while we're talking and, you know, trying to propel the narrative forward, we have also trying to switch our scenes and do the stinger transitions
like
at the same time. Yeah, like that's
yep.
We would have to multitask so hard, and it's so difficult.
It's very difficult. We've tried it. It's just not easy. And if we were to swap jobs, if the observers got on the cast and we were observing, this stream would look terrible. I promise you. These guys are so good. Give them some love on our production here at AVGL. Also give these teams some love as we're getting into the second game. Garen instantly first picked Rafa. We are taking a departure from the Jax train. We're going over to Demacia.
I think this is an indicator of how much of a shift towards early game power the side of Clemson University need to make, because, you know, their composition last time, Terramina, powerful split pusher, but it takes a while to come online. You need that Trinity Force, you need that Blade of the Rune King. Garen? Dude, Garen is just a giant meatball. He's a stat stick. He just walks up, he down smashes with a decisive strike, and then he spins to win on top of you, and for some reason, he's just super hard to kill. And you can just do it all with a dead man's plate.
Pretty good. It's definitely not bad for Garen as the first pick, likely going up to that Baron lane with Terramina, but it is also a support champ. And yes, you did hear me correctly.
Yes.
Audience at home, Garen can be played support, and let me tell you, it's pretty good. And this isn't just like a Smack-specific meme like I was talking about with Jarvan support. I can understand why you'd be skeptical of me after I keep telling you that how good Jarvan support is. Trust me, Jarvan support is good. Garen support has actually seen competitive international play in its one game. So just know that. Anyway, Seraphine and Vera's locked in. This means that we do have that same backline power that we saw before from Clemson University. They have a lot of access to picks, and they're going to need it, Rafa, because they've got a lot of mobility that they need to deal with. This Kennen, if he can get into melee range, get that slicing maelstrom down. If Irelia can do the same with all of her just dashes every which way, there's going to be some problems.
Almost the Venn diagram, Smacks. We can almost be there. And look at this.
Irelia makes it a different shape, though. It's some weird geometry going on.
We're not counting Irelia quite yet. Irelia is just showing up to the party. You know, it's just kind of there. And we saw Dobby pull out the Aurelia yesterday as well. This champion, like the Jax and the Fiora, does take a while to come online. You need, you know, Blade of the Rune King is a nice power spike if you're snowballed ahead, but if you're going even, then you really do need both Trinity Force and Blade of the Rune King before you start just blade surging your way through victory and taking out multiple members in fights. This Rengar ban. My man Otter King is also a man of culture, knowing that the knife cat can be pretty sick.
That's true. Our good friend Leo played only Rengar to get to Diamond, so you know that's more of a testament to how good Leo is probably. But Rengar definitely a sufficient tool to get to that point, and a sufficient enough champion to need to ban away.
Yeah.
Especially when you're thinking about really sick jungle champions like Jhin that's just been locked.
The more games that you put on Rengar, the more fluid you get with his combos, and you can get to just one-shot territory once you put in enough time. But we still have the Jax. However, because the Garen has been locked in, we also have the Seraphine. Now, we could see some crazy role swaps here, but you know what? Let's wait until the last pick from Clemson University before we start picking positions and assigning everyone which role they're going to go. It's Nami support. So this means that Seraphine going to go in the mid lane for What the Fatch. We're going for a double Enchanter run through Because Debo will have Varus as well, you have some decently long-range poke as well to try and sustain yourselves and get through the laning phase. You have a strong duo lane, and you can buy time for Otter King on this Jax to scale up and get to that 2-item power spike. He'll be a powerful split laner. And then you're going to have Garen on probably... I think what's happening, Smacks, is Clemson University, past the 8-minute mark or the 10-minute mark, Otter King is just going to be splitting by himself in a side lane. And you have this 4-man core, your front line Garen standing in front of the 2 enchanters and your back line. And because you have these 2 enchanters, Garen will be very, very hard to kill. However, if you just get past him, then it will be very, very scary for your 2 enchanters and your squishy Varus.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about the late game dream moments here for the side of Clemson University, and we talked a lot about that in the first game. Didn't quite make it that far. They had a lot of struggles in the early game, and it feels like that is where they really need to start cleaning up their gameplay. They really need to make sure that they're not falling behind at that stage. If they are going to be picking scaling like they did in this game again, play more defensively, you got to play as a team, and you have to read out the movements of the enemies that you are there to counteract, and you are there to land your defensive crowd control, things like the Encore and the Tidal Wave and the Bubble, all these enchanter spells that are specifically good for playing backward and playing defense. You want to pop those on your assailants, and they will just be crowd controlled. You can walk away. If they can do that, then I feel like we could potentially get to that game.
Other side, UW, no Wukong, but Aurelia is not necessarily the most impactful champion in the early game. Flawless Duet is a skill shot, crowd control ability, so if you land it, then cool, you're going to get double cast of Blade Surge, but more than likely, Dobby just kind of wants the early game to just to slow down a bit,
Definitely possible. We're seeing that Dobby, he's had some ridiculous early on things like the Lee Sin and the Wukong even. So that's definitely something that he could look to do. The Wukong more along the lines of a champion that wants to farm up until that level 5 mark and then start killing you. It's just player preference at this point, because we know that he can go for early plays. We know he can go for early invades. It's just whether or not he wants to do that and whether or not he feels like it is the right call in a game like this against these champions that are a little bit more durable than the last one. This Garen, for instance, you mentioned how unkillable this champion can feel sometimes.
Early trades can definitely be advantageous. However, because he's not ranged, trying to exit out of the trades can be a bit of a doozy with LOS, WLS, despite taking a lot of damage to the face from Garen early on, is able to walk him out with some auto attacks and that ranged shuriken as well. Terramina going to have to rely on his natural sustain that he gets from his passive. Dobby has been full clearing his jungle for the most part. Same with Otter King, knowing that Dobby will not be looking to influence the map. So both of these champs will get to level 5 relatively fast. The question is, can UW try and make early game plays to make sure that Otter King does not accelerate too fast?
Nothing too crazy quite yet. Both junglers are just farming, like you said, so they will be the first members on the Rift that hit level 5. As long as you are finding efficient pathing and you're finding ways to kill those camps, and that's exactly what will happen. WLS, again, we're just watching these trades and how close they actually are. Scannon, once it hits level 5, it's definitely a champion that's more suited for more than 1v1 combat. Garen will certainly be favored with the Demacian Justice. It's definitely possible for Kennen to win this 1v1, but you're definitely expecting Terramina to want to win that 1v1 as soon as that ultimate arrives. With this recall, see what the purchase is. Oh, it's a full phage. All right, so this is Black Cleaver Rush.
Or on the damage side for Terramina, can still build off tank. And even with Black Cleaver, you're not going to get as much durability and resistances as you would a item like Deadman's or Sunfire. However, you will be slightly faster thanks to the Black Cleaver passive. We've got a gank in the mid lane, though, and that's First Blood.
That was a Vanguard's Edge flash there from Dabi. I saw that on my screen. Lands it, gets the kill onto What the Fetch. There's no possibility for him to flash out of that one. There's just so much crowd control combined with the brand as well. I like that plan. Oh, Dongbi. This is just dirty if he gets the steal. Oh, the smite was used
early. Full combo down. He doesn't care about just getting the buff because he knows he's going to get both of them. He solos out Otter King, who was not suspecting the brand would show up after the gank already came through mid lane.
That just feels mean.
Hey,
Otter
man.
King just farming away.
You say it's mean. This is what I call doing anything to win.
Yeah, what would you feel like if that happened to you in your jungle? You were just
I'd be
taking away your red
pissed.
buff.
But like, you know, at the same time, if I'm the brand and I'm the Aurelia, I'm like, good job. You gotta put them in the dirt.
Got him. Oh boy. Objectives up. Oh, What the Fetch was attempting a roam. I like this try. It's hard to take out a cannon, but as long as you're moving and trying to get some pressure on top of him, you can see that WLS is forced to spot out to see if that Rift Herald is started up. So it's not. Luckily for the side of University of Washington, it does mean that Dabi can just instantly take out this dragon, and with the help of the team, it looks like that which will not be contested at all.
It's an Infernal Dragon as well, so an extra scaling with the ability power and AD. Oh, they want to fight this fight. Chopaghetti throwing down the Glacial Fissure, knocking up Devbo. Flash comes out. Nice Chain of Corruptions is going to slow Mango and Chopaghetti's stead. However, they're going to tank the turret shot. Chopaghetti trying to tank one more turret shot. Does not go down. It's calculated. It's precise. And it's the Dragon Duo lane of... UW. Mango dodging out.
No
on
way.
the Encore and the Tidal Wave, but still is going to get run down here. A Flash. He had the barrier too. Oh, that could have been a great escape. Almost well played by Mango.
Yeah, it was a nice try. Dodged out on both the ultimates. So that part of it was pretty impressive. Didn't have the flash anymore thanks to that turret dive. But yeah, the barrier deemed not worth it was going to be killed anyway. And that might be true, but yeah, it is a little bit of a head scratcher that it wasn't used regardless. Both objectives picked up by Dabi. Complete domination over the whole rift. Again, for University of Washington. I feel like I've said that a few times today, but that's just because it's true, Rafa. And do I seem like a liar to you? No. I'm going to answer it right now. I don't lie.
I feel like you've done that to me on TFT before. WLS, I won't lie to you. He's dead.
You're right about that.
And it's just
You're
facts on
definitely
screen.
not a liar.
Otter King is also going to go down. Etherealist is trying to assist their jungler in taking this Rift Herald. They might have secured it. However, Dabi and Dongbi are here to rain destruction. Terramina, though, in backup with What the Fetch. They got multiple shutdowns onto the Hawk-Sao duo.
Ooh.
And now we have a 2-on-1 situation.
One
Debo
more
getting dove
shot.
on the tower. Once again, Chain of Corruption is going to lock him down. Mango will not go down to the turret. Was close.
Man, very close right there for Mango Neko. But just action all across the board at this point. Kills traded back this time for Clemson. They actually do pick up, I believe, 3 of them in that exchange just all around the map. Going to keep them in this game and get some more gold advanced into them, which is exactly what you want on a scaling composition. If you're fighting a lot in the early game and you're trading, then you're sort of buying into the early game playstyle, but as long as you are trading kills evenly, it just accelerates the pace of the game, and you can get to that late game fantasy a lot faster. Now, 7 minutes into this game, that is where they're looking to start taking control back in this game. It's going to be hard, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 3,000. It's actually not quite 3,000 yet. Just under it. So 2 to 3K deficit means that Clemson are not completely out of the game, and they have strong scaling advantages. It has not been blown out of the water. Next objective is going to be for a couple of minutes. Rift Herald will be spawning at 9 minutes. Rest of side of University of Washington. They have some scaling components as well, but they would definitely be on the side where they are pushing the pace.
That is so much brand damage. Encore onto multiple members, but Etherealist is just not tanky enough in this front line. What the Flash being flashed upon. Nice flash in response, does not get hit by that deadly flurry. Is going to stay alive. Will need to remain in the mid lane to clear out this wave so it doesn't get taken out, but just too low. Rafa cannot save the turret and could potentially be under fire to a second Rift Herald charge here.
Curtain call comes out from Mango, trying to dissuade any member like What the Fatch from trying to defend the Rift Herald from crashing. 1300 on the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Reinforcements from Otter King and Etherealist have arrived to defend. Terramina critically low on HP, waiting for that Garen passive to come back up. Getting 50 HP per second. Or, oh, it's missing percentage HP. I didn't know. Thought it was just a flat max. Whoa! What? That's gross.
Yeah, whatever numbers you were calculating in your head, I think you had it a little low because Terramina was ready for anything. All of that dunk damage onto WLS. You have to be more careful about this. You're only playing that cannon. Not suitable in the 1v1. You want to get to those team fights and not give over these big shutdowns and big momentum to the enemy dragon, or Baron laner, I should say. Terramina on a tear.
Tearing it up, man. Last time we said that he was the one that got terminated, but he's the one he's the Terminator this time around. Huge tidal wave across 3 people. Chant of Corruption is going to lock them all down. However, Otter King and Wild the Fatch have already bitten the dust here. They traded out for Dobby. The rest of University of Washington now on the pursuit. Curtain call. So find... oh my god. What? 738 damage on that last curtain call bullet, almost taking the bow out completely. Will survive, but the tier 2 turret will be the one that is destroyed, and the Rift Herald on rotation from UW will be their prize as well.
Oh god, I feel like I just got hit with a defibrillator with that chin ultimate shot.
Clear.
Debo.
You just got shot back to reality, Smacks. Man.
Oh god.
Wasn't expecting that damage come out from that Jin, weren't you?
Definitely not. Clemson still haven't been able to pick up one of these objectives. 2 Rift Heralds, 2 Drakes for University of Washington. Oh man, I'm still trying to recover as Terramina in this 1v2. I don't know if this is the play that you want.
Do it. Great. Oh, but it's What the Fatch with the Encore. They're the ones stopping the show. Rift Herald still able to make their way through the tier 1 turret. Is not going to get another charge, though. And Dobby would love to get back into the fight, but it's a 1-on-3. However, the rest of UW have dealt away with Debo through the Dragon Lane.
Terramina is starting to be unlocked by the rest of the squad here for Clemson. I really like the fact that they're buying in to this Fed Garen, bringing all the resources over there. You've got 2 enchanters. Well, time to do some enchant.
Enchant Terramina to their final form. Flash away from Dongbi on the Searing Flame, making sure that he does not get stunned up. And Terramina, when we've talked about double enchanter comps, we have seen the likes of Seraphine Sona, Seraphine Nami, and even, I think another one was Sona Lux at one point. Normally, the recipients of this type of composition are things, strong fighters like Xin Zhao, Olaf, that just want to run in. Garen,
oh boy,
deceptively kind of fits the same description. The Encore, unfortunately, goes wide, but that is just going to push UW away from this Garen.
We're getting down to the point where both teams have acknowledged 5v5 team fight will eventually need to happen, so we will need to be prepared for it. Terramina will need to be the front line and the damage if that's going to be true, like you said, Rafa, where they're enchanting the Garen over anybody else. Everybody else is just trying to be some utility. Oh boy.
Garen running into the front line. Terramina on top of 3 members, but he needs the enchanters to buff him up to make sure that he's topped off on HP. He can't do it on a solo mission. The curtain call was the one that just pushed the rest of Clemson University back into the safety of their base. And further down the lane, Terramina is able to trade back onto Dongbi. However, the 1-on-1 trade leaving the side of UW without 1 damage dealer in exchange for 1 front line from Clemson.
Pretty big pick On to Terramina. That's a pretty big shutdown. That is the big damage carry that we've seen from before, from the get-go, really. Lots of solo kills on WLS. The first player that we've seen take down this cannon in a very efficient and easy way. And it's with the first pick, Garen. This is a champion that they selected that had all of the opportunity to be counterpicked. But Terramina just very confident in this one. And look, they're actually starting up on this Drake. Nobody is in position quite yet. You only have to really fend off the Brand and the Aurelia until the rest of the team falls up.
The Pyroclasm is available, though. But Otter King solos out the Dragon. Dobby was trying to Blade Surge his way through multiple people into the back line. Now the rest of Clemson University trying to get out of harm's way. Dobby has already come here, but beautiful over the wall. WLS sends them through the electrocutor with that slicing maelstrom, and that's the ace for you, Dub.
Quadra kill on the cannon. You saw at the start of that play, they thought they were safe to start Drake because he was up in the Baron lane, pushing to his heart's content. But you just can't count out a cannon walking all the way down that river, swimming rather, as he's up to his shoulders. This little Yordle, he's small in stature, but he's large in damage. Back into that team fight, Rafa. Oh, that was insane.
We saw WLS pull off beautiful slicing maelstroms in their series against UC Berkeley yesterday. UW once again showing the power of this cannon. No matter how many times he gets dunked on in the solo lane, this AoE damage, the AoE stuns that come out are so damn oppressive for Clemson University. They have to be precautious about how they take these upcoming fights now that WLS is shown that he is completely online.
Cannon really is the short king of League of Legends, isn't he? That's him. I mean, it's definitely not Teemo. Teemo!
Yeah, I'm more happy with Cannon being the short king. Dobby is definitely the Blade King. Blade Surge Ding. Man, oh man. Beautiful, flawless duet. One could say it was flawless. Doesn't even go down under to the turret. Is going to lifesteal off of these minions as well. That's 3 members gone from Clemson University, leaving only What the Fatch and Terramina to defend from this turret push. Terramina coming through, but now has to be on the run. Already lost out a lot of damage. Mango is angry.
Oh, the shield.
Oh, no.
Sometimes you just gotta shoot off the curtain call shots in anger, you know, and just let them know this is what would have happened to you. I'm gonna do it to the minions.
Bam! I'm gonna shoot you with my gun. I missed. Dadgummit all. Actually, Jim would not say that. He's not so. Maybe Graves would. Is Graves something?
That sounds like a Graves thing to say. I think you're onto something with that. Inhibitor turret's dead. Only 1 remaining, and that's the only structure left in the entire base of Clemson University in their entire hopes at taking a win in this upper finals. Now, they do have another chance if they do fall in this series. There's a lower bracket ready and waiting for them, but they certainly don't want to have to play through that. They want to take that break and wait for their opponent in the grand finals.
Well,
just top laner things.
You gotta win the series first, and I know it is an 18,000 gold lead, but losing out on Dobby, your jungler, and a beautiful encore Otter King to follow up on the 3-man Counter-Strike could just rip through this team. He has the enchanters right there, but Pyroclasm doing so much work in just eliminating Otter King, and there it is once again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But WLS comes through for the 3rd time with a beautiful slicing maelstrom. That might be enough of an advantage. 35 seconds on death timers, except for Terramina.
Look in mid, Rafa. They've got this super minion here. Ready to attack. He attack. He protect. But most importantly, University of Washington just won, and they're in the grand final.
There it is.
It doesn't rhyme, but it's true.
Congratulations to University of Washington. They have advanced into the grand finals. For Clemson, they're still in the top 3, but now they're going to have to wait a while for their opponent to come through into the lower bracket finals. And from there, Clemson University will have a chance to see whether they can make it back into the grand finals for a revenge, or if they're going to walk away as third seed, because we don't know who is going to be their opponent quite yet.
Clemson University got to find some sort of strategy to defeat University of Washington if they can even get back there. They have another series to try their hand at it, another best of 3 that will be coming up next. And this Jax that they've picked in all of the games that we've watched hasn't been working out nearly as well as we saw in that first game. It's not safely scaling up, it's not getting early advantages, and it's just being run around the rift by the members of University of Washington, who again are just such a solid team. You can really see what plans they're going for before they happen, and then they're just way more equipped to take them. And I really appreciate that about this team. I'm really excited that they are our grand finalist, or at least the first one. And from this point, it feels to me like these guys are the favorites to take it all.
Yeah, I mean, University of Washington showing us some great competition. Clemson also showing us some great competition despite the loss. They're going to be waiting in the lower bracket finals. But it's just really been an awesome time throughout both today and yesterday in this Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational. And, you know, speaking of Verizon, they've been such great hosts. They're giving away an incredible gaming prize pack right now, Smacks. So one of you could upgrade your whole gameplay with a brand new PC and more. All you got to do for a chance to enter, you got to type !sweeps in the chat. It's a little bit of a different giveaway. We already said it before. We've had some other giveaways in the chat, but !sweeps. So make sure, spam that code in the chat, and you might be lucky enough to win out on some cool gear. We also got a little bit of a bracket graphic to show you to be updated on what is going on, because we already know in the winner's bracket who's moving on to the grand finals, but the lower bracket, we've got some teams to shake up the competition here, as we're going to have to check in here, Smacks. I believe that while we are waiting for the lower bracket finals opponent to be decided, UC Berkeley has moved on from Colorado University Black, and there is currently a match between, oh my goodness, Miami University Ohio and Illinois Esports. The winner of that will be taking on UC Berkeley, as you see now on your screen. And Laney, in fact, Smacks, we got a treat for you. Instead of waiting for the lower bracket finals, we're going straight into our, I think this is technically our third lower round, or fourth round of 1 between Miami University, Ohio and Illinois Esports. We're just going to jump right in, Smacks.
Let's get it. Let's see some gameplay. I'm excited. You know, this is our good pal Leche Lorne as well, playing the jungle for Miami University, Ohio. So definitely ready to see him back in action. And let's see where we actually are in this game. Oh, okay. So this is the replay package from the last game. All right. So we're seeing some more gameplay that we just witnessed. Nice.
Davies Wukong. They for Clemson University, they identified that they had to take that one away, but he still found some successful ganks with that Aurelia. And I think, you know, the strategy behind, once they saw the Aurelia come out, Clemson thought, okay, you know what? There's no way that, you know, Dobby can impact the map as early on. So we're going to use this opportunity to take a free pass for the first level 5, and then we'll put Otter King on Jax. But I feel like the strategy going into University of Washington might be, if you see Aurelia come out, or if you see any champion from Dobby that takes a little bit of time, then you got to be the ones that are proactive and say, all right, we're going to pick something like Xin Zhao. We're going to pick something like J4. We're just going to try and slam jam some laners in the early laning phase where Dobby cannot answer back. Because as soon as Dobby hit level 5, he was on the map with a Vanguard's Edge flash. And Otter King was still trying to farm up. So at this point, multiple teams have now had a chance to see what UW are capable of. They've gotten a chance to see how Clemson University were also defeated. So for our last teams, whether it's UC Berkeley or the winner of Miami University, Ohio, or Illinois. One of those three teams will be our third seed, or one of our top three going into this lower bracket finals against Clemson University.
We'll get potentially a chance to fight off against our current favorites of the tournament, University of Washington. See if they can take down this proactive and adept squad. We just watched them in our replays just a bit ago. Actually, just like 10 seconds ago. Sometimes you lose track of time just a little bit when you're in the Wild Rift zone. It seems like time just moves a little faster there.
Oh, that is definitely a fact. You could be grinding. Now, the nice thing, compared to League games take 40 minutes, right? Maybe 30. Wild Rift, all done in 10 minutes to 15 minutes. The only late game bangers that happen once in a blue moon, just about 20 to 25 minutes, right? So you could get through and grind a ton of games within just a few hours. Very efficient, Glenn.
And we have done many times. It's a lot of fun. Highly recommend if you're just out there watching to give it a try. It's a whole lot of fun. And yeah, you know what, Mark? What is your suggested first champion for people to try out? What is the one that you would pick?
Role dependent or just any role? Any role?
Just any champ.
What's
the one that you
honestly, Garen is a really solid choice to pick because Kit is very straightforward. It's a simple champion and
big sword.
Yeah, big sword, big meat shield. You're very tanky. You're hard to kill, and you still deal a decent amount of damage. Right, here we go. We're jumping into the Miami University and Illinois Esports game. We already see that the draft is underway.
I believe that this is a separate team from Illinois. This is Illinois.
Illinois.
I think there's a difference. Because Illinois is a state, and I think this is something else. I can do some research. Let me look into this because I'm fairly certain.
Okay.
Illinois.
We'll find out together. Next will be an adventure and a half. Already, powerful wombo combo champions and the likes of Malphite and Kennen already taken off the board. We've already seen how devastating they can be in 5-on-5 teamfight settings. Fiora has been banned. We haven't really seen a lot of Fiora's success so far, but when it does come online, he's one of the best split pushers in the game. It's one of the best duelists in the game. No other champion can really take it on. The later the game goes on, once it gets to that point, much similar to Jax. And Lee Sin also being taken off the board, as Lecce already prioritizing their champion of choice. Strong, powerful ganker and lockdown master in this Vi.
I did my research. Are you ready for the results?
Yes.
So it is Illinois Esports, and they are at the University of Illinois. But it is Illinois.
Okay.
Anyway, that's after our interesting lesson aside. I feel like the logical conclusion is that we could probably call them either. It would work.
I'm glad we determined that, and now we know for sure. So,
yeah.
That being said, Illinois Esports have stolen Lecce's Vi. Now, whether Sunken Ship wanted to play this, or if they had a little bit of a read and said, you know what, Lecce likes playing Vi. Let's take it away. Let's put them on a different champion. I know Lecce, coming from League of Legends, one of his favorite champions are a bunch of tanks, like Sejuani. However, Sejuani's not in the game. So, but I like this. I like this a lot. Lecce ready to become one with the ways of the warrior. He's going to prepare his spear and let it become lightning. Or it is, the wind becomes lightning. Okay.
Indeed.
Does that mean the spear's name is Wind?
I think it's not supposed to be taken literally. I think it's just a figure of speech.
We're just fancy with it.
Yeah, so Xin Zhao is, like, really fast, so, like, other like warriors would have wind, because they're like swinging their swords super fast. But he's so fast that it's lightning fast instead of.
Okay,
I
okay.
think
So
that's what's
we're
going on.
we're going beyond almost Ernest Hemingway levels of depths of meaning here. Below the iceberg. You've heard of the iceberg theory.
I have more research. I have been given a pronunciation guide. It is Illini.
Illini. Oh, okay.
Illini Esports or Illinois. All right.
If I mess it up too many
learning-
times, I might just go with Illinois.
Illini is what it is. I'm learning a lot of things.
Illini.
You know what? We're learning on the go, okay? And you know what else we're learning? We're learning that whoever wins this game is in top 4 and will guarantee themselves in that prize pool. That's pretty exciting.
Not quite the Code Red invitation, but you will get a chance to snag up some cash. And college students do like cash. I mean, everyone likes cash, but I feel like collegiate students appreciate the value of money more than many other people.
I just realized that in doing all of our research, we probably have upset the people of Illinois. And I just want to defend myself a bit and say that the research that I did was all text-based and not audio-based because I'm talking on the stream and I had to look it up on Google. So I'm sorry. It's on me. But at the same time, why did you name yourselves that? It's weird. All right, maybe I just did.
Sam, relax. Okay, come on,
maybe
man.
Maybe I just did more damage than good at the end there.
Sounds like Smacks needs a PR specialist right now, in person, in real time. I'm just going to formally apologize on behalf of my co-caster, but it's okay. Usually, I'm the one that's in need of PR reconstruction or.
That's true.
Yeah. So this is a little bit of exchange of roles here, but it's okay. I hope that everyone is having a good time. If we do mess up on names, privately let us know, and we'll do our best to, address them. And as, going into this tournament, the Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational, as the name suggests, Invitational, a lot of teams that we are getting to meet for the very first time, and unfortunately for us, we don't get a chance to know pronunciations of these things, and so hopefully we are doing the best that we can on first impression. But going into this match, speaking of first impressions, this is more a one chance only. Since this is our 4th round best of 1, you only get one chance. Whether you are Illini Esports, hopefully we're getting it right, or Miami University of Ohio, best of 1. Win this game, move on, secure yourself in the top 4 for the prize pool. If you can beat UC Berkeley afterwards, then you also get to the top 3 where you get a higher prize pool and you get invited to Verizon Code Red later this Thursday.
And wouldn't you know it, Rafa? We're in game and there's a new Dr. Mundo on our screen right here.
Indeed.
New and improved for Wild Rift. He's ready to throw some cleavers and do other things that Dr. Mundo does. Mostly the cleavers thing is what he's known for. He's gonna be getting those minions down. And, he's still the same champion for the most part. He's still a gigantic health bar that regenerates and is just generally obnoxious. But the biggest thing now is that he has more damage reduction in his second ability, and he can throw minions with his third ability as well, which is very fun, like a Scion. But I guess that's not a really good comparison because Scion's not in this game.
Not yet. Wink, nudge, nudge. I'm just kidding.
we're spoiling things that are eventually going to be true. Everyone knows that Scion's eventually coming.
Eventually, every champion that exists in League of Legends will also exist
Shaco.
in Wild Rift. No, Smacks. I think Shaco will come eventually as well. Lecce looking for the gank. Wind becomes lightning! Unfortunately, it's a miss. Sunken ship. Wait a minute, this is... Smacks, we completely brushed over the fact that we got Seraphine, Nami, in the bot lane together. Exciting stuff.
Oh, that was a really good satchel. Sunflower avoids the gank from Phantom. Meanwhile, both top laners kill each other. Top laner things, you know, it's like those old Instagram things, like Just Girly Things. You remember that?
What?
You don't remember Just Girly Things?
No, what? Okay, no, but also, what? I don't get the comparison. Just top laner things? Is that supposed to be like just top laner things?
Never mind. Never
Okay,
mind.
okay.
You don't get the joke. You could have just said that. All right. You don't have to deconstruct my sense of humor.
I'm sorry, Smacks. I was just taken aback. The 1-for-1 trade, though, equalizes in an even state for both Clemson, Miami University, Ohio, and the team representing Illinois. We have a fight going on.
Say it with me. Illini.
Illini. Well, Illini biting the dust a little bit. 2 kills going over the way of Miami University of Ohio. Beautiful skirmish from Leche and Sunflower, looking to get the upper hand in the 2v2.
Definitely not bad. Leche, you mentioned before, he had his Vi stolen away by Phantom and does not feel too happy about it. Gotta move over to that Xin Zhao and get revenge. Can't play the champion that's from Arcane. Must settle with a Demacian warrior and must settle for this objective spawn. That's going to be happening in about 30 seconds. We're going to be seeing the first major team fight of this game. Perhaps. We haven't seen too many of those. These teams haven't been completely on the ball on those objectives, more focused on the laning aspect of Wild Rift, which is certainly respectable. But you definitely do want to fight over these objectives, Rafa, because they are permanent in the Dragon's side of things, and you do keep that buff until the next game. And in a situation like this, it's best of one. One game is the entire thing, and then you're out.
That is how best of ones go. It is a brutal world. Live or die by the blade. Even though no one is playing Talon, because Talon is not in the game quite yet.
We gotta stop making references to League champions.
It's alright. It all comes from Runeterra.
At least Talon and Sion are in TFT. So if anyone's a TFT player out there, that's at least another mobile
Pretty sure
game.
Sion's also in Legends of Runeterra as well.
That's true. That's true.
No, if
Another solo kill in the Baron lane for Sylvan.
And now we have the Wombo combo. Beautiful tidal wave from Mythic, though, into the Encore. Unfortunately, still not enough to stop the rest of Miami University, Ohio's Dragon Lane duo from just destroying Sunken Ship. A nice Zenith Blade from Phantom. And they will go down. But you know what? It's all for the greater cause. Influence going up 2 kills.
Straight back. Phantom dies underneath that turret. But again, like you said, Influence really far ahead on this Misfortune all of a sudden. You're seeing the combination of the Leona and the Misfortune put to great use. You get that crowd control down, and you keep the opponents inside the bullet time for the entirety. And then, if you get hit by all of the waves of bullet time, you know how much damage that deals, Rafa? It's like 2,000. And no, that's not the same math that I was doing by Draven. I'm not over-exaggerating.
Rank 1?
It actually is that much, yeah. If you get hit by all of it, and then it's that much, yeah.
Rank 1? That's ridiculous.
It's a lot.
I don't want to be like 1,200.
You know what? I'll look it up for you just to be certain.
All right, well, while Smacks is conducting more research on the go, Sylvan taking a quick trip through the mid lane and back into the Baron lane, where DDoS Cross, or DD Cross, their turret is looking a little low here, so if the side of oh my gosh, hang on. I need my pronunciation guide. Illini.
It's Illini.
Okay. That's why I was messing it up. I was trying to say the ill part first. And there's no ill at all. Illini. Lauren is here making sure that Phantom cannot get another successful gank off here. Solar Flare had to be used alongside double summoner spells from Phantom. 1v1 between Sign of 2X. Sunflower. Not going to be quite Zigspy quite yet. Leche is here, though. Can't find Sign of 2X because he's in the Twilight Shroud. Dancing around. Leche does prevent Sunflower from going down, but can't find Sign of 2X. Sounds like a math problem now.
I think it is a math problem. I think
Yeah.
that's the thing. You type that into your calculator, you'll get something.
Trigonometry.
We're getting the Drake started up, and it doesn't look like Miami University, Ohio are going to contest that one at all. More interested with Rift Herald bringing their jungler over to that one.
No.
Ooh, yeah, they gotta go away from it right now. They're so fast.
DD Cross was trying to get the Rift Herald started. However, it's just going to be a leash on over. You know, one of the things that teams have learned, that if you do not start up one objective at the same time as the other team is doing the other objective, you will not have enough time to secure it before the other team just waltz on over after completing the other objective and then says, oh, hey, I see you're taking this Rift Herald right in front of me while I still have ultimate abilities. Allow me to just slam jam you, and I'll steal this objective as well.
Slam jam technique is not one that is lost in Wild Rift. You will be under heavy fire as DD Cross up in this Baron lane yet again, struggling in the 1v1, but it's not a 1v1 anymore, Rafa. Lecce arrives to the scene and swiftly removes Sylvan from the stage.
So swift, it's like wind becomes lightning.
True. I think that's why they named it that. Its influence, again, in the Dragon lane, showing and strutting his stuff. This Misfortune. I am really enjoying this combination. Again, the Leona and the Misfortune just work so well together.
You get a little bit of sun power, you get a little bit of fire power, and you've got a sunflower in the mid lane.
Wow. Adorable.
It's also a good
Firepower
song,
from
too.
Ziggs, too.
Yeah.
Which one? The Post Malone Race Armored one?
Yeah. There's another sunflower song that I don't know about.
Yeah, it's by Harry Styles.
Oh. I haven't
There's
listened.
also one, there's another one, I forget who it's by, but it's also really good. But anyway, a common topic is sunflowers.
I think it's a good use of like symbolism and poetry. And, you know, a lot of song lyrics can be poetic. Or they can just be straightforward. Like, it's about drive, it's about power. It's about drive, it's about power. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Yes!
We're getting our producers in on the lyrics. Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Lecce, you know...
Lecce is getting devoured right now by the hungry members of Alliani. They have also taken out Sunflower. Looks like the love was too much for him.
Man. That's tough. It's where we're getting everyone stacked up on the side of Alliani in this Dragon lane once more. Phantom. Oh my god. That was an insane bubble. Woo!
Mythic NA or NJA.
I think that's Ninja.
I could be convinced. I'll need a confirmation from the player or the chat. One of those two. We'll just go with Mythic at the moment. And if it's Ninja, then I'll take it. So far, the game state has been brought to an even one. There was a lot of there's a huge advantage build up, mainly through the strengths of Lecce, as well as Influence and Phantom. Getting a lot of ganks down, getting a lot of dives successfully executed. But now the double enchanters are starting to scale up in Sunken Ship and Mythic. Scaling assassination carries in Sign of 2X. Also getting to the point where Akali becomes a menace.
You know, Rafa, this is by far the closest game of Wild Rift that we've had throughout the entire day. It is 11 minutes in just about, and it's still anyone's game. Rift Herald popped in mid, means that it could be blown open just a bit more on the side of Illini. In the Dragon lane, Phantom.
Phantom might be in a pickle. Ooh. Encore lands. Phantom says, okay, let's go under the turret. But Phantom's a little too tanky for that. Suns him up. Zenith Blade into the Shield of Daybreak. Phantom is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, however, Influence has been routed off by Sign of 2X. Perfect execution was used. Lecce trying to see if they can find him, but blue buff will be the target. And this is going to be a dragon secured.
Oh! Okay. That Inferno Bomb is scary, man. That deals a lot of damage, and it could certainly have stolen away the Drake with a mistimed smite. But Phantom, on top of things for the squad, locks in that Infernal Dragon. Oh, there's a Rift Herald alive. Phantom taking red buff, taking stock of all the ultimates, does not want to go for it quite yet, but it's still alive, and it doesn't really look like Miami want to take that risk yet in their own right. So it will remain that way for a little while longer. And Rafa, we mentioned that it was close before. It's still the closest game of the day, but we're seeing a team clearly pull ahead, and that is Illini Esports.
The double enchanter compositions, or the composition is getting to those item breakpoints. We have Ludens and Awakened Soul Stealer for Sunken Ship. The Ardent Sensor being completed by Mythic. I think this is a Ludens Tempest as well, or Ludens Echo. And now, Tidal Wave catching out Phantom. Bullet time was also interrupted thanks to that Tidal Wave. Lecce trying to get into the heart of the battle, trying to be that front line for influence, but you cannot take down a Vi empowered by 2 enchanters in this Seraphine and Nami here.
Team fights are getting sick, Rafa. We're seeing the Illini use that lead finally to take that 5v5 team fight and completely explode it. Sunflower not a part of that at all. No ultimate available. Influence can't flash out. That's not available either. And now with all of that extra time that they've bought for themselves, they're starting up this Baron. They've got a lot of tanky stats. Phantom shielded up a lot thanks to Summon Airy. Mythic's going to have to be a little careful thanks to the Baron burn damage, learning that very fast, but I think it's been enough. There it is.
Mythic was sub 50 HP.
Yeah. Gasping for air into the lungs of the fish. Luckily, that did take place in the river, so Nami...
Yeah, I was about to say, do you want to breathe air into the fish, or do you want to breathe water so that they can get oxygen that way?
Well, either way, you're getting oxygen. That's the fun part about fish gills. The fish gills separate the hydrogen from the oxygen.
Would you perform CPR on a fish, Max?
No. I would be down to eat a cooked one.
Damn, you're just gonna do Nami like that?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, this is how Mythic would respond. Gonna send a tidal wave through all 5 members. It's gonna force Miami University, Ohio back into the safety of their top tier 2 turret. They've already lost Phantom, their main primary engage. Influence was able to get some damage, but already you can see the power of the sustain that you get with this double enchanter composition. They're already topped back off.
While there was a turret taken by the minions in the Dragon lane, it is still just not worth it at all right now for the side of Miami University. They need to get that wave clear down with the Ziggs. It's just so hard with the Baron buff, though. You can't deal nearly as much damage with this pick anymore, and all of a sudden, the role of Ziggs becomes really difficult to accomplish. You're going to be seeing that one when Ziggs would otherwise be able to just clear out all these minions. It's just not possible. Sylvan on the split push. I like this play, getting all the Baron minions up. Now this one is a little bit more adventurous, perhaps.
Sylvan in deep waters right now. Flash away after the Cyclone. Gives him an escape route. Meanwhile, DD Cross might be in a pickle here. 2-man Solar Flare right on the Phantom and Sunken Ship, but no one else can get into the battle. Curse of the Bullet Time will go through the entire crevice. The rest of Miami University, Ohio gotten a lot of damage. Phantom goes right back in. Beautiful punch over the wall into the Assault and Battery. Locks down 2. This could be it, Smacks. This could be Illini taking the last fight that they need. A full ace can guarantee enough time to finish the game.
That's a 5-for-0 ace as well. So much damage. Still alive. They're not concerned with ending the game quite yet, Rafa. If they were, they would have all 5 members stacked up. They're just trying to deal as much damage to the base as possible. Sunken Ship attacking this inhibitor turret. There's no response at all. This will go down, and there's super minions in that Dragon lane. Let's take a look at the mid lane as well. I believe that turret is falling too? Is that what I saw? Yeah.
Yes.
So both inhibitor turrets did fall. It ended up being a really solid play just to secure everything would be in their favor alongside the third Drake. Wow. This is just everything that they could possibly want.
It is a 13,000 gold lead at this point for Illini. Miami, University of Ohio down on their last leg smacks. The inhibitor towers have been taken through the mid and the dragon lane. Baron is up. It is still a difficult objective to take if you are contested there. And I think the play for Miami University, if they can maintain vision control in their jungle without the waves crushing into their nexus, they can look to wipe them after they start taking the Baron up. Pick on the sign of 2x, Solar Flare onto this Akali, but a tidal wave will disengage the fight.
Alongside the stealth, you just cannot stun her up with the Leona. Super, super difficult to get any more follow-up damage, even with the skill shots of the Ziggs. That can hit Akali if you know where she is. That's the tough part. You have to know exactly which part of the stealth you're hitting her in. And Sina 2x gets to walk away. Full health again, I might add.
Oh, no. You're on a ward, Lecce. Oh, no. The double entendre into the Encore. But nice Crescent Guard is going to keep Lecce alive. All 5 members from Miami University of Ohio will be still up. But this gives an opportunity to push.
They're taking it. They're taking it by storm at this moment. Minions arriving. There's no Baron here, so Ziggs actually can clear this out if Sunflower drops an ultimate or even just a couple of first abilities here. You can remove this wave. Doesn't look like they need to. All right, so this is going to be everyone aligning elsewhere on the side of Illini. Moving over to the Baron, perhaps. Yeah, okay. They're going to try to take this one and sign a 2x. Really smart positioning. If anyone tries to walk into this brush, they will instantly die. But you kind of have to walk into the brush anyway.
Now, there's an opportunity to take this fight, but they have to get there immediately. They see vision over the wall. Lecce cannot get in there. The Baron has been secured. They've already lost out on Sunken Ship, but it's one enchanter down. Sina 2x is forcing the rest of the members, and here comes Phantom from all over the wall. Sunflower is gone, not given a chance to use Flash or Barrier because of the lockdown of that Assault and Battery. And that's going to be it, folks. That is the game. Sina 2x, Sylvan, and Phantom will be enough with this Baron buff to push in and advance on into our final round of 1 into the round 5 in our lower bracket semifinals.
That work that they put in before killing those inhibitor turrets was huge because it meant that DD Cross was just not able to be in that last team fight. He had to make sure that the base didn't crumble while they were trying to take that Baron fight. Great play overall by Illini. Congratulations on making it into that top 4. You are now in talks for the prize pool, the prize money. You're at least walking away with 1,000 for your school.
Do like cash. And we have to say goodbye to Miami University of Ohio. We won't lie. It's sad to see our homie Lecce not be able to make it farther. But you know what? Top 6. Not bad. They made it over schools that we thought would place higher as well. So shout out to Miami University of Ohio for making Illini work for a top 4 finish at least. And now they'll be taking on University of California at Berkeley to see who will advance on into the top 3 against Clemson in our lower bracket finals. And whoever wins this match will also get an invitation to the Verizon Code Red tournament this Thursday.
Can't wait for this matchup. I believe it is another best of 1. Is that correct, Rafa? We got one more of those. And then after that, we have a couple of best of 3s to round out the day. And take another look at how Illini Esports qualified for top 4 with some really solid plays. I love the Phantom's vibe. I thought this pick was gigantic for him. I thought that they played around it really well, and every single place that this Vi arrived, perfect place for Illini. I thought this was really good, and it's something that you probably do need to ban moving forward.
Not only a strong takeaway from Lecce, but also one that Phantom piloted incredibly well. Early game junglers, very powerful, especially when you need a champion to kind of bridge the gap where you have strong scaling champions in this double enchanter composition that you have in the Seraphine and the Nami. In fact, this is probably the first one that we have seen pulled off successfully so far in the tournament. I don't know if we've actually seen any other double enchanter compositions. We kind of had a pseudo one when the Seraphine was run mid lane, but a double enchanter dragon duo lane. That's props to them. After a lot of seeing these kind of games, though, Smacks, I'm just excited to see what else is to come.
We have a bit more action on the other side of a quick break for us, so stay tuned after this one. We will be right back with the official top 4 gameplay. These teams already qualified for that prize. They're at this point just trying to get a little bit higher. We're going to be right there to watch it in just a little bit.
All right, gamers, we're going right into our lower bracket semifinals. No time to waste. It is still best of one, so that means between UC Berkeley and Illinois, one chance to get into the top three. No matter what, both of these teams are already in contention for the prize pool. We're looking at the bracket and looking at the journey of these two teams. They are trying to make that Cinderella run through. Maybe if whoever comes out victorious in this lower bracket semifinals, if they take on Clemson, then they can get a chance to take on University of Washington, who have been so far our most dominant team throughout this invitational.
For Illini Esports, this truly would be the Cinderella run because they have been in the lower bracket for a while. They were sent there by UC Berkeley themselves, so this is a rematch within the tournament. So if UC Berkeley can keep that same consistency against this team, then they will be the ones that move on. Or if Illini have learned a thing or two in the last couple of matchups, then maybe it will go the other way. We don't know just how close that first matchup was, but we will get to find out front and center what goes on in this one. It looks like UC Berkeley are very ready with all these Zed hovers.
Oh.
This looks like what Zed. This looks like how Zed plays out in Legends of Runeterra.
Man, is that I haven't played Legends of Runeterra in a hot minute, but everyone's like, we're locking in Zed first pick. Zed or bed. Zed or bed.
Actually, you know what this is more like? This is more like when Lightning Zed was in TFT.
Yes, set 2.
That was pretty insane.
Shadow clones all over the map, man.
That was pretty sweet.
Thank you.
But no, it's not the Zed first pick. It's not even the Zed second pick. Jin and Graves, the marksman backline, arriving to the scene very early on. And I want to mention as well, the Vi was indeed banned. So they did watch and do their homework of that last game.
Yeah.
Removed that away from Phantom. It will be to Xin Zhao instead. So actually, taking a page out of Leche's book, when Vi isn't there, why not go over to Xin Zhao?
Yeah, true. I think the other thing too is that the collegiate students are really embracing the spirit of being a student, doing homework, right? I mean, even when not in for class or tournaments, it's good to do prep. It's good to do research, life skills transferring from in the classroom onto the Rift.
Very cool. And you know what, Rafa? There's a lot that translates from school onto the Rift. And you know what? You know what's the best thing about it? Is that we're sponsored by Verizon. So here's a word from our friends on Verizon. Late game builds are expensive, but your phone bill doesn't have to be. Students get exclusive discounts on unlimited plans with Verizon, the 5G network built for gamers. See how much you can save at verizon.com/students. A lot going on over there. Definitely want to check it out if you are one of the students in this tournament or just another student in general.
Just watching from home.
Yeah,
I mean, the fact that Verizon is doing so much for the collegiate scene is not only great, but also very much needed, because it's quite a, if we're going to get real here, Smacks, student loans are no joke, and student loans do be keeping up even after finishing school. So Verizon coming in not only with these giveaways, but also trying to make the financial burdens and loads that students have to face just a little bit easier. Great thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. What else is great?
What's that?
The Wombo Combo
Woo!
champions being locked in here. We've mostly only seen Kennen picked up by our team that's waiting in the grand finals here in University of Washington, but Berkeley taking a page out of that book. Kennen has arrived alongside Malphite. The team fights are in full swing, and I, for one, cannot wait to see what they can do against this. But you know who can? It's this Janna being locked in. This is a perfect champion to play against these engage-heavy squads. I really, really like the disengaged capabilities that it provides, alongside having the double Enchanter bot lane.
I was muted. You also have Wukong, who is great at not only counter-engaging and starting engages off in their own, terms, but it's a way to potentially disengage, because if all the engagement tools are being used to go onto your backline, damage has also got to come from their backline as well. So if you as the Wukong are able to sneak through the front line and then trade engage for engage, you can mitigate a lot of the damage that is incoming, which then buys time for that Janna to then get off the monsoon. And then you can space out the fight and start kiting around the threats.
This is a pretty cool set of two different teams that clearly want to do different... They have different goals. You know, you have the little side quest thing that pops up when you're playing an MMO, and it just tells you like what your specific clan, their job is. We have two different clans here. They've got different tasks to take care of when they get in.
I'm just, you know, checking off my side quests accomplishments as well. Kind of like Achievement Hunter back in the day with, did you ever have an Xbox, man?
I was a PlayStation and Nintendo boy. Mostly Nintendo. My PlayStation was just a Crash Bandicoot machine. So.
You know, I can relate on just using PlayStation for one thing and one thing only. It wasn't for Crash Bandicoot. It was for Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, pretty much. Although I did play other games. I played Time Splitters on the PS2. Good times.
Did you play Crash Bandicoot? That's a shame. Fun games.
I did play Jack and Daxter though.
Ooh, that's fun too.
Yeah.
Minions have spawned.
And Sly Cooper.
I did get a little bit of Sly Cooper. I never finished the game, but I finished Jack.
Kind of a hater out here, Rafa.
What?
On the platforming genre of games.
Hello?
I don't know. I don't know if we
Bet
can
you
really be
didn't play
friends after
Ratchet
this.
and Clank either.
Yeah, of course I did.
Okay. Trying to turn this around on me, man. That's crazy.
You really got to try Crash Bandicoot. They're really fun games. If you're into the platforming stuff. But anyway, you also should try out Wild Rift, because we're casting that
Hell yeah.
game right now, and we're in the top 4. This winner of this game makes it to the top 3, and potentially further than that.
Jay Royal also showing us our first Graves game from themselves.
That's true.
Jay Royal has mostly been rocking things like the Vi and the Xin Zhao. Both of those champions have been conveniently taken off the table from Phantom. So Jay Royal now flexing deep into the champion pockets. Graves did get a slight nerf this patch. Not as much damage on the... I think it's the collateral damage and base AD. But Graves, still with the crit builds, still going to be a very powerful opponent if it scales up.
You know what a champion also got nerfed is Kennen, but I don't think we've even seen Kennen lose in either of the days, so... As long as you're a skilled pilot, it's going to work out.
Graves just has to get to that point. We still see some kind of what we call like lifesteal builds. Bloodthirst and Death Dance are super good.
Oh, boy.
Apollo under threat though from Sign of 2x, but oh! That's a feels bad for Sign of 2x. Thought he had the killer moment right on top of Apollo, but it was all a debate right into the heart and waiting arms of Jay Royal, who was waiting in that bush. And I can tell you, Smax, if you are ever that close to killing a target and you flash and suddenly there's a man with a shotgun ready to blast you away, that is unfortunate.
Locked and loaded, Jay Royal claims first blood, and that scaling that you mentioned for Graves is certainly online early. You can get that crit, scale it up, get into those team fights, and force the enemies to start thinking about building some armor, because it's not just Jay Royal. Jamie also has some crits that are going to be coming through too. So consider the Randuin's Omen, consider the plated steel caps, and hope that this Kennen doesn't ravage you.
Crystal also, the fact that they're able to secure the Malphite for themselves means that there is no armor stacking rock monster that the side of UC Berkeley have to deal with when going further and further into the game. There are some good armor options, though, not only for Sylvan and Phantom, obviously, but Sign of 2x can invest into the Crystalline Embracer. Pretty nice as an AP item.
Oh,
no.
boy.
Oh, no.
Solo kill goes again over. Well, it wasn't a solo kill before, but this time it is. Apollo gains so much extra power thanks to that early gank. Wind becomes lightning on top of this cannon. Ignite is here. Chicklebums with the expert support. Roam makes it so easy to deny any further kills, and Apollo picks up a second.
And Chicklebum's waiting for Phantom to commit before surprising him with the spooky wookie.
That's a cannon with a hat. You see that?
Oh, yeah! Now, Apollo's going to be doing massive amount of damage.
A 3-minute hat. That's pretty insane. Very early hat means that this Drake team fight should be pretty easy as long as the Slicing Maelstrom is up. Gotta wait for just a bit, though, before that actually is going to be available again. That doesn't mean the Shurikens can't hurt.
Oh, they can
Apollo
just...
showing sign 2x lesson. Oh,
Dude.
man.
Just collateral damage. Bam! There it is. Jay Royal from downtown. Apollo didn't even need Slicing Maelstrom because it wasn't even up. That's okay. When you've got a hat on this rat, it's not a cat, but you know, electric rat, electric mouse, whatever you want to call it. Apollo is still going to be putting out tons of damage early on. This is a dragon going over to the waiting arms of UC Berkeley, and a solo kill for Crystal on top of it too. 5-0.
That is Ignite and Unstoppable Force used up in that Baron lane to pick up the solo kill. Very low on mana and HP. Doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't hit 0. As long as your opponent does. And that is the motto here in the Baron lane. Crystal gets to walk away with this. And still lots of tankiness on this Malphite. Going to be collecting the boots alongside that Sunfire Cape back onto the Rift. In moments like that, I just think of, like, it's really fun to play AP Malphite, but why would you ever play AP Malphite when you can do it on tank Malphite anyway?
True. I mean, you have high base damage numbers. Phantom was trying to get a jump onto Apollo, but now it's Mythic who's going to try to save his butt. Unfortunately, his butt has been shot down. Jay Royal, very huge with that Wild Growth. Just running him down. Apollo going to get caught out by this Moonfall. Encore on top of it as well. But the Slicing Maelstrom is going to buy a lot of time. Apollo will still fall thanks to the efforts of the Sunken Ship. And first kill of the game for Illinois will be picked up, but this Rift Herald will go down.
Still pretty close for Apollo. Almost got away with murder again. Not so lucky with all of those members inside of Illini Esports there to punish. And now with this hat, he's considering which boot he wants. And I think this is a moment in Wild Rift where you've played Kennen in League of Legends, and you're like, well, Kennen really likes Zonias or the Stasis, and he also really likes Proto Belt for the extra dash. You only get one in this game. You kind of have to decide. Do you want defense or offense?
I guess it always depends on whether you're the one engaging or the one being engaged upon. Crystal almost going down to that 1v1 between Sylvan and himself. And I was right. Thankfully for Sylvan, Crystal didn't quite have enough mana to get in range for that Unstoppable Force. Sylvan will live to see another day.
Getting another skirmish in this mid lane here over the Scuttle Crab. Apollo's fending off anybody who's trying to take that from him. And that's just, that's only sign of 2x, so you can't actually break through on this Kennen. The ultimate isn't here, but Apollo showing just how dangerous this Kennen truly can be. Up 2,000 gold in the matchup in isolation. With the turret killed, it's going to be even more than that.
Oh, man. Did you see? Those 2 crits back-to-back from Jay Royal, and Sylvan lost more than half his HP. Sign of 2x, beautiful 3-man Moonfall into the back line, but there's no deaths to be had from the side of Berkeley, and the re-engage power, Slicing Maelstrom and the Unstoppable Force. It's unstoppable, all right. Sunken Ship flashing away, but one more auto attack from Jay Royal will send him down. That's the ace for Berkeley.
That's a 5-for-0 ace here, too. Almost as good as 5G for Verizon. Look at that sponsor plug right there. Well done, Apollo. This Kennen is so crazy, but is he fast enough to escape?
Cyclone. Sylvan's going to catch him out. Apollo still on the run. J-Roll trying to do his best to dissuade the rest of the members of Illinois. And that's going to be enough. They don't have enough engage tools to be able to catch out Apollo.
You're going to need to kill Apollo at least a couple of times in this game if you want to make it on forward. Because as a reminder, this is the last best of one of the entire tournament. If you lose this one, you are out. You do walk away with $1,000 for your squad, but you don't get to advance further, and you don't get to show up at the Code Red on Thursday. Next tournament that Verizon will be putting on for Wild Rift. It'll be an exciting day. You definitely want to show up. And yes, I am talking about you in the Twitch chat as well. Better show up for that one also. It's going to be really fun. But regardless, back to the game. Drake about to be picked up, and Will by J Royal. This jungler has been doing very well.
J Royal is built different this game. Apollo. Oh. I don't know where Sunken Ship went. Instantly deleted. Error code not found for Sunken Ship. Apollo does so much damage. I think it's only a hat and some components items. Yeah, there was an Oblivion Orb, a Prophet's Pendant.
Some boots.
With the fur?
With the fur!
The whole club was looking at Apollo. Get in there, Apollo. Slice them up. Got low, 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 low.
Their health bars got low, that's for sure.
Ah, true. Oh, we're so stupid. It's okay. 11,000 in the lead for Berkeley. They are on the doorsteps of victory. They can see that top 3 spot in their eyes. They need to be able to get through this last line of defense. These inhibitor turrets that stand in their way of being able to take on Clemson in the lower bracket finals. And Baron, actually Rift Herald, is still available. It's so early on, Smax. This objective is still up for the taking.
Blue team lost a turn.
In the Dragon Lane, Phantom was trying a rush play to find out the enemy support, but looks like Chickle Bums was able to escape. Didn't get to take a closer look at that one, but that is just because all of these turrets are dying so fast, Rafa. Their Royal with this Rift Herald arrives in this lane. Oh!
We'll fall into 2. Unstoppable force for the re-engage. Sylvan right on top of it with the Cyclone. Phantom tries to help out into the fray as well.
Here comes
but
Cannon.
No one goes down from Berkeley. It's Sign of 2X and Sylvan that bite the dust here. A double for Apollo as he finds Mythic. Phantom trying to give his life. They'll trade it out onto Apollo. The Sunken Ship and Phantom now has to defend themselves against the Curtain Call. Sunken Ship trying to take one last turret shot. He's trying to curve the bullet. I don't know if it works like that. You know, you can curve Enchanted Crystal Air on Ashe. You can't quite do it on Curtain Call from Jhin. That would be something
Chickle
else.
Bums!
Chickle Bums, you can do it! Oh, God! It's fine.
It's alright!
He's fine.
It was worth it! The turret fell! And he didn't. So all these structures now dead. Now is the time to start thinking about how to break apart these inhibitor turrets as the only structures remaining outside of the Nexus itself. And while the siege threat is shown to be pretty solid from champions like Jhin and Kennen, it's really going to be more about the team fight. You really want to get another one of those big engages off, and I'm expecting that to start being considered as soon as Apollo has that Slicing Maelstrom back up. Whenever that spell is available, you want to be a million miles away from wherever Kennen is. Please, goodness, get him off my screen.
Sorry, Charge Blade doing work for J Royal as well. You can hear the little whenever it is empowered. Those crits doing 555 damage right now. So J Royal is going to get into the thick of the fight. Just stuff someone's face with the barrel of the shotgun and ready to blow off some heads. 48,000 to 33, 15k up for Berkeley. J Royal leading the charge alongside Apollo. Crystal, if he can find and engage with that Malphite Unstoppable Force, it's going to be lights out.
Oh, here's the engage attempt for a sign.
Oh.
He lands Moonfall into the Cyclone onto multiple members, but it's Apollo that you have to crowd control. It is a nice knock away. The Encore onto all these members. The structure's just not there. There's no more follow-up damage. You can land all the crowd control that you could possibly want, but you just don't have the resources to follow up upon it. This is going to be the game. This is going to be the top 4 solidified into this top 3 as soon as the minion wave arrives, but looks like it'll be a little bit longer. Oh my god!
Apollo just sliding on back in with that electrical surge and then finds a little bit of extra damage. Gets Sunken Ships. but it's only one inhibitor turret that has fallen. I know it is taking a while for Berkeley to be able to close out the game, but don't get it twisted. That Nexus turret hurts, so if you don't have minion waves on your side, it is very difficult to just end the game.
That's true. That is 100% true. You need to be very careful. The Nexus has claimed many a life. It is really deadly. Oh, okay. Phantom. Sneaking around.
Like Danny Phantom.
This Baron steal.
Ooh, and they have a ward of the Baron too. If you can do this, if he can steal this Baron, be absolutely huge.
Here it comes.
2K. He's touched.
Oh!
It was a 4-man encore as well. Phantom. A valiant attempt to you, sir.
Woo!
I salute you, gamer. Sign a 2x. A 4-5-man moonfall, it seemed like as well. But all the damage is gone. All the damage has deceased. Ooh. A beautiful collateral damage from downtown. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our top 3 solidified. Clemson and University of Washington will be joined at the Verizon Code Red tournament by University of California, Berkeley, who will be advancing into the lower bracket finals. Congratulations to them. And they will now be in contention for the top 3 prizing of the prize pool.
Berkeley keeping that consistency. They had already defeated Illini in a round before. They don't let the revenge happen. They strike them down in that top 4 and move on. Now, the only teams left are the ones that will be qualifying for Code Red on Thursday. Super, super exciting stuff. I cannot wait for that tournament. But I'm going to have to, and so will you, because we still have the rest of this one to play out. We still have the lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals, where our tournament favorites currently, University of Washington, are lying in wait.
They have been looking so fierce that they get a nice break, and they get the chance to see all of the teams play out throughout the lower bracket. They're going to get a chance to study up, have their prep locked in, and have a really good understanding of which champions to play around, which champions to take and prioritize in their upcoming drafts. But for now, the story is going to be about Berkeley taking on Clemson, who... Clemson, they obviously want a revenge and a rematch against University of Washington, but so do Berkeley, because this could potentially be the 3rd time that Berkeley would be facing off against University of Washington. Once they faced off yesterday in the round robin, and then just a while ago in the winners bracket semifinals. Both of these teams want to throw hands. They want to get back at University of Washington, Smacks.
There's just something in the water in that UC Berkeley, University of Washington group that we had. Both these teams making it into that top 3, both of them qualifying for Code Red. And it's really only Clemson that is remaining. That is outside of that group. They are going to try to do their group proud and keep pushing. They already were in that upper final. UC Berkeley looked to be a very tough opponent. They had a really close best of 3 against University of Washington. That was the closest that we've seen University of Washington to losing a series. And that was just yesterday. So UC Berkeley definitely have that in their advantage as we go into this best of 3. We're done with best of 1s, everybody. We're now into more remaining best of 3s.
So you better grab your seat belts. Actually, you know what? I think this is a good time, Smacks, to tell the audience that we're going to be going to a quick break. And this might be a slightly longer one because UC Berkeley going to need a little bit of time to refresh and get ready for the long haul. Best of 3 series will not stop. So get some drinks, get some food in you, folks, and we'll be right back with the lower bracket finals. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We got no time to show our faces. We are going straight into the draft phase because that is what is most important. Getting right into the action, Smacks. We got to get into what these compositions are going to be. And it is between Clemson University, who we just, we haven't seen for quite some time. We had to take a trip through the lower bracket. But it is UC Berkeley, who is here to challenge them for the other spot against University of Washington in that grand final.
Clemson did not have a very close performance against the University of Washington, but we did get to see them earlier in the day completely clean house in the first round. So, we do know what a Clemson University victory looks like. We do know that it typically does come from Jax, which is why that's been banned away right away.
Already some exciting picks. We have the Lovers duo Dragon Lane.
That's true.
I think this is the first time we're seeing Zaya throughout this tournament, actually.
Yeah. Zaya just got a pretty major nerf. They just lowered her base attack damage by 6, which is not a very high number on, an astronomical scale. But in terms of Zaya, she only now has 58 attack damage at level 1. So not a whole lot compared to a lot of other champions. So that is something to keep in mind for this lane. It is still Zaya and Rakan. Both these champions have innate synergy. You do get some pretty solid plays that you can make. Rakan really likes just playing around the lane with his his special someone.
We're not on Valentine's Day quite yet, but it is the holiday season, and it is nice to always snuggle up to someone, that special someone during the, you get hot cocoa as well. Yeah, perfect partner. Wow. You can achieve that in Wild Rift.
Yeah, that's the best friend thing that we have. We're close friends, I think. We're not best.
Your actual partner upset at me and you, mostly me. Cassidy's gonna be like, Smacks, what are you doing? Flirting with Rafa too much again. Stop it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, marital spats are not quite so fun. But you know what is fun? Winning. And one of you is about to win an epic real-life capsule drop from Verizon.
True.
Type !sweeps in the Twitch chat right now for your chance to take home $5,000. That's 5 Gs, by the way. Worth of gaming gear, including an $800 Verizon gift card, PC, mouse and keyboard, monitors, and more.
You know who's also winning?
Look.
You know who's also winning, Smacks? These two teams. Because in our red and blue slots here, we've got Clemson University from blue. And we have UC Berkeley on red. They've already advanced far enough into the top 3 where not only they are getting some of that $10,000 prize pool, but they are also going to be invited to Verizon Code Red, a tournament which will be held later this Thursday. The rest of these teams definitely still want more to win, though. And they had to go through an entire hell of a journey. Clemson, taking a short pit stop here in the lower bracket finals. However, UC Berkeley had to fight their way through the lower bracket round 3 here. So that means if UC Berkeley could overtake Clemson, they'll get a shot to have a revenge rematch against University of Washington. The same thing with Clemson, because they got sent here in the first place by UW.
That's true. University of Washington seems to be the overlords of the bracket. As you can see them, they are waiting for their opponent in the grand finals. There is a possibility of that reset happening, in which case we would get a bunch of extra games. It'd be very fun. Nobody seemed to have any means of victory against this team for University of Washington just yet. And I would be surprised if that happens. But you know what? We're going to have to find out which team even gets the right to challenge that one at this point, as we're going to be loading up onto the Rift here very shortly.
Game 1 is about to come underway here, Smacks. And this is a best of 3 for everyone at home. We're straight into it. 50 seconds on the clock. You already see that a little bit of early lane pressure from Apollo trying to get... but Honor King over the wall at the Raptor Pit. Surprising Apollo, dashing forward with that safeguard, and first blood goes over to Clemson.
A little too greedy there for Apollo. I like the attempt that we saw there, trying to eat away at the effective health potions in this game. If you're a fan of League of Legends, the honey fruit allows you to have that extra bit of sustain. If the jungler's there, you definitely do not want to get super greedy with that.
At the same time, though, we saw Crystal and Jay Royal ganging up together on the Terramina in that Baron lane. But now Jay Royal is going to be hanging around, picks up the Scuttle Crab. Might be looking to... Oh, okay, I understand now. Jay Royal started at the blue buff of Otter King's jungle, which is why Otter King now realizing, oh, hey, he had blue buff, and he never did his own blue buff, so my blue side jungle is gone. But because Jay Royal stayed on the Baron side of the map, he's able to come in, exchange some of those camps. Apollo looking to see if he can find Otter King, but Otter King might just find him.
Crystal just got taken really low in the Baron lane, but Apollo, not just low, dead, which is true for both of them in the end. Now Chicklebums kicked out of range of his own allies. Luckily, Battle Dance is here, so he will survive, but Jay Royal, perhaps not as lucky. Flash over the wall from What the Fatch, and it's a 4th kill immediately. Man, this game is off to the races, Rafa. Looks like Clemson want to have that rematch.
Otter King having access on this Lee Sin. Not only just great timing to be able to punish Apollo early on during that laning phase push, but also waiting in the wings for Apollo to come check. He already knows that he is strong enough as this Lee Sin, slightly accelerated, should have the Yuma's Ghostblade with all these kills to their name now. Or at least enough gold for it.
Really feels like it. This is super snowballed Lee Sin. Staying around on the Rift at this time, just wanted to make some more plays. As soon as that Dragon's Rage comes back up, then you know that he means business. Have you ever had a Lee Sin game where you have Dragon's Rage and you start making plays before 3 minutes? I feel like that's really early to like get an effective one down.
I mean, you can... most junglers... Oh, no. Okay, well, Jay Royal's here. He's going to turn the tides of battle. Doesn't have access to Assault and Battery. Ethereos with the Glacial Fissure. Zoning. Don't worry, it's a zoning ultimate.
Maybe I'm just used to support economy with the experience. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's unheard of for support.
You're also sharing experience with another laner as well. So
yeah, exactly.
But junglers, it's very easy to hit level 5, like around the 2-minute mark, maybe 2.5 minutes, because by the time you get the Scuttle, if you full clear your jungle, one side of the jungle, and you do Scuttle Crab, you hit level 4. And so then, and that's like 1 minute and like 40 seconds. So you only need to do 2 more camps for level 5. Beautiful combo from the Lovers duo. However, it's a lot of damage coming back from Debo. Chicklebums and Jamie will fall. Otter King just there for moral support.
Jamie and Chicklebums landed all of those spells, but it still was not enough. Etherealist has a lot of extra defense. I believe the exhaust was popped just a bit earlier to remove all of that extra damage incoming onto Debo. Ended up living because of it. And look at this. It's the Winter Wonderland build again. Slows for everybody in the snow of the bullet time.
Is it really snowing when you're getting hit by tons of gunpowder? I guess snow. If
Maybe
gunpowder could be, gunpowder could be snow. It's just really dark snow, and it hurts because it's burning you. And Jamie is getting burned down right now. Roundhouse kick to the face will be the end all be all. Crystal coming in, soaring, flying with that Grand Starfall. Feeling like Zac Efron right now.
It's like the black snow from when the Fire Nation invaded the Water Nation.
Yes.
Water Tribe.
Yes.
Yeah, a close-up on Brahm's dead body.
We just had to really hammer in the dark imagery there.
Yeah, I experienced a lot of Braum dying in my playthrough of the Ruined King game. But that's okay, because he was my tank.
Oh, he came back? Wait.
Yeah, it's an RPG.
Oh, okay. I thought, like, Braum actually died, like, in the narrative of
No,
the game.
no. Like, he would get taken out in fights, and I had to revive him.
Okay. Well, that he's not dead. He's just fainted, just like in Pokemon.
I mean, I guess that's true in League of Legends also, because it comes back, right? The fountain is the Pokemon Center at that point.
Dun, 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 dun. Jay Royal looking for the assault and battery. What the fetch with the shockwave flash. Still able to buy some distance away from Jay Royal. Ethereus tanking up punch as well. Oh, but the Feather Storm is massive from Jamie. Finds the mark onto both What the Fatch and Debo. Ethereus under the tower. Gonna have to protect themselves. Crystal also finding a pick onto Otter King. Just as we thought Clemson were the ones that were pulling ahead. Berkeley looking to make it a comeback.
They picked up the Rift Herald all the while as well. And now looking for this Drake. You see Berkeley, they fell pretty far behind in that early game, but this mid game is a completely different story. All of these plays have gone in their favor. They even have that objective from before. They haven't actually given up any turrets quite yet. So they're completely okay in this state of the game. It's almost completely dead even now. If you look up at the top of the scoreboard, it potentially will be as well when you look at this Drake that has already spawned, has been there for a while. Want to get a pick off in the Dragon Lane before.
We're almost at an even game state thanks to the efforts of UC Berkeley trying to equalize a lot of the goal deficits they were struggling to overcome the first few minutes of the game. Next Dragon has already spawned, and a majority of the members of Berkeley are here already on the objective.
Like UC Berkeley have a pretty nice angle on this team fight, but the bullet time might tell a different story. Into the Dragon's Rage kick, Rafa. The combination of spells is continuing even still. Shockwave onto multiple members. 3 clean kills. They trade over this support, but it looks like it's back in the hands of Clemson as they take this Drake.
That was a 4v5 smacks. Terramina wasn't even there to the pert.
Oh no!
Apollo wants to get back into the fight, but he's a little too late. The party is already over, Apollo. Respect the attempt to try and steal the dragon away, but it's another advantage over to Clemson. Now, Clemson now able to manifest a huge team fight victory. Numbers down. Already playing to the advantage of their composition here, because Terramina doesn't necessarily want to be in fights. Wants to be split pushing.
That's true. Terramina on this Fiora. Definitely favored in that split push. Taking a really nice trade against Crystal as well. Still keeping that grand challenge. 1v2 is a little harder to come by in the advantage. This team fight, or any kind of skirmish, really. Fiora just fully excels in the 1v1. So you want to look for that. And as you can see on the wave of red arriving in this top side of the map, UC Berkeley definitely don't want that to happen.
Trying to think of ways that UC Berkeley can find advantageous fights, because it's the power of the package, it's the power of the grand entrance and quickness. A pick! Otter King only gets a Dragon's Rage, doesn't get to propel anyone back into their favor. Here comes Grand Starfall. Chicklebum's also on the front lines. Beautiful bullet time is just going to slow the opposition to Crystal, but he has to flash over the wall. Terramina onto the back line, trying to take out these stragglers here. Finds one onto Crystal. Will survive to the very bitter end. Just one more auto tech for J-Roll, but cannot close the distance. Etherealist will give their life over to make sure that Terramina will survive. It's now J-Roy and Apollo on the run. The Rift Herald did timeout, had the spawn. Unfortunately for UC Berkeley, they're not going to get any use of this objective of the Rift Herald. Just going to get knocked down.
Felt like that could have been the big moment for the team fight in terms of UC Berkeley. Oh, I was really concerned that Rift Herald was going to give Terramina a piece of her mind.
Just one big swipe.
Yeah, just, certainly would have been enough. But alas, Terramina gets to live another day. And yeah, Rafa, these team fights are really close. I was expecting a really big package play, but unfortunately it was just a bit too late. Not in a great position to do so. Apollo didn't land all of that burn damage onto the opposition, and now Grand Challenge.
Rift Herald has been secured, though, by J-Royal. Can they turn around this fight for UC Berkeley? Ethereus on the run after Terramina already fell. Clemson not able to contest for that Rift Herald in their favor. It looks like UC Berkeley will still hold on to their tournament lives.
Turns out team fighting without that misfortune bullet time is really not the same. It is an entirely different beast once you have that misfortune ult with you. And we're seeing that unfold right here. Debo, a very important member of this squad. You do want to fight around your misfortune that has 6 kills, an infinity edge, Rafa. This guy needs to be in those fights if we are going to see Clemson take the lead and keep it for themselves. In the mid lane is where we find Debo trying to push out this wave and be ready for this Ocean Drake that is spawning. They already took that first one, trying to make it a full sweep.
Gold State is almost even, Smacks. It's just a 1,000 gold difference, but 12 minutes into the game, doesn't feel all that much when both of these teams have such powerful team fighting compositions, have ways to engage fights. Uh-oh.
Oh. 1v1 goes the way of Terramina, but the following cleanup crew has arrived to make sure that it is a 1-4-1 in the end. Drake positioning certainly does favor Clemson here. They're in position, ready to burn this one down, and you can't walk through that corridor because there is that bullet time threat alongside the shockwave. Both of those in conjunction would completely wipe out your entire team. 2 Drakes for Clemson.
Yeah, it's just great understanding from what the Fatch as well. Had the ball positioned over the wall, so not only giving them vision control of the choke point, but also it's just kind of a nice way of saying, hey, do not cross this line, Berkeley. If you do, you are getting a shockwave to the face. You're getting a bunch of bullets to the face. So it's just best you just give us this dragon instead.
Yeah. I double dog dare you to see what happens if you walk in range of the Oriana ball, and they don't. They did not fall prey to the dare. Follow now with package in the mid lane. Both teams really want to keep control over their own turrets and not give up all of this advantage, all this leeway when it comes to controlling the enemy team's jungle. Corki package not quite used yet. There's the threat of it, but as long as you can see the Corki, you at least know where exactly it is coming from. Apollo needs to consider this. Yeah, can't go in aggressive with it.
Package time's out. Apollo's not going to get much use out of that tool. Okay, nice Chickle Bum knock up onto 3. Full time gets interrupted by J. Roy with the Assault Ambassador. Crystal lands on top of what the Fatch. Just like that, Shockwave wasn't even used. Terramina winning a 1v1 isolated from Apollo.
Oh.
With more skirmishing going over in the favor of Berkeley as they're eliminating members of Clemson one by one. The only survivors are Debo and Terramina. Oh no.
Mums has so much crowd control, but Terramina, does just barely get caught up in it. It's another kill, and Chicklebum's hard carrying that team fight, if I may be so bold. As a recon player myself, I know what it takes to be the difference maker on this champion. Chicklebum certainly was, landing 3 solid grand entrances alongside the quickness, charming everybody up, making sure that they stay inside this game, and they stay in contention to make it into that grand finals and have that rematch.
The game is still so close though, Smacks. Like,
that's true.
It's crazy because in that fight, Berkeley have overtaken the gold lead, but it's not the end all be all. A powerful shockwave combo into bullet time, depending on where the landscape of the fight takes place, can still be victorious for Clemson. And Terramina still has this late game win condition in the split push.
Serialist with the Unbreakable, make sure that this team fight isn't really what you want. A lot of skill shots and a lot of projectiles that could be sent onto this backline, but aren't possible at this point. Oh, kicking 2 members.
Wanted to go for the safeguard kick. Chicklebum's already dashed with the battle dance, and now the fight has erupted. Wow. Package arrived from Apollo just to get into the fray quickly. Terramina trying to deal with the backline. J. Royal just annihilating what the Fatch, denting blow after denting blow, and Terramina is just left in awestruck, seeing the rest of his team go down.
J. Royal on this Vi playing the assassin threat of the front line super, super well. The damage is there. The smite is still alive. And this does mean that Baron is secured, Rafa. This does mean that UC Berkeley are pulling ahead for a really meaningful amount as well. Now, Cloud Elder is up in a couple of seconds. There's a Corki package available. You have to try to fight over this objective. Elder, if you're coming from League, you know how good Elder is with the burn damage. Elder does have the burn damage in Wild Rift. It also effectively is the same as the Soul. And, get this, it's permanent. There's no more that spawn after this one. So if you kill this, you have just a permanent damage burn on your entire team. You don't get the big execute, but you get so much. And it's usually enough to end the game.
Wishel Fisher trying to split up the fight. Package already used. Apollo has singled out Otter the King. Shockwave goes wide. It's a bounce house in favor of UC Berkeley, and they have wiped out every single member of Clemson University. They have a couple of towers to go through. Death timers are long, though. Let's see if UC Berkeley can make this push. And it looks like they're just going to take this time to secure the Elder Soul.
Might as well go take that one. A team fight already won 5-0 by UC Berkeley means that if they have Elder, it's just completely overkill at that point. They have the Baron. They can push in this wave. And now, they could even just end. They might as well. The timers are still really short. But I think it's enough time. Yeah, they've got it.
Yeah, between Baron, between Elder, they've got it in the bag. UC Berkeley taking game 1 of the series against Clemson University. And the way that Clemson just exploded in the early game, we have seen games from teams where they get the Lee Sin, they get the early game lead, and they just snowball it to the point where there is no return. There's no way that the enemy team can come back. But dare I say it, Berkeley said, no, but you haven't met us yet. We are UC Berkeley, baby. We don't take no for an answer. We are ready to fight through tooth and nail to get back into the game.
Match point for UC Berkeley. This has been a really close best of 3 so far in the first game. It feels like if any series was going to go the distance from here. Now I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but it feels like this is going to go the distance just based on how that one went. If Clemson fall out of the entire bracket 0-4 just in 2 rounds, that'd be a shame, because they did show us some really solid gameplay in that last one. They showed us what an early game victory does look like for them. They showed us what they can do without that scale threat of the Jacks, and it just ended up being that those late game team fights are a lot harder than they made it seem.
Now, for Clemson University, there are things that they could have capitalized on, and they might look to still go back to the draw. Not necessarily revamp their composition for Game 2. They just need to realize that where some of the execution fell slightly flat. Because I think they had all the right pieces ready. And Terramina was getting large on the Fiora as well. You had the split push win condition, but I think the threat just became too scary for Clemson, that they thought that they needed to pull Terramina over into team fights. And even though Fiora is a lot better at team fighting in Wild Rift than she is in League of Legends, she still would prefer to be in the side lane, forcing 1v1s, taking down turrets. You don't necessarily really want her to be there for team fights because you're not getting the full value of this pick.
Split push comps are really strong, but they're also equally as difficult to operate as a team. You need to know exactly what your perfect windows are, not just the split push player alone, but as an entire team. You need to know when you are in a position where you can pressure that side lane, when you're in a position where your side lane has pressure by itself, and when that none of those are true and you have to go for that 5v5 team fight. All 3 of those are different. All 3 of those are spur of the moment. You have to come up with it on the fly. It's like one big improv game, and it's definitely not easy when you are in such a fast-paced game as Wild Rift. So if they're going to continue this, then they're going to need to rush up and figure all of that out right now, because this is their last leg on the side of Clemson. Only one loss more. They're out of the tournament in third place, which is still pretty great. They still go to Code Red, but they certainly do want to go and shoot for more.
Well, Smacks, I think the players are going to need a little extra time just to make sure that their draft strategy is all ready to go. We're going to take this time to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Game 2, and it's match point for UC Berkeley on the line. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 draft is already underway, as y'all can see. Jax, Lee Sin, and Leona being banned from the side of Berkeley, whereas Clemson, they're taking away Chicklebum's Rakan. They're like, you know what? This champion was a little too good at finding engages.
Or was it the player that was too good at finding the engages? Either way, you want to make sure that Chicklebums does not have that same tool that he used in the last game. And you know what, Rafa? It kind of looks like we're getting some more of these enchanters that Illini was selecting and showing us in the other top 4 match. Seraphine has now been locked in.
Seraphine's been getting a lot of play. However, as UC Berkeley know, they've already taken down a team that used the Seraphine, so they're not quite as scared of the champion, I imagine. They have ways to deal with it, and just need to find a lot of engaged power. However, both the Kennen and the Malphite already taken away through the first round of bans. We're going to be relying on a little bit of raw damage between the J. Royal Graves and the Jamie Jin so far in the draft.
And if you are at home and hearing Nasus in the background, fear not. That is just Rafa's dog, Choco. He's very cute. And, yeah. He likes to show his excitement for Wild Rift. You know, it's his favorite game. So, yeah, there it is. See? Told you.
I'm surprised you can... Oh, man. That's crazy. I wonder how loud Choco is, because I can, like, faintly... Oh, man. He just wants to be acknowledged.
He just loves Wild Rift, I'm telling you.
I think he just wants to come into the room.
To see Wild Rift!
Yeah, to see... Well, once we get it onto the game, I can let you do a little bit of solo cast, and I will, unless he stops barking. But if he continues to bark, then I'll have to see to it what Mr. Choco would like. But we already have some more champions being locked in. Nami, great tidal wave user, or great disengage and engage. But this Camille being locked in means that we're getting more than likely a Baron lane Camille.
That's true. A little bit weaker recently, although now with Amumu locked in. Wait a minute. Rafa, is this the fabled Amumu support?
Oh yeah, because you can send Seraphine mid lane with what the fetch. Amumu did get buffed this patch. Now has 2 bandage tosses available, much similar to the state of Amumu in League of Legends. Before he didn't have that. And I was just suspecting that, you know, maybe a Mumu jungle might see a little bit of more power, but then I completely forgot, oh yeah, why not just do the League of Legends strat and just send him to the support role? You know, now he's got double the bandages, double the fun, double the engage power.
And he's played with the Misfortune in this one as well. This is the classic combo. Classic, I guess, may not be the right word. But the standard
for League
combo.
of Legends, yeah.
For League of Legends, it's only been around for like 3 months, so it's hard to call it classic, but it is standard with the Amumu. You get the Curse of the Sad Mummy on top of the bullet time. They're locked and loaded.
Well, I think the funny thing is that Amumu Misfortune, if you remember back to the early days of League of Legends where they had the fabled legend of Bronze Zodia, you would have things like Malphite, Amumu, I think I don't remember if it was Ziggs or Orianna, Misfortune, and then probably Leona was the other, like, just 5-man wombo combo composition, right? And you just move the Amumu from jungle to support. Yeah, works out the same way.
Works just the same. Now, Amumu can be pretty tricky to deal with alongside other champions that engage like Vi and Camille against Veigar, which actually was locked in. We haven't actually gotten to see too much Veigar, but that was the 5th pick in this game, and we're about to take a look at what this champion is all about. Selected by Apollo.
Let's go.
A very deep champion pool.
All right, Smax, I'm gonna let you solo cast this one. Actually, wait. You know what? Go ahead, stop barking. Chicklebums has the flash over the wall.
Yes, Chicklebums definitely does. There is a Vault Breaker aimed directly at his head, or his fish tail, I suppose. Unfortunately for Otter King, this does mean that he has a little bit of a rougher time taking away this red buff. He doesn't have the same attack speed or shield that you'd get from other stuff, but if you'll notice, if you're coming from League of Legends, Vi does still have the 3-hit passive, because that's actually a passive in this game. It's crazy. And the shield, the blast shield, is on her second ability. Cool little rework stat for you.
You also get a little bit of movement speed whenever you proc or whenever you activate the second ability, which is pretty nice whenever you are looking to get to an engage point faster, or if you're already on top of someone after engaging with Vault Breaker or Assault and Battery. You can use it to absorb damage and then to either disengage or continue the chase and just wallop after wallop with those punches.
What Vi is all about there, Rafa. You can get
Punch
all
first.
the punches down. Ask questions while punching.
Yep.
Fun times. Fortunately, in this game, she's not voiced by Haley Steinfeld, so
Savage.
that's a little bit of a bummer.
Nice deadly flourish.
That's true. It's a really good crowd control and just poke combo in general onto Debo, and you were seeing that Etherealist has been struggling to get some experience. You do need to be very close to the minions in order to get that experience, so it's a little bit of a support change in this game. You do sometimes have to go out of your comfort zone, and for Etherealist, who is playing this Amumu support, you really do need those levels so that you can get in range for your bandage toss. Now, a little bit of an elephant in the room, Etherealist did, unfortunately, not switch out of Smite. Amumu is traditionally a jungler in this game, and it does give you recommended builds. So you didn't switch over that. It does have an extra Smite.
Red team first blood.
Oh!
Blue team
You know what?
champion slain.
At first, I thought it was Jamie that went down. About to say, look at that, Amumu with Smite, best champion in the game. However, it was Debo that went down. Unfortunately, not having that extra
Otter King's
combat
there.
summoner spell active. Okay, well,
Ooh.
Otter King. Ooh, well, Otter King going a little far on the turret was able to get Chickle Bums, but that's 2 kills now over in Jamie's pockets.
Yeah, this Jhin is going to be really scary. This is a champion that does have a lot of early power, but the scaling is really, really insane, especially if you're not against any tanks. Now, Etherealist is a tank, and you're going to see that that Sunfire Cape will be built up eventually, but a support salary is just not quite the same as other tanks that you'd see traditionally in the jungle or the Baron lane. So, not gonna be nearly enough to take down a Jhin that is scaled up to perfection, as he might say. The Jhin voice lines, yeah.
Perfection. Wonderful.
Cool guy.
Fool. Really likes number 4s.
He does. He only composes music in 4/4, which is why he's so like into the number 4. I think someone should tell him that there are other, measures that he could live by.
I mean,
with
that
music.
just means Jhin is basic. And 4/4 is probably the most standard of all music
That's
compositions.
a good point.
Popular music, all in 4/4 for the most part. However,
Yeah,
you know who's not? Oh, this could be. Wait. Watch it.
Ooh.
Oh.
Champion slain.
All right. For a second, I thought Crystal could have turned it around, and then I realized they already used Demacian Justice. And that means that Turamina is going to be the one that comes out on top of that one. Curtain call.
Curtain call.
Oh, this could be death for either one of them. That's 1. Not quite 2, but J Royal, he's got it. He's got the shotgun. This mummy is going back to the coffin.
And that's kind of sad when you put it that way.
Well,
It's Etherealist,
Amumu
the sad
is-
mummy.
Yeah, he is the sad mummy, man.
Oh. I have a tip for Etherealist. I recommend that you just smite anything, because then you will pick up a useful spell. You'll get either red smite or blue smite. You get to pick, and then you can actually use that in combat. It's not too bad.
I think at this point,
anyway.
Etherealist should then start tagging along with Otter King and says, "Allow me to smite this for you, my king."
That might be what's going on right now, as we're getting a Drake fight, or just a Drake contest in general. Entering the pit is Otter King. Won't be able to steal, won't be able to survive either, but that's an encore on top of J Royal. Won't be able to escape there either. Turn Etherealist. Bubbled up, no! Flash, really solid.
Dabo was getting routed off by Apollo. I think, in another world where Etherealist has Curse of the Sad Mummy, and the bow has access to bullet time, they can capitalize on that bandage toss over the wall. But then they realize, oh god, we don't have enough damage. We gotta get out.
Sadness is Amumu's whole thing, but unfortunately, it's spreading over to the rest of the squad now, as we're getting a gank up in the top lane. This is pretty good. Alright, that's not sadness at all. Excellent gank from Otter King. Well done. This
With the
is,
side
this
of
is getting Clemson, back in the board.
Clemson, slightly 3,000 gold down. They have a bit of a deficit to overcome. However, if we've learned anything, UC Berkeley demonstrated that they fell far behind. They might be Okay, Apollo is able to dodge out on that one thanks to Event Horizon. Terramina finishes up Rift Herald. Tidal Wave coming over, knocking up Otter King. It's going to be UC Berkeley that picks up 2, despite not getting the Rift Herald.
2 takedowns for Berkeley. They can have this pressure in mid lane. They lose out on first turret, shockingly, even though they have all this pressure and all these kills they've been picking up. Then Horizon down underneath the turret means that you can not get out of it. But even through the bubble, What the Fetch has both defensive summoner spells available, so we'll be able to survive this. Although the turret, not quite so lucky.
And you could see the mind process of, or the thought process of Chickle Bums was trying to predict the flash from What the Fetch with that bubble. But What the Fetch was able to position the flash just slightly to the right. J-Royal trying to see if he could stay long for a blue buff steal as well.
Oh.
Doesn't find it. Oh, that could have been close.
Sometimes you see a bandage toss barely miss, and you're like, man, thank God that missed.
You just feel the breeze on it, and you're just like, you kind of stiffen up a bit. You're just like, oh God, trying to make yourself as thin as possible, as small as the target as possible, and you just finally let out a sigh of relief, like, oh, fine.
Happens with Thresh Death Sentence, too. That one's also terrifying. Oh, not gonna land this time. Ooh, there's that crowd control combination one more time. Terramina, 4th shot to the face. Not coming yet, actually. The hook shot buys enough distance.
Terramina eats up some honey fruit, heals back up to almost half HP. I saw a world where Jamie, if he was fast enough, he could have flashed forward and gotten the kill onto Terramina with that 4th shot. Unfortunately, he did not have enough distance to cover. A solo kill from Otter King routes out Apollo. Think he was working hand in hand in the mid lane with the rest of the friends. Etherealist also using Curse of the Sad Mummy. Bandit toss onto Jamie. Forces a tidal wave in response, and now J-Royal has found Etherealist alongside Chicklebums. Curtain Call is going to slow up a couple members here. Etherealist will finally go down. J-Royal now onto the front lines, firing shotgun after shotgun bullet. Terramina will lock him down with that Hextech ultimatum, but it's the front line and Crystal that will charge forward through the front line into the back line. Brute forcing his way through. He's spinning, he's winning, he's got the decisive strike down, and that's going to be Dubbo going down. An ace for the side of UC Berkeley.
Demacia! Crystal arrives the team fight as the clean-up sweeper. Mopping up everybody. Man, I love janitors. I've been saying it a lot the past 2 days, but janitors just don't get enough love.
They don't.
Crystal showing that. And now, with the Infernal Drake up, everybody is alive, even after that last team fight. Let's take stock of some ultimates. Otter King has Assault and Battery. What the Fetch will have Encore. Debo will have Bullet Time. And they get in range to use them, or will the Drake just fall right away? Let's find out.
1K, 800, Smite. Oh, Event Horizon is huge!
Oh.
One more Dark Matter! It's the bubble from Chicklebums that sends Debo back to the fountain.
Oh, Terramina on the split push, though. Okay, this is something that Clemson has been trying to do quite a lot over the last few games that we've seen of them. They try to make the split push happen. Terramina on Camille. It's not quite as strong of a split pusher as something like a Fiora and a Jax, but it's certainly a champion that is competent enough to do it. And that's why we're seeing Terramina bring that Rift Herald up to that lane and continue. Flash down there.
Event Horizon flashing forward, try to catch out What the Fetch, almost sent him back. You can see the Primordial Burst was not available, unfortunately. Apollo just slightly overestimating too much of that damage. They found Etherealist, though. He's gone. Terramina has to recall, but 3 members were taken on the side of UC Berkeley, so this will slow down their push.
Will it slow it down enough, though, Rafa? That's the question, because Clemson, they don't need to slow them down. They need to stop them. They need to take that advantage away and gain it for themselves. If they want to keep their hopes alive in this tournament, they're on that last step. They misstep once, and they're falling off that cliff. They're climbing up right now. They've got their hands chalked up. They're the 3rd team, potentially, if they lose. They want to go further than that, though. They want to shake the members of UC Berkeley off their rhythm. They want to bump them down a peg and make sure that they can hang with the big boys over at UW.
It's a difference between, it's a difference between 2,000 and 4,000 if they can also take this victory and then beat UW. although that will be a tall task to do. Clemson University gonna get caught up by this event Horizon 2-man stun from the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's not gonna be enough. There's no damage follow-up. The front line from UC Berkeley will push back the members of Clemson. 4 members already eliminated. Terramina trying to equalize the odds. Might find a kill onto Jamie, but has to deal with the aftermath that all the members from Clemson are now gone, and you have this Rift Herald.
It's going a little backwards because it was spawned behind the turret, but still it will find its Mark J. Royal, bringing that alongside the minions up to that Baron Lane turret, pushing another one. And we see right there, Chickle Bumps on this Nami. So close to actually keeping Jamie alive the entire time, but that's completely fine. You still get to get the cleanup in the end. And look at this. We're seeing the usage of the support smite. Etherealist. View genius.
He stops the Rift Herald push from getting one more charge into the inhibitor turret. As J. Royal and Chicklebums definitely could have just walked that in. Etherealist, yes, he has a lot of crowd control, but as a support with the support income, he doesn't have that much damage, so he can't really stop them from getting that last charge off. But the smite does do enough. Baron will be spawning in 20-second smacks, I imagine. That while UC Berkeley don't want to start it, they're going to be pulling Clemson into that area.
Present popped. That's a pretty big cooldown to work with. Now that that one's gone, you can potentially look for an engagement. Not feeling confident quite yet. UC Berkeley are super strong, and there's still a Garen that you have to find some way to stop from ravaging your backline. Clemson on the back foot for sure. Looking for a way to make some objective play happen. Stacking up his 5 to do it. Terramina not wanting to go for a split push at all. Knows that this very well could be the last fight of the entire game. With Etherealist here. Watch for the Curse of Sad Mummy.
Oh man, Etherealist doesn't even get a chance to get it off because Crystal just solos him out completely. Bullet Time will only catch up to 2 members here. Crystal is just a one-man army dealing with the backline by himself. And finally, the rest of the reinforcements come through as they deal with Terramina and Otter King diving through. 4 members from UC Berkeley. This could be it, Spax. This could be the final push.
You have to be very keenly aware of what you can and can't take right now, Rafa. They could try to end the game. Do they have enough time? I think they do. I think they're making it all the way to the grand finals. We get a rematch of UC Berkeley and University of Washington.
UC Berkeley saw University of Washington sitting too comfortably up in their throne in the grand final spot. They said, you know what? You took that spot from us. It should have been us that took you down in that best of 1 earlier today in the upper bracket semifinals. We already saw that UC Berkeley have what it takes to take a game off of University of Washington, and they bulldozed through Clemson University a 2-0. There's definitely some bright moments from Clemson University trying to fight back. However, not enough to stop UC Berkeley in their role.
Only one more series remains in the Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational for Wild Rift. And after this one, we only have one more giveaway. And you know what that means. We have the second to last Verizon 5G giveaway, everybody in the chat. You better get out there and type the code word Verizon 5G in the chat to be entered to win the second to last giveaway of $500. You better get in there right now and type that out as we're watching some destruction on the Rift.
You only got to type it once as well. But while you're getting your Verizon 5Gs out in the chat, you can also take a reminiscing walk down memory lane of the replay package that we have for this series, where you can see how UC Berkeley, if we go back to game 1 where Clemson had such a dominating early game pace set up, all thanks to Otter King's Lee Sin. It's really incredible to see the resilience and the mental fortitude from UC Berkeley to hold on and to continue finding advantages while down in a goal deficit throughout the game 1, and then going into game 2 definitely seemed a lot more controlled from the side of Berkeley.
You think this is enough to beat University of Washington? Do they have enough ferocity in the early game? Do they have enough means to stop a snowball from some gameplay like this? That is the question that they are now tasked with finding the answer for. Liked Crystal on Garen. That's definitely a piece that I think you should keep. Crystal on Garen. I want to see it again. I want to see the swinging sword of Demacia strike down the foes, please.
I mean, I told you, Smacks, before when you were asking about which champion would I recommend people pick up for the very first time, like, irregardless of role that they select, it's Garen, man. It's just very straightforward champion to play. Very, it's very simple to execute well on. And it's not like Garen is like this OP champion, but it's a pretty solid one. And you get almost everything you want the later the game goes on. You get more stats, you get more durable, harder to kill, and you just have a solid amount of base damage on top of it. So if you get access to the backline, like Crystal did in that last fight, those squishies will melt under the spinning sword of justice. But make sure you are typing that Verizon 5G in chat, ladies and gentlemen. This is our
Any stragglers.
This is our second to last chance to be entered to win $500 of our total 5Gs that we are giving away today on this broadcast. We will have one more Verizon 5G giveaway near the end of the show. So keep your eyes peeled on when we will do that. It could be at any time.
And again, if you are not on the train right now, you better strap in. You better get on. Last call. Like that scene in the Polar Express. You know what? We should put the Polar Express on a movie list.
You're right.
Anyway, that's something for later. For now, I believe we're going to be throwing it to a quick break so we can get ready for the grand finals. It's going to be another best of 3. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to be there. I hope you remain as well. Don't go anywhere. More Wild Rift actions coming at you very soon.
Oh, look at that. We're already into the grand finals. Smacks. This means that 4-minute timer you saw, an illusion. Doesn't exist. Because the teams are already ready.
It's just an illusion. It's fiction. Never happened. Don't worry about it. Only worry about who is going to win this grand final best of 3 match between University of Washington and University of California, Berkeley. Both of these two teams have faced off already twice. Once in a best of 3 yesterday, and once in a best of 1 today, earlier on. University of Washington took the win in both instances, hence their placement in the grand finals on the upper side. And University of California, Berkeley are the ones that need to rewrite history at this point. They're the ones that need to find an angle to take down the unstoppable Titans.
UW, aka University of Washington, have collected an insane amount of W's throughout this weekend's match. University of Washington, kind of the tournament favorite so far. They are running through the upper bracket. University of California, Berkeley, the only team to have ever taken a game off of them throughout the entire Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational.
Those are facts right there. And University of Washington, they have one last chance to keep that title and keep that momentum and take first place, getting that prize of $4,000 for first place. That is pretty nice. They are rocking with their substitute support. Chapagatti is back, and Hammer will still be on deck, ready and waiting for any opportunity to join back in. But personally, for me, Rafa, Chapagatti on the recon looked so good. And it just feels like this team has 2 different stellar supports they could throw in at any given moment just to try to shake things up. And while Chicklebums is going to get that recon that we saw be very strong for both of these players, still feels like University of Washington have what it takes in this one. So they've got this Lee Sin that we've already seen be so good in the jungle position.
Yeah, Dobby's Lee Sin was an absolute terror. And we have already seen Lee Sin's perform extraordinary feats of just absolute early game dominance. And I think the other thing to note here is that University of Washington are pairing up that Lee Sin with one of the combos that we have seen throughout the entire Summoner series that just took place a couple months ago in this Ahri. You have a powerful mobile skirmishing assassination duo.
Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Oh, I feel that on a spiritual level. That actually happened to me early in the day. I had to take a break. I was just like, talking. Let me mute real quick.
Achoo!
And then I'm back.
Just winter things, allergy season's coming back. Luckily, we bought some tissues the other day. But anyway, I really like the Ahri Lee Sin. It's very mobile, it's very deadly, and it can get things started very early. It's sort of a wonder that we haven't seen Ahri picked more in this tournament so far. I believe this is the first one that we've seen on the stream. But they're not done quite yet, Rafa. They're also hovering this Riven pick too. And this is a lot of deadliness that they're going to be bringing to the table if this is locked in. It would put Malphite in the support hands of Chapagatti.
And now we get a Riven on top of it too. Oh, baby. So, you're right, Smacks. Support Malphite for Chapagatti. It's not the Amumu support, but because you hit level 5 so fast, the Unstoppable Force will be coming. And we could see a return to a comfort pick that we saw work out extremely well for Crystal. It's going to be that Garen.
Hey. I like Garen into Riven. It's just a stat stick, like you said, in that last game, and it is really hard to take down, which is very important to have against a champion like Riven, who just kind of wants to dance all over you. And if you don't let her do that, then it's a lot easier to manage, and it's a lot easier to make sure this Riven doesn't become a menace in those late game team fights and where she can just run around. You have to break through this Garen first. Now, we've seen some really good gameplay between Dabi and Dongbi throughout the entire tournament, and if any pair is going to do it, it's going to be the two of them, but it's still a Garen. You still have to actually do it.
It is still a Garen that you have to overcome, but Smacks, I want to take a look back at the journey that both of these teams had to go through to get here. University of Washington really just sweeping through every single team in the upper bracket. This is why they are on the winner side of that in the grand finals. But University of California, Berkeley, they already faced University of Washington once during the winner semifinals. They dropped down into the lower bracket where they had to claw their way through that lower bracket run. And they even took down Clemson Esports, who were coming from the winners bracket on the lower bracket finals.
We're getting word on this bracket as well that there is no bracket reset, which is good information. I didn't know that. That means that this is the only series that we're going to be getting. So it's do or die.
It is one last best of 3.
That's a lot. That's really good news for UC Berkeley, because that means if they win this one, then they are the winners, which is phenomenal. Congratulations, if that happens. But anyway, UC Berkeley, they did not meet any incredibly tough competition for them on the lower side of the brackets. Really only been one team in their entire tournament run that has given them trouble. That is the University of Washington. They're going to be getting into this one after they load into this game. Let's take another look at who's actually playing on the Rift.
Yeah, we got to give a shout out to the players themselves. We have Apollo, Chicklebums, J Royal, Crystal, and Jamie from UC Berkeley. And then, of course, it is University of Washington, WLS, Dobby, Dongbi, Mango. And then, even though we have Hammer on the screen, it is Chopagetti, who now we get it changed in the last second. Chopagetti stepping in, being a great substitution so far.
At the Malphite for this game, I'm thrilled by this champion as well. I've said that about a lot of them, but Malphite is just so stock standard, and he's just the end-all, be-all of tanks. As we are into the Rift, I believe already we're going to get a nice look about what this Malphite's going to be capable of. We're seeing what the Ahri is capable of. Also, this is the first look at that champion, and we're already a minute and a half into this game. Somebody has died.
I don't think it was Dobby, because he has his red buff. It was WLS. A little bit of a solo kill. Apollo just winning the 1v1 outright.
Getting a lane swap off. Chopagetti and Mango Neko are in this Baron lane right now. They are trying to punish Crystal on this Garen. And you know what? That makes a lot of sense, because like I was saying before, Riven sometimes does have a pretty tough time into Garen. It's a lot harder of a champion to break apart with all of your movement. So why not just send Riven somewhere else? Why not let Mango Neko and Chopagetti hit him with the 1-2 punch?
And they're diving him on the turn as well.
Actually.
Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Beautiful stuff. Chopagetti being the tankiest member. He's going to tank all those turret shots so that they can allow Dobby to maximize his damage output under that tower. Apollo getting chased by WLS, but Dobby with the flash forward trying to catch out Apollo there, but Shockwave a little too late, unfortunately. I like the idea from Apollo if they were a little just more extended forward, but Apollo just showing that, hey, you don't want to catch these robot hands.
My gears will tear you up. I'll grind you to bits if you ever step close.
Oh, damn.
Zoning ultimate.
Grinding you to bits with gears. That just sounds like a Final Destination movie.
Well, it is.
We're not in the Halloween season anymore, Smacks. We're in the holiday season.
Halloween is a holiday.
Yeah. I meant winter. Talking about like Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. I don't
know if you've ever had Halloween in Michigan, but it definitely snows on Halloween sometimes.
Does it really?
Yes. I think it's snowed more times than it hasn't in my life on Halloween. Although I wasn't actually in Michigan on Halloween this year, so
that is true.
Actually, no.
You were with me in Vegas.
That was the first time. that I had I missed a Michigan Halloween. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, a better place. 12.8K to 13.0K. So not really much of a goal difference there. It's been pretty much evened up. I think the other benefit that you get when swapping around Chopagetti and Mango to Baron side of the map for that first push is that you avoid the dangerous level 1 advantage of that Lovers Duo bot lane. However, just because
Maybe you should
Crystal...
have kept it swapped.
Well, you know, let's be honest here, Smacks. Dongbi suffers either way. He either has to go up into the Garen, which is not a great lane matchup, or he has to play it into a 1v2. So
That's true.
You can tell that the lane swap isn't really done to get Dongbi out of air. It's more to give Mango and Chopagetti an advantage and to get them out of the Rakan Xayah lane until they're level 5.
Epic gank in the mid lane. Nice Sonic Wave into the kick. Flash away from Apollo. Red buff with the slow is enough to keep him in arm's reach. Now Dobby in the Cyclone. Gonna get taken out eventually by J Royal. There is the second Cyclone. It's a retribution kill for the fallen mid laner. No Cyclone available for the Drake, but it's a lot better than not having your jungler at all, which is true of UW.
Apollo did not go down without getting the solo kill on WLS, so a little bit of equalization for both sides. And I have to say, Max, this is University of California, Berkeley with a slight advantage going into this fight, but already a lot of tools are being used. Chopagetti gets a one-man unstoppable force on two Chickle Bums. J-Roll has already fallen. Crystal on the run. Dobby and Dongbi working hand in hand to brute force their way through the front line. But Chickle Bums with a great grand entrance, but now it's answered by Mango Neko with the bullet time. They didn't have fun. Smite! Oh my goodness! That was so close! Mango in the 1v1 against Jamie! But Mango still comes out and alive! Holy kaboli, Smacks! That was so close!
That was really, really close. The only people that survived were the Dragon Lane duo, as that is indeed a Dusk Blade of Drakthar for Mango Neko.
Oh, baby.
We're not walking in a winter wonderland anymore. We're murder time. I told you.
I guess this is one of those Christmas slasher films now.
Like Krampus?
Is that what Krampus is? Oh, God.
Yeah, that's what Krampus is.
Oh, no.
He's like evil Santa. You ever heard of that?
No. I mean, I knew Krampus. I thought it was always like Krampus. And so I just thought he was just like a grumpy, drunk Santa Claus. I didn't realize he was like a murderer. That's crazy.
That's regular Santa on a bad day.
Oh, damn. That's not very Christmas spirit of you, Smacks. You know what's not also very Christmas spirit of UC Berkeley? It's Chopagetti taking down Jamie what seemed like a 2v1. Mango didn't even have to pop the bullet time. It was a 1-2 punch. Dobby, hand in hand with WLS, trying to take out Apollo, but the rest of the reinforcements from UC Berkeley finished a Rift Herald, come swinging through the jungle saying, stop that. Leave our mid laner alone. Apollo makes it out alive.
Apollo is at no mana. Somebody comes up and just like blows him a kiss or something. Right away. That's exactly what Ari does, actually, but unfortunately the charm did miss in that last fight. And like you said before, Chopagetti and Mango Neko were able to completely break apart this Dragon Lane turret and a kill. Now, it was just Jamie all by his lonesome. That is still a bad sign. You don't want to give up all of this extra pressure. You go for a cross-map objective play.
Oh, Apollo can look for a solo kill right here. Oh? He has the damage.
Huh? Not quite a solo kill, but...
Well, I think he had it. WLS starting to learn. Hold that thought. Oh! Unstoppable Force answering the grand entrance. J-Roll had already used Cyclone, so he cannot answer back. Heal Summoner was burned. Wait, Mango has no flash.
That's true. That's a good point.
His barrier exhaust.
Yeah, he doesn't need it.
He's a baller.
What are you flashing away from, coward?
That's kind of badass. I like that. Mango showing no fear. This is how you inspire confidence in your team and instill fear into the eyes of your opponents.
Yeah, it's worked so far. Hasn't died, is up 3,000 gold. Now, alright, no shockwave will be popped. If there was, then Mango has no way to escape. Outside of the stasis boot enchant. But it's okay. Shockwave did not come through. I've never seen a marksman not take flash. This is really funny.
Yeah, we've seen supports not take flash. Max Green.
We're seeing one right now.
Yeah, Chicklebums with the Exhaust Ignite. And a fight is breaking out. Mango was strutting on over and says, oh, the fight's already over. I've got an appointment with these Krugs. I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make the meeting.
Whole team is dying. Meanwhile, Mango Neko is the only last line of defense. This,
Chickle's like, you don't want to walk up here, Misfortune. You're not allowed to. Mango really wants to check it, but Chicklebums can knock him up with a grand entrance. Dongbi is here. Later, the Exile popped, dashing forward with the Broken Blades. Gonna force out Chicklebums as we get view of the Dragon Pit. Sonic Wave down, pull time, pushing it down. Okay, it allows Dobby to steal the dragon away. Dongbi still pushing forward. Broken Wings last cast knocks up a couple of members. J-Roy does go down. Dongbi giving his life over. WLS pushing forward, looking for the charm. Jamie with a Featherstorm cannot survive. The rest of the members of UC Berkeley will be able to get out.
Yeah, I told you, Rafa, you don't need flash. You only need your shock and awe guns. As a blue buff also for Mango Neko. Bullet time was crazy there. They didn't have any means of stopping it at all as they were trying to commit to this Drake, but Bullet time forced them out of the pit, and then Dobby arrives with the smite. Nobody is there to respond to that either, and now that's 2 Drakes keeping that lead even after that little bit of a skirmish deficit that they took in the last fight there, Rafa. I'm feeling like University of Washington still have this plot armor around them. Until I'm proven wrong, it definitely just feels like they can get away with all this stuff.
Throughout all that skirmishing, University of Washington have pulled a hell to go, whoa, 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 whoa! That's a wombo combo if I've ever seen one on the 2 members. But Dongbi is looking to advance right back on forward. Multiple knockups. It's a bounce house in the middle of this river, but it looks like that it's going to be University of Washington that pulls through. It looks so damn good for UC Berkeley. J Royal, wait a minute, J Royal already taken down Dongbi on the run. One of the last 2 survivors, but Dobby has what it takes to run him down. Jamie is still pushing through the other side of the map. This Rift Herald will be secured.
We're learning why Mango Neko usually would be taking flash here, because he was in the bounce house, all the crowd control on top of him. But his team's got his back. The Riven is able to just run and rip through everybody with the sword. That was insane. And we're seeing that all this crowd control is still available, all this mobility is still available, and Mango Neko just got a solo kill into Jamie while we weren't looking.
That was insane. It was knock-up after knock-up after knock-up after knock-up. Just, everyone was bouncing forward. Whoa, 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 Dongbi, you better relax. Leave Apollo alone, and the Ignite is ticking down. Stasis is going to be enough. There it is. He lives.
I told you, Riven. I know you know, but I'm talking to chat right now. Listen, okay. Riven should not be allowed. This champion does ridiculous things.
Yeah, considering Dongbi had to go through a lane swap just to give Mango and Chopagetti an advantage. Goes back into Crystal, gets solo killed because that matchup is just super difficult for Riven. Dongbi gets through it, scales up, and is now just pushing everyone back. We've got to fight.
We had an attempt at a fight. Chicklebums popped that ultimate. No charm in range. I believe Chopagetti just did the exact same thing on the other side of the map. No Malphite ultimate will be available right now, but may have still found his mark as Apollo shockwave down, flashing forward from multiple members. He's dead. This Sonic Wave onto everybody. Team double kill. Oh my god, Rafa Dobby is just bouncing everywhere.
Just like
Wah!
that, Dobby going super deep into the back line. They eliminated 4 members in the blink of an eye. Chickle Bums, the only member that made it out of the crossfire. But for him, he's got no way to stop the members of University of Washington from doing this Baron. From Dongbi just pushing in forward, even being below 300 HP, it seems like, because Chickle Bums, he's got engaged, he's got CC, but this is not Truth's Rakan. He doesn't do damage.
Shout out to Enemy Truth. The one true Rakan mid player.
Plays full AP Rakan and is,
full AP Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
I don't know why he does it, but it sure is fun. And got the Drake up. I don't think that anyone's going to be fast enough on the side of Berkeley to get here. Nope. Already dead. Maybe they can find Dongbi. This is a very fast and mobile Riven. Charm. Oh my god. Okay, that's the clone. That's why it did so much damage. I was going to say. Wow.
I mean, Charm does amplify damage, but still, it shouldn't amplify that much damage. Man, oh man. J-Roll should be tankier than that. No way.
At the same time, I didn't actually know that if you charmed the clone, it would actually walk. I thought it would still be stationary, but that's just how it is, I guess.
The more you know.
Yeah, true. I will learn this, and I will apply it in my own games now, because I do play Rakan. He does have a charm.
Well, I think I've
Epo-G.
Epo-G. Taking notes down. Chopagetti. When your support is so strong that he can just exist in a lane by himself and collect farm, I'm getting like Dakun Gaming emo vibes.
Red team lost the turret.
Oh. The current best team in the entire world. Those of you who do not know, Dakun Gaming just took the first place in Horizon Cup, and it looks like the University of Washington are on their way to do the same in this tournament right now. Baron minions wailing away at all of these structures. That was a turret taken in the Dragon lane. All of the inner and outer turrets are dead. Now only the inhibitors. Burn those down and get some permanent super minions spawning out of your base. Oh boy. Double charm.
Knock up is huge. Cyclone is there. Shockwave follows on up. It's a nice Demacian Justice to take out Chopagetti. Didn't even get a chance to use the Unstoppable Force, but Dongbi and Dobby are just destroying the backline. Apollo's already fallen, and it's now up to the Lovers duo to defend the remains of their base right now. But Dobby and the rest of University of Washington are ready to move on to Game 2. Dongbi knocking Jamie out of the Feather Storm, but the shields from Chickle Bums and Jamie! They're going to be able to survive the onslaught.
Need more minions, Rafa. You have to bring them all in if you're wanting to end the game right now, but no, they don't want to at this time. They are completely content with waiting for a bit now that they have all of the inhibitors dead. Man, those super minions are going to not be very nice to your base. 17 minutes in. And it's going to be over very soon. But for UC Berkeley, you have to consider what you need to change moving into the second game. This is their last opportunity. It's really difficult to come back from a 3 inhibitor deficit when you're not even close to taking one of your own. So you have to look across the board at ways to attack your opponent. That's how these best of 3s end up working. As
oh my goodness.
Flash.
Nebula still charging forward onto Apollo, but it's a bait. Chopagetti landing the Unstoppable Force onto 2. Chickle Bums trying to charm up the opposition. Tobby getting caught up in this shockwave. Chopagetti also trying to walk his way through the front line. Jay Royal gets taken off screen. Mango Neko holding his own ground. And now the rest of the members of University of Washington, they are pushing forward. Jamie and Crystal left to defend against 3 waves of super minions pouring into the base.
Looks like it's going to be the end, Rob. It looks like it's going to be the end of Game 1. You can trade some kills back. You can get some glory in your KDA, but there's no way that you can fight back against all of these members, including these super minions. University of Washington continue their stretch of being the undefeated team in this tournament.
Yeah, University of Washington, I will say, Smacks, that at least UC Berkeley tried to fight back. and they had the meanings of a decent lead. There are times where Apollo was consistently getting solo kills on WLS's Ari in the early game. Jay Royal answering some counter ganks against Dobby as well. And even Crystal in this Baron lane, the early matchup. Yeah, you know, Choppa and Mango swapping on over wasn't fun for the dive. But once they swapped back and he got to fight Dongbi, early on, the lane is great. And there was some great engages from Chickle Bums and Jamie as well. Just something about University of Washington. They don't, like, just because you've landed a few good blows against them, it doesn't mean that they give up or they run out of steam. They always believe that they can win every single fight.
That's what I'm saying, man. They've got the plot armor at this point. They have the anime protagonist, just willingness to go through everything for the power of friendship, the power of University of Washington, the power of Verizon 5G lives within them as they take on everyone. And I, again, just continue to be so impressed with this team. Like you said, this was a lot closer of the other matchups that we saw University of Washington take today. It seemed like they were just running over everybody before. But University of California, Berkeley, they showed us some really solid stuff. They showed us some really solid team fights. You just have to get those started earlier. Don't be afraid, man. You can go for crazy plays in the early game. Sometimes they'll completely end up working out, and you'll have a gigantic snowball that is nearly unlosable from that point. You gotta give it a try.
You don't know until you make an attempt, right? You miss every shot that you don't take. And you see Berkeley still trying to find ways that they can get through that plot armor. If there is a small chink, they have to, you know, the best way to get through the plot armor is to be like that one guy from I'm thinking The Hobbit. The one dude that takes down Smaug after he finds the chink in the dragon scale armor with the arrow. You remember who I'm talking about, Smack?
No, those movies are really boring.
I mean, you could have read the books.
I did read the book.
You could have seen like the animated series.
I didn't know there was an animated series. I did read the book. That was like
it's not
13 years
Legolas.
ago.
So our producer's asking if it's Legolas, but it's a human archer from the port of, I think it's like the town of Davenport, I think. Okay. So it's all good. Maybe someone in chat will help us out. But regardless, UC Berkeley, tall task of now, if they want to be the number one in this grand finals, they have to do it through a reverse sweep at this point. Because we're heading into game 2, we're heading into match point, which means that University of Washington, they are just one game away of not only claiming the championship title for our Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational, but they will also walk away with $4,000 from that prize pool. A lot of cash.
Yeah, well deserved at this point as well if they do end up taking it. And you know what that means? That means that it's even more deserved if Berkeley can come back and take it away from them, because it would take a whole lot for them to make it to that point. It would take a whole lot for them to make this comeback happen. I'm all for an underdog story, but University of Washington has just been my favorite team to watch so far. They have been so clean with everything. And look at this. No time to wait at all, Rafa. We're already into the draft. Look at this. Why would we need a break?
And guess what? It's the return of Hammer Meng Chi. I want everyone to give a round of applause to Choppa for doing their due diligence of stepping in to support. But now on what could be the brink of a grand final win for University of Washington, Hammer, it is time for him to return to be a part of the glory of potentially our last game.
Bringing back the main squad, or at least the starter squad. I don't want to say that Choppagetti's not on the main team, but at the beginning of this tournament, it was Hammer, and it looks like potentially if they win this game at the end of this tournament, it will also be Hammer. Through these bans, the Rakan is gone. Malphite also gone. Some of these champions that were really highly prioritized in that last game removed completely.
Last time, UC Berkeley, instead of opting in for the Malphite ban, they did the Kennen ban. And look at that first pick.
That one picked up, scooped up into your little palm, because as we discussed, Kennen is League of Legends short king. Lee Sin, insta-lock, again, or Dabi. All that early pressure. It's almost disrespectful that you're not banning any of these junglers, because I feel like the jungle has been so clean from Dabi this entire time. So I'm thrilled to see that Lee Sin come back. I do like the Kennen first pick a lot, but banning out junglers feels like it's pretty important against this team. Jhin as the potential marksman up against Senna. We haven't seen a whole lot of Senna in this tournament, but this is a champion that can be played both marksman and support. And if you're one of our colleagues named Pastry Time, you can even play it mid. Now that one is a little bit of a stretch. You probably shouldn't do that, but shout out to Pastry Time.
I do love Mr. Julian Carr. Great person, great caster. And also, you know what I learned when we were casting with him at Horizon Cup as well as Max? Is he is so freaking funny. I almost dropped an F-bomb on stream. But I had to, you know what? Julian is very funny, man. Pastry is so cool. Like, whenever he's on broadcast, I feel like you're only getting, like, a percentage of his humor. Because off camera, oh, dude, he's a riot. Yeah. When he is unfiltered, oh, dude. You just get this other level of Pastry Time, and you're like, oh, my God, dude.
We gotta play some more ARAMs with him. That was a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. He's been playing more Wild Rift. He's been grinding.
That's true. It's a fun game. Everybody out there, if you're listening and you haven't tried out Wild Rift, please play it. And no, we're not just saying that because we're casting it right now. We really, really enjoy it, and they just started a new ranked season. Ranked season 4 is
Otherwise,
out.
we wouldn't be casting the game in the first place.
That's true. It's just a fun time. Yeah,
I mean, like, we're gonna be real with you, Chad. You know, it's definitely, could be in the business of casters to, make a living that they will cast whatever game that they can get signed up for. Well, Smax and I, we try to stick to games that not only we are knowledgeable about, but we have also spent a lot of time on because we love and enjoy the game wholeheartedly. And that's why we love casting Wild Rift. And then we're really grateful that Verizon extended their hand and invitation to us so that we could cast the event. And, we're just glad to be with you all today, and we get to share with you the excitement. And speaking of excitement, Specs, it's the Mango Neko Draven!
Woo! He's back! The Executioner is here! And he's got that grin on his face. He knows.
Yeah.
The mischief arrives with it.
Draven
This does mean that Senna will be the support, unless it is actually Pastry Time in this game, and Lux will be the mid laner, still waiting for that Baron lane to be locked in, and it can't be Riven, because that was denied. Crystal is taking the Riven himself into that Baron lane. Oh, do it.
Oh! Let's go!
Baron lane Zed!
They saw that UC Berkeley kept hovering this champion when they were playing against Illinois. They kept teasing it, but they never locked it in. But this time, they say, hey, you know what? That was cute that you hovered it, but you never locked it in. Well, guess what? We're actually going to be playing Zed. And Zed, if you watch the Horizon Cup, proved to be one of the most powerful champions in the game. They got a nerf. A little bit of a slap on the wrist from Riot. 10 base damage across the board on his Shuriken. But still, if you are piloting this champion well, you can single-handedly take over the game.
Mm-hmm. He's good early game. He's good late game. He's good mid game.
He's good
a good
every
split pusher. He's a good team fighter. All those, I have an asterisk on them. You do need to be a very good Zed player because he's very difficult. But if you are, then all of those all of a sudden become true facts. Those are the facts.
Facts with Smacks. That should be a new segment.
That's all my segments. I never lie. We discussed this.
Smax is always telling the truth. Smax is always just dropping them how they are.
Yep.
All facts, no printer. No copy machine.
Yeah, I do have a printer. I don't have a copy.
I mean, usually copy machines come, like, a part of printers.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on this subject. But I am an expert on Wild Rift, so let's actually talk about that instead. Let's get into this game, Rafa. This is potentially the final game because it is match point for University of Washington. They are one Nexus kill away from being your champions of the Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational here for Wild Rift. Speaking of Verizon, shout out to those guys. They're pretty cool. Thank you so much for putting on this tournament. They've been so generous with all of their sweepstakes and all their giveaways. Touching on the sweepstakes, if you type !sweeps in the chat, you can enter that, and you can potentially win some gear. They've got a gift card they're giving away. They've got some PC gear, mouse and keyboard, all this stuff. Type that in the chat, and you will really be entered to win. So, pretty exciting stuff. You know what else is exciting, Rafa? Zed top.
Zed, Baron Lane, baby. Dong B has pulled out some exciting champions throughout the course of this Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational. And we're just going to add Zed up to the list. I am glad, though, that Mango on the Draven is going to take Flash. Not going you definitely need that. Oh, we have a skirmish, though. Dobby having to flash away. It looks like there's more people than he anticipated on the other side of the map. And Crystal, the one that answers and walks away with first blood, burning both Flash and Ignite.
Big roam up there from Apollo, too, from the mid lane. Didn't actually participate in the kill, but was there just in case anyone tried to escape. You always love getting that mid lane priority and going and helping out your team. And it's just difficult to do that against a really heavy range champion like this Lux. And Apollo is learning that the hard way now, very low in this lane.
Already, we're seeing some just trades back and forth. Jinklebums and Jamie trying to hold on to this lane, but even though Nami is a powerful support, it's going to take a lot more than just ebb and flow and bubbles to keep this Draven down. Mango Neko showing this is pretty much proven to be their signature pick. No one else has played Draven within this tournament that we saw on stream.
That's true, actually. And it's not a very common pick around the world anyway. But the common pick that is around the world is Riven. Riven is now 2-0. That is very scary. We saw just how powerful Riven was in the last game, piloted by the University of Washington. Now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. This is a snowballing Riven, let alone just the champion. This is a champion that's way far ahead of you now.
2-0 on this Riven. And Crystal was already on the winning end of the Garen into the Riven matchup. Taking the Riven into their own hands, trying to prove that, hey, I can play this champion too.
Facts. And Dongbi on Zed, this was a flex move, I think. For sure, picking Zed into a champion as powerful as Riven is not something that's really easy to do. Well, it's easy to pick the Zed, but it's it's a lot harder to win with the Zed, as Dongbi is figuring out right now. It's not to say that they can't do anything in the late game. Zed does scale surprisingly well in this game.
He does have to dodge out on a lot of crowd control, though. Jumping into the fight where a Slicing Maelstrom is happening and a Cyclone is happening, that's a little difficult to maneuver, so you're going to have to be patient on the engage starting out and wait out certain abilities being used. Or he's going to be dedicated to just taking out Jamie from the fights, because usually Jamie wants to back up, look for curtain calls to assist in the primary engage. So watch for Dong B on these flanks the later into the game that we get, as we're going to potentially have a huge team fight. They might not get there in time before the dragon is burned. Just as I say that, you know what? Take that back. You say, it's too late. Let's go for the Rift Herald.
The move from Crystal was really good. And Apollo not needed around for this Drake either will go and scout out this Rift Herald.
Oh, no.
See if they can punish it. Slicing Maelstrom onto multiple members. It's still a smite, but it will be traded back for that kill. Potentially another one as Dongbi goes in with the death mark onto Apollo. Will it be enough damage? No! Unless they ignite. No, it won't. It's 2-0 on the play. They miss out on Rift Herald, and Final Spark is slightly misaimed.
WLS was just trying to find that last bit of damage, last spark, one could say. Mango, I walk up, finding Chickle Bums.
Oh, no.
I think Chickle Bums is going to have to face the wrath of pain. Mango Neko knowing that this fish is super weak and super easy to just take down. Mango flashing forward, even in the face of a full HP Jin, knowing that there's not anything he can do. Whirling Death not going to take him down, but it could be Dobby. There it is.
There was ever a player on this team that you want to make sure is popping off. It is this Draven for Mango Neko cashing out in that last play. I wouldn't be too surprised if he had the most gold in the game, even after all those kills going over to Crystal. That's just the League of Draven adoration stacks. Kick, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, make it a third kill. University of Washington are back in business.
Crystal en route to catch him out, but he has WLS to escort him. Dobby doing great work once again on this Lee Sin. We know that when you are playing this champion, you have to accelerate the game. You can't just do a couple ganks and leave it at that. You have to explode it. You need to set off a bomb. You need to be able to just destabilize the enemy team completely in this early game and set up your own for success. If you do that and you never give a chance for the enemy team to catch up, then it's just super easy to close out games.
I don't know if you saw that, Rafa, but Mango Neko did not level Stand Aside. He does not have that.
Wow!
That's just not a spell that he needs.
I don't need Disengage.
I feel like if he did it in this game, he probably has done it for all of them.
You know what? It does allow him to
Oh, he
put
has
more
it now.
levels into his... Oh. he was forced to at level 9. But this allowed him, you know, to maximize his damage output. Oh, WLS! Beautiful double light binding into the Final Spark. Dobby now can walk on over. Dive for the turn. Double kick under the tower. Dobby walks away. The damage, the diving. It's so damn good. University of Washington. They answer back. Despite the early advantage that UC Berkeley were able to manifest once again, this Rift Herald crashes. They might be able to get more.
Man, this went from 4-0 to 4-7 right now, as this is potentially going to be 4-8. Apollo, oh no, we tried to get the Slicing Maelstrom, but it wasn't available. Just going for any stun possible. WLS in the face of a Riven.
Light binding.
Got the backup.
All the members, they're sticking together. WLS will fall. Dobby cannot save the fallen comrade and Hammer, but Dobby will be able to walk away. As for Mango Neko, not also dropping the Adoration stacks, we'll be able to hold on to them. Crystal does fine too.
And it was, when it went from 4-0 to 4-8, I feel like whoever at UC Berkeley is the equivalent of Brad Pitt in Moneyball just tuned into the game. he's just started to see the undefeated game all down the drain.
Someone from UC Berkeley showed up, or like, oh, we're winning, let me tune in, and then the runs just start coming in. You're like, oh, I guess I gotta leave.
Yeah. But you know what? It's okay. If all goes well, that means that UC Berkeley are gonna win this game.
I'm so glad you made a Moneyball reference. That makes me happy.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, I introduced Smacks to that film, and now he's making references on it. Now we gotta show you some other good films.
You should.
Yeah, I've always
Does this mean
wanted
you're
to
gonna watch BoJack Horseman with me some more?
Sure, that's a fair trade.
Yay!
I've always wanted to see someone in esports do something equivalent to the method in Moneyball, where they just build a ragtag team of players that no one ever looks at, just because their playstyle is quote-unquote funny, right? Or they seem undervalued, or their brand is not that marketable, but stats-wise...
That's too real in the League world today. That's way too real.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Oh, man.
Anyway, moving past and fighting through the tears on this one. we're seeing some more structures fall. That was one in the dragon lane picked up by Dongbi.
A lot of undervalued players. That's all I'm
We're
gonna say.
fighting through the tears, Rafa. We're getting through it, okay?
37 to 33k.
Oh!
Slicing Maelstrom from Apollo, but he gets instantly deleted. J-Roll trying to follow up on that engage with the Cyclone of his own. Double knock-up onto the backline. Hammer going very low and getting eliminated. Mango trying to fight through 1v2. The exhaust almost not going to be enough. Chickle Bones will fall, but J-Roll cleans it up. Oh, Dobby? Dobby and Dongbi, can they work together hand in hand? Oh, that was so close! Triple for J-Royal, but Dongbi is the last man standing.
Dongbi wins the Hunger Games for this one and will try to get anything done that he can. Certainly can't solo out a Infernal Drake by himself. He's not the jungler, doesn't have that smite, but will be able to at least pick up this turret and stall out for time for his team to spawn so they can do it all over again. Rafa, it's time for Infernal Drake fight number 2, Electric Boogaloo.
I do like Boogaloos.
That's cool. I don't really know what that means, but...
You know, I didn't either. I just wanted to see how your reaction was. It's just... Oh, man.
Alright, here's the fight.
Return to the dragon.
There's no Slicing Maelstrom. This is going to be actually really hard for UC Berkeley if University of Washington actually knows this timer, but looks like they don't. Looks like they're actually completely okay giving up this pressure under the potential threat of a cannon ultimate. Okay, well, not threatening anymore. Nice.
I mean, you said there's no Slicing Maelstrom coming up for a few seconds. I think that number has changed to 26.
That's true. No way to get into this team fight now. Infernal Drake over to University of Washington alongside this gigantic lead. And Rafa, I know you liked my Moneyball reference, but I think the resemblance stops where I left it. I don't know if they're going to be able to come back into this one.
That would be pretty sick, though, if UC Berkeley just finessed a last home run ditch effort and came back. Now, to remind everyone at home, this is match point for University of Washington. UC Berkeley, if they came back in this game, it would be pretty sick. They would have to play out one more game on top of it. They don't have the luxury of just taking one game and just calling it quits. And then
that already happened.
Walking. Yep. Apollo has caught up 2 members, but cannot get through Mango Neko. The shielding from Senna, the healing from Mango's Bloodthirster, and of course WLS surprising everyone, showing up at the last second. That's 2 members gone from UC Berkeley. The rest of University of Washington, they're going to be piling in through the Dragon Lane and getting ready to siege.
WLS on this Lux is surprisingly good. And I say surprising not because I don't think this player is good, but because we haven't seen it at all throughout this entire tournament. This is potentially the last game. He's making some ridiculous picks with these light bindings and then bursting people out immediately afterward. I'm super impressed by every single one of these members, but WLS has really shown up when his team needed him the most. And now, just going around the rift, making their due diligence, checking off everything, checking it twice. Gonna find out if UC Berkeley's naughty or nice. I feel like they're getting kind of naughty because they're certainly getting coal in their stocking right now.
Hey man, they're trying. Are you saying they're naughty because they're losing? That feels...
You know what? I don't need you to deconstruct everything that I say, all right? God. And you know what? I was wrong. They're not getting coal in their stocking. If they do play second, they do still get $3,000.
Yeah.
So that's definitely not nothing.
Yeah, thankfully for them, they're still cashing out. And they're still going to the show in the Verizon Code Red tournament later this Thursday. But I will say WLS definitely having the best luck showing out of any other player this entire tournament. But it's a Goon Squad into a Death Rush pick Bubble onto WLS, has the flash away from the Riven, but the rest of the squad from UC Berkeley, is this it? Is this the Hail Mary string that pulls them ahead? They're still down 10,000 gold, but it's 3 members gone. It's up to the Hoxal duo in Dongbi and Dobby. Can they turn around against 4?
A really sick flank from Apollo, but Apollo's dead. It's only the rest of the members now. Dongbi with the flash, escaping for his life. And that's so crucial because the Baron is up. They do need to make sure all these members are dead before they start up in a very difficult objective like that.
Gonna siege up onto this tier 1 turret. It's definitely safer. As much as in a League of Legends situation, they could potentially take the Baron. The Baron hurts!
Oh, yeah.
You cannot just take the Baron willy-nilly. And then you also could have Dongbi and Dobby threatening your lives through the flanks, or even threatening to steal the Baron away. So, despite a huge fight turnaround for UC Berkeley, they are not out of the woods yet. It was great, but they would need to replicate that probably 3 more times.
Moving around this rift now, that extra chunk of gold is really solid, as Apollo showed what a cannon flank is really all about. With the Slicing Maelstrom, you can completely just wipe an entire team if you get things started off well. Has it up again, in position, revealing himself, and oh, deja vu right there.
We've seen this story before. Crystal onto the back line, trying to assassinate WLS, gets redemption for Apollo, his fallen comrade, but it is still University of Washington that will now have the numbers advantage. The remaining 3-man core of UC Berkeley are going to trot away and have to succeed this dragon on over. University of Washington, another objective in their hands, 12,000 gold in their pockets.
See if this is a Baron as well. This would be a wicked translation off of a pick again from WLS.
No
Dobby
way.
seems to think so. They're bringing everybody over. J Royal is recalling. No smite in position.
Wow.
And there's just not enough range. They have so much damage on this. Maybe a Deadly Flourish? Nope, not in range. That's a
Mango.
Baron. Lean for Mango.
For a second, I thought it could have been a Baron steal, as the smite was a little early, but you already called out Mango to secure the Baron for the squad of University of Washington. Just great read on understanding, or just getting a read on University of California, Berkeley, whether they believed that they could do Baron or not. And they just probably guessed, yeah, they'll probably recall. They won't challenge us here, and lo and behold.
Gold and low. Dobby on the split push. We've seen a lot of junglers have a lot of success doing this. Apollo slicing Maelstrom flash. Doesn't get in range. Another
man.
light binding for WLS. He's so clutch on this champion, Rafa. And it's gonna be clutch enough to end this game, to end this tournament, and take first place. A 5-0 ace for the University of Washington. They don't even need Dobby into the fight because he's the one who's bringing the minions in, and he's the one who's bringing the dub to UW.
Dobby with the Baron minions, gonna bring home the prize for the rest of University of Washington. Dobby screaming out, it's better than a sock. It's the Nexus. Dobby is free.
UC Berkeley has presented him with clothes. And you know what? Verizon has presented him and his team with first place and jackets for everybody. So it actually quite literally is clothes for him. As
Hell
University
yeah.
of Washington win the whole tournament with that. Undefeated on the day. Whew, Rafa. What a day it has been. What a tournament it has been. Congratulations.
Absolute incredible and fun stuff always, working with you, Smacks. And anytime we get to be on the mic casting Wild Rift stuff, it's always going to be a banger of a time. And we have to not only congratulate University of Washington one more time, but also shout out our other 2 teams that are going with University of Washington to Verizon Code Red tournament later this Thursday in UC Berkeley, Clemson, And then they also receiving portion of the prize pool.
True.
Also shout outs over to Illinois for cashing in on the 4th place. And of course, shout outs to all of the teams that participated in our Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational. Y'all have been great. And you know what? A bigger shout out as well to Smacks is chat. And you know how we're going to thank chat? That's
How
right.
are we going to thank chat?
You already know, chat. Get your Verizon 5Gs out because it is time for our last $500 giveaway, part of our 5G, sponsored and proudly donated by Verizon. Verizon has been such a great host, a great tournament sponsor. They've put together this tournament all for us, and what better way to end the tournament for one last giveaway? I know you guys are going to be spamming the Verizon 5Gs in the chat, so best of luck to everyone in our last giveaway tonight. Smacks, this has been a blast, dude.
Yes, it has. Always a pleasure, Rafa. And I can't wait to have some more Wild Rift action eventually with you again. And I hope that there's more collegiate tournaments here for this. This has been a really fun time. I have really enjoyed watching the Collegiate League of Legends and other esport titles events over the past few years that I've been enjoying esports. And Wild Rift just seems like a perfect fit. These guys have been so fun to watch play. And, you know, amazing shout out to all of the schools that participated today and all the ones that signed up as well. I know there were a lot of schools that tried to sign up, but we only locked in 16. And I hope that we get some more for the next time as well, because it has been just an amazing experience. And again, for all of you last chance people out there wanting to enter the giveaway, that's Verizon 5G. That is the key word to enter the giveaway. Type that in the chat right now, and you will be entered to win that $500 for the last giveaway to round out the $5,000, aka 5G. Those jokesters over at Verizon making that sweet, sweet pun, and you making that sweet, sweet money if you can win the thing. And with that, Rafa, I think my puns have come to a close. As has the tournament.
Max, let's walk down memory lane one last time. Let's take a look through all the teams that came and participated in our final bracket stage, and looking through how our not only our top 4 and top 3 got here, but also how our grand final winners in University of Washington, their overall path to victory and success. Shout outs to all the teams shown on here. And there's also more teams, not only just on the lower bracket side of things, that participated in our round robin and the initial first rounds of the elimination stage. Also want to shout out as well. Thank you to everyone that came out to the Verizon Collegiate Esports Series Invitational and participated. It was a blast. And I love being able to see Wild Rift action, whether it's the pro scene, whether it's the collegiate scene, even when it's a bunch of gamers just getting together and having a blast on the Rift.
Mm-hmm. And thank
Something
you to that
that we
little
gotta do,
Timo
so.
in the corner for sticking with us for the entire tournament. I couldn't have done it without Timo. He is my
Specifically Timo.
my inspiration. Yeah, and Rafa, yeah, I think with that we are all done for the tournament. Been a very fun time. Any final words there?
You know, final word. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to you. Thank you to production as well. And then thank you to Chad as well. We will see you whenever we see you around. You know, catch us around on Twitter and socials at SmacksCast for this guy right here.
Me.
And then, you know, you want to come talk to me about Lee Sin or any other junglers in Wild Rift. Jace Jungle, I'm telling you, it's fun, and it's actually pretty darn good at RafaCast. And once again, shoutouts to AVGL and Verizon and Boom.tv for throwing this thing together and putting on a hell of a tournament, hell of a broadcast. Make sure you tune in once again for the Verizon Code Red tournament later this Thursday. Details will be coming soon, so make sure you are staying tuned to at AVGL on Twitter. They'll be releasing details on that tournament soon. Until then, gamers, have a safe time. Happy holidays. See you around.